The wind howled through the abandoned ruins, whispering secrets of the past. The weathered stone walls bore ancient symbols that pulsed with a mysterious glow in the dim moonlight. A boy, barely a teenager, huddled among the rubble, his fingers tracing something cold and metallic. A key. But unlike the simple keys to the gate of the celestial spirits she had read about in ancient tomes, this one was different. It was as black as obsidian, with crimson veins running across its surface, throbbing as if it had a life of its own. She felt an unnatural shiver run down her spine as she held it. Zerif Dragneel had always been a curious child. His mind overflowed with knowledge beyond his years, but no amount of wisdom could have prepared him for what was about to happen. He turned the key in his hands, feeling a strange compulsion, an impulse that demanded he turn it. And so he did. The air around them grew thick, the temperature plummeting. The ruins trembled. The symbols on the walls seemed to come alive as a rift tore through reality. From the depths of that darkness, a being emerged, a demon shrouded in shadows, its red eyes burning like molten coals. Black flames coiled around its form, skimming the air but not quite consuming it. Zerif stepped back, his breath ragged. "Who dares to summon me?" The devil's voice was like cracked stone and whispered screams, multi-layered and resonant. Zerif swallowed hard, gripped by fear. I am Zerif. I didn't intend to summon anything. I only—" The devil chuckled, a deep, sinister sound. "Curiosity is dangerous, child. But destiny has brought you here, and destiny cannot be denied." Zerif's mind raced. He had heard legends of summoners and their spirits, of mages who wielded powerful contracts, but nothing like this. This was no mere celestial being. It was something far worse. However, despite her fear, one thought shone brighter than the others: her brother. "I—" Zerif hesitated, then clenched his fists. "I want to bring someone back. My brother. He died, and I need to bring him back." The devil grinned, baring his sharp teeth. "A noble wish, but everything comes at a price." Zerif's heart pounded. He had always known that magic demanded sacrifices. He was prepared to pay them. "What do you want?" The devil tilted his head. "An eye for an eye." Zerif froze. "What?" "You ask for the return of a soul. To balance the scales, another must be taken. But not just once." The devil leaned closer. His breath was like ash and decay. "For the life I grant you, you will take the lives of others. Again and again, until death no longer claims you." Zerif shuddered. His mind screamed at him to stop, to run, to forget that this had happened. But then he saw his brother's face in his memories, his smile, his laughter, the warmth of the only family he had ever known. "I accept." The devil's smile widened, and the deal was sealed. A searing pain coursed through Zerif's body as dark symbols were etched onto his skin. He gasped, his vision blurring as an unnatural force enveloped his soul, transforming it into something new, something cursed. The key he held in his hand shattered into pieces, disappearing as if it had never existed. The devil gave one last mocking smile before vanishing into the darkness. And then, a soft breath. A commotion among the rubble. Zerif turned around, his heart beating 1,000 miles an hour. His brother lay there, slowly opening his eyes, life returning to his body. It worked. But inside, Zerif felt it. An insatiable hunger, a darkness that coiled within him, whispering its demands. The cost had already been paid, and it would never stop. Chapter 1. The Key to Wrath. The keys of the devil and the keys of God. When a single magician gathers them all, a wish will be granted. Lucy Heartfilia murmured the words aloud as she scanned the inked letters of her mother's old journal. Each key possessed its own power, independent of the magic of its wielder. Unlike the celestial spirit keys, which required summoning, these keys acted as portals, allowing their entities to move freely between dimensions. But why did my mother know so much about them? Oh. Lucy tripped as she bumped into someone, quickly muttering an apology before hurrying off. She clutched her diary to her chest, her heart pounding, not just from the unexpected collision, but from the weight of what she had discovered. The first place that appears written in her mother's diary, Harem Harbor. She found the diary hidden in her old room, concealed behind the wooden frame of a bookshelf, as if it should never have been found. Its pages told a story she never imagined, a story that changed her life in an instant. That was the day he made his decision. For years, she had dreamed of leaving the Heartfilia estate, escaping the suffocating walls of her father's world, and joining the most renowned guild in Fiore. But now, she had a new goal. The 14 lost keys of Earthland. Not only the wanted to, the needed. If the legend were true, if a wish could truly be granted, then she would bring her mother back. Nothing else mattered. But her mother had been cryptic in her writings. The location of the keys wasn't obvious. There were only scattered riddles and fragmented clues. It took Lucy almost a week to decipher the first one, and even then, she wasn't sure she'd done it right. I really hope at least one key is here, he murmured as he entered Harem. The town was as picturesque as the books described: cobblestone streets, buildings with colorful awnings, and a strong scent of salt and fish in the air. Although it was part of Fiore, it was better known for its bustling port than for its magic. Only about 10% of the population were magicians, which made her wonder. Why would one of the lost keys be hidden here? Had her mother found a key in this town before? Had she used it? As she checked into a cheap inn and paid for a small, dimly lit room, Lucy was assailed by a whirlwind of questions. She only had 200,000 jewels, and until he found a job, he needed to manage his money very carefully. She slumped onto the bed with a sigh of frustration, flipping through the diary again. A land rich in water and fish. A hidden treasure that cannot be found. The good merchant has a clue. Lucy groaned, rubbing her temples. Mom, why did you have to make it so complicated? She read the words again. A good merchant has a clue. A dealership. A good dealership. Lucy sat up abruptly. The port was teeming with merchants, fishermen, and traders. Hundreds of people sold goods every day. How was she supposed to know who the appropriate? Frustration grew as exhaustion settled into his bones. I am very bad for the riddles, he grumbled, sinking back down onto the mattress. He closed his eyes. Tomorrow his search would begin. Somewhere in Harem, the first key awaited. A warm glow filled the room. A soft golden light filtered through the wispy curtains that swayed gently in the evening breeze. The scent of fresh flowers hung in the air, but it barely masked the underlying fragility of the moment. Lucy stood beside the large four-poster bed, clinging to her mother's frail hand. Layla Heartfilia lay propped up on silk pillows. Her once radiant complexion was now pale and weakened by an incurable illness. Her breathing was shallow, and every word she spoke carried the weight of fleeting time. Lucy, Layla whispered in a delicate but firm voice, I want to tell you something. Lucy squeezed her hand tighter. What's wrong, Mom? A small, tired smile touched Layla's lips. I want you to be yourself when you grow up. Don't let this good fortune cloud your heart. Don't become someone you're not. A violent cough interrupted her words, and Lucy's heart sank. And Mom. Her vision blurred as tears welled up in her eyes. Layla's free hand rose, gently wiping away a tear that rolled down Lucy's cheek. Follow your heart, my child. Don't let anyone stop you from pursuing what you truly desire. Lucy bit her trembling lip, nodding frantically. I will, I promise. Layla let out a weak giggle as she slowly exhaled. I have a gift for you. Find it, and it will guide you. It will protect you. Lucy blinked in confusion. Him? Who is he, Mom? Layla hesitated, her gaze distant as if recalling an old memory. For a moment, sadness flickered in her eyes before she shook her head with a wistful smile. He was my... Her words trailed off, and she let out a soft chuckle, as if the explanation no longer mattered. He's a good man. He'll protect you. That was my wish. Her eyelids grew heavy, her breathing slowed. Mom. Lucy's voice broke, gripped by panic as she felt her mother's hand grow colder. No, stay with me. Please. Layla's grip weakened, but her fingers gently squeezed Lucy's one last time. Promise me, she whispered. Promise me you'll do everything I've told you. I promise. Lucy sobbed, her heart breaking as she watched the warmth of her mother's presence begin to fade. A final breath. A final whisper. "I love you, my daughter." And then, silence. Lucy squeezed her mother's limp hand tightly, tears streaming freely down her cheeks as she shook her head. "Mom." Her voice was barely a whisper, lost in the silence of the room. But there was no response. Lucy sat up in bed, hugging her knees tightly. The dim light from the lamp flickered in the small hotel room, casting shadows that danced across the wooden walls. Her fingers trembled as she brought a hand to her cheek, feeling the warm, wet scent of tears she hadn't realized she'd shed. "I miss you, Mom," he whispered. Her voice cracked as she hugged herself, feeling the weight of loneliness pressing down on her chest. Layla Heartfilia had been more than a mother. She had been her guide, her protector, her source of warmth in a world that often felt too cold. And now, with nothing but cryptic clues and fading memories to cling to, Lucy felt more lost than ever. She didn't know how long she sat there, letting her emotions flow freely. Time blurred. The soft murmur of the village continued its course, indifferent to her pain. But Lucy dried her tears. He couldn't afford to collapse. An hour later, she mustered her courage and stepped out into the cool evening breeze. The streets of Harem were bustling with evening activity. Merchants were closing their stalls, fishermen were returning from the docks, and the townspeople were going about their daily business. She spent the next few hours wandering through the town, asking vendors and shopkeepers, hoping to find some clue. She never mentioned her name. Being a Heartfilia came with too much responsibility, too many expectations. Instead, she only asked about Layla Heartfilia. The answers were always the same. "Ah, Layla-sama. Of course I remember you. A wonderful woman. A true noble woman." She was famous, even outside of Fiore. None of them provided him with the answers he was looking for. Discouraged but unwilling to give up, Lucy decided to make one last stop that night. A small shop tucked away between larger buildings, with a worn wooden sign that read, "The right shopkeeper." As he pushed open the door, a small bell above it rang, announcing his arrival. "Ah, welcome, miss," exclaimed a cheerful voice from behind the counter. An elderly man with a round face and kind eyes stood there, smiling as he polished a glass bottle. "How can I help you?" Lucy approached cautiously. "I'm looking for information. Do you, by any chance, know Layla Heartfilia?" The old man's eyes gleamed with familiarity. "Layla Heartfilia? Oh, of course. A truly remarkable woman. I remember her perfectly." Lucy felt a small glimmer of hope. "Really? You knew her personally?" The old man looked at her with narrowed eyes, tilting his head. "Now that I think about it, you look a lot like her, young lady." Lucy's breath caught in her throat. She hadn't expected to be recognized so easily. "And no, I'm just a curious traveling mage," she lied quickly, looking away. The old man chuckled. "Come on. I may be old, but I'm not blind." He put down the glass bottle and crossed his arms. "If you're not going to buy anything, I don't believe your lies." Lucy stiffened. Shit. Her heart raced. If the people of Harem discovered that a Heartfilia she was in the city, and the rumors would spread quickly. She didn't know who she could trust. "Okay, fine," she admitted, lowering her voice. "But I ran away from home, and I don't have any money." The old man's expression softened. A fugitive nobleman, eh?" He sighed before turning to one of the shelves behind him. "And why are you so desperate to hear from your mother?" "I'm looking for something," Lucy confessed. "A person, actually. Someone known as the Good Merchant. Do you know who that is?" The old man scratched his chin thoughtfully. The Good Merchant? No, that doesn't ring a bell." Lucy's shoulders slumped in disappointment. "But," he added with a mischievous smile, "I do know a store with that name." He jerked his head up. "What? Where? You're stuck on it." Lucy blinked. "What?" "This shop used to be called The Good Merchant before I changed the name," the old man said with a chuckle. "And you know what? Layla-sama worked here when she was about your age." Lucy's eyes widened. "Mom worked here?" He nodded. "She worked here for about a year before she left. The last time I saw her, she was in a wheelchair. She came by and gave me something to keep." The old man reached for the top shelf and carefully took down a small wooden chest. He dusted it off before placing it on the counter in front of Lucy. That was my memory of her. But now, seeing that she was actually your mother, I believe she belongs to you. Lucy hesitated before placing her hands on her chest. A strange warmth spread through her fingers. She swallowed and whispered, Thank you." The old man smiled kindly. "I never opened it. Perhaps it contains the answers you seek." With a deep sigh, Lucy slowly lifted the lid. Inside, nestled among aged parchments, was a single folded piece of paper. Lucy's blood ran cold. "I was expecting a key." The old man took the paper and unfolded it, reading aloud. "The water of life springs forth, and people come to offer it gold. At its top is the key I told you about." Lucy groaned, hitting her forehead against the counter. "Great, other puzzle." The old man let out a loud laugh. "Oh, this one's easy." Lucy perked up. "Wait, do you understand?" "Of course. The answer is one fountain." What?" "A fountain," he repeated. "Water gushing out, people throwing gold. It's a wishing well." Lucy's eyes widened in realization. A wishing fountain. That's it. She jumped for joy and hugged the old man gratefully. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." The old man let out a stifled chuckle, though his laughter quickly turned into a lewd laugh when his face was accidentally pressed against her chest. "No problem, princess." Lucy let go of him immediately, glaring at him. "Ugh, you dirty old man." He simply smiled, waving goodbye as she headed towards the door. "Thank you for everything, Grandpa," he shouted over his shoulder before disappearing into the night. The old man watched her leave, a nostalgic smile on his lips. "She's just like you, Leila-sama." A source. Lucy murmured to herself, observing the busy streets of Harjan. The enigma had brought her there, but finding Aishing well in such a large city, it was proving to be quite a challenge. He thought about stopping a passerby when a loud murmur caught his attention. "Is Salamander here? The famous fire wizard?" "Impossible." Lucy cheered up. Salamander. She had heard of him before, a well-known magician, supposedly powerful and charismatic. A small part of her was thrilled at the thought of seeing him in person. But she shook her head. "No. Concentrate, Lucy. The key is more important right now." He turned to the nearest person in the crowd, a pink-haired boy wearing a flaky white scarf. He looked anxious, as if he were searching for something himself. "Excuse me," he asked politely. "Do you know where I can find the village fountain?" The boy blinked at her, then tilted his head. "I don't know, ma'am. I'm not from around here." Then, without hesitation, she smiled broadly. "But hey, have you seen any dragons around here?" Lucy froze. "Huh. You know what?" The boy continued, waving his arms excitedly. "A big lizard that breathes fire and has enormous claws." Lucy stared at him, debating whether he was completely insane or not. Before she could answer, the pink-haired stranger suddenly gasped, abruptly turning his attention to the gathering crowd. "Salamander." He darted off into the commotion before Lucy could say another word. "That guy was weird," he muttered, before shaking his head and resuming his mission. After asking several people, it took Lucy almost 10 minutes to find the fountain, a beautiful stone structure in the center of a small park. Water cascaded gently from the upper level, shimmering in the warm afternoon sun. To their surprise, the area was empty. "This is too easy," she muttered, slipping off her sandals before approaching the edge of the fountain. Carefully, she leaned forward, trying to reach the top where the clue indicated the key would be. As she stretched, she felt a cold splash against her clothes. Her white blouse began to stick to her skin, becoming alarmingly transparent. Lucy blushed furiously. "Oh no, how embarrassing." "Do you need help?" A soft voice interrupted her thoughts, startling her slightly. She turned and saw a tall man with blue hair, watching her with a charming smile. Tattoo it adorned her left eyebrow, and her confident aura sent a strange shiver down his spine. "Oh, yes, please," stammered Lucy, quickly crossing her arms over her chest. The man chuckled. "My name is Salamander," he introduced himself, flashing a dazzling smile. Lucy's eyes widened at he. She climbed effortlessly onto the edge of the fountain, Reaching up, a metallic glint caught her eye. Aki nestled among the decorative carvings. Her fingers closed around him, and for a brief moment, her smile transformed into something more sinister. This could sell for a fortune, and the girl's not bad either. We're killing two birds with one stone. With the ease of practice, he concealed his thoughts and turned to Lucy, showing her the strange-looking key. "Here you go," he said gently. Lucy's face lit up. "Thank you so much." Bora smiled sarcastically. "If you really want to thank me, how about you join me? Big party tonight." He winked at her and slipped the invitation in the hands before taking a step back. "I'll do it," Lucy exclaimed, smiling, as she watched Bora conjure a gust off purple flames and disappeared into the sky. Finally alone, she looked at the key in her hands. It was unlike any celestial key I had ever seen, twisted and unsettling. Its metallic surface a mixture of black and chrome, almost as if it throbbed with something vivo. Lucy's heart was beating strongly in her chest. I finally got it." He clenched his fist around the key, and a bright smile spread across his face. "Yes, one of the 14 lost keys." The weight of the lost key, it felt heavier than ever in Lucy's trembling hands. She sat on the edge of the hotel bed, her heart pounding in her chest. The dim candlelight flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls of the room. According to Mom's diary, he thought, opening the worn pages once more. 14 keys, divided into two factions, Trixia and Zion. One belonged to Thingles, the other to the demons. He swallowed hard, his gaze tracing the jagged edges of the black and chrome key resting in her palm. It looked sinister, twisted, sinister, powerful. A deep part of his instinct screamed at him that this was no ordinary celestial key. "It must be one of the Trixia's keys," he murmured. "A demon's key." A shiver ran down her spine. Should she summon him? Lucy squeezed the key, gathering her courage. Okay, calm down, Lucy. It's not like a demon or a monster is going to come out huge, true?" Then, in his mind, he imagined it. A colossal and terrifying beast tearing through the hotel walls, fire and darkness erupting from its form, the entire building reduced to rubble in a matter of seconds. Lucy paled. "Yes, maybe I should do it outside." He collapsed onto the bed, let out a sigh, and clutched the key to his chest. "I wonder, what kind of being are you?" By the time he woke up, the clock read 7 p.m. "Damn, I'm going to be late." Panicked, Lucy jumped out of bed and ran to the bathroom. She took a shower. Quickly it dried, and he put on our dress, which accentuated her curves. Her golden keys, they jingled at his waist as he fastened them to his belt. Her gaze fell upon the lost key laying on the bed. She hesitated. Should I bring it? After a moment of deliberation, he grabbed it and put it in his pocket. Lucy arrived at Pure Toned. His jaw almost dropped. And luxury yacht, it was docked at the pier, gleaming in the evening light. Dozens of elegantly dressed women, they came aboard, and their laughter and chatter filled the air. This must be. She smiled and headed towards the entrance, where a burly goalkeeper he was standing, inspecting the invitations. An invitation, please? Lucy handed him the card that Bora had given her earlier. The goalkeeper examined him before nodding. Good. Next. Inside, the yacht was even more green than she had imagined. Golden chandeliers, silk-upholstered furniture, a luxurious dining room, and a well-stocked bar. The soft melody of Astor and Quartet, it was playing in the background, contributing to the elegant atmosphere. Lucy was greeted Bibist, the so-called salamander, who wasted no time in bringing her inside. I never knew your name. Beautiful, he said gently, pouring a glass of wine. Oh, it's Lucy, she replied, feeling slightly nervous. Lucy, huh? A name as beautiful as its owner, Bora commented with a charming smile. Lucy blushed, but when he handed her the wine, aroma hold it made her stop. One moment. Something was wrong. Good. This smell, it's familiar. Her heart skipped a beat when she realized it was a sleeping drug. Before I could react, a voice echoed in his mind. Don't drink it. Lucy's eyes opened wide. Her instincts took over. He swatted away the pearls of wine floating in the air, making them splash the ground. The room was left in silence. Bora's once charming smile transformed into a sinister grimace. "You are a bad girl, Lucy," she said in a syrupy, mocking voice. "If you had slept peacefully, you wouldn't have done this damage." Suddenly, two men emerged from behind the velvet curtains. "Oh, it's very pretty, boss," one of them mocked, licking his lips. "Can I have a go, Rhonda, with her first?" the other asked, laughing. "It seems innocent, my favorite type." Lucy felt just. What are you doing?" she demanded, fear reflected in her voice. Bora leaned towards her, grasping Hertha with cold fingers. "Welcome to our slave ship," she whispered. "I suggest you remain silent until we get to Brasco." Lucy, his blood ran cold. "Their keys." Bora grabbed them with her hand, and she tore them from her waistband. He examined them with a bored expression. Where's the other key?" Lucy froze. "He's looking for the lost key." "I don't know what you're talking about," he lied. Bora's expression darkened. "Register it." Hands lunged at her, ready to tear her dress. Lucy panicked. "Okay, I'll give it to you. Let me go?" Bora smiled sarcastically. "Ready. Now hurry up." Trembling, Lucy put her hand in her pocket and grasped with his fingers the spiked key. "Please help me." His grip tensed up, the sharp metal edges dug into his palm. "Hey, what's taking so long?" barked Bora. Lucy spun around in a swift movement. "Open, devil's door." A crimson explosion, it exploded in front of her. The yacht, it shook violently, throwing furniture and men all over the room. A howling wind filled the air. A pillar of scarlet light rose towards the sky. Bora and his men staggered backward with eyes wide open in horror. "The key to door AA? That's not a heavenly spirit key." The light vanished, and in its place appeared a blonde figure. Their ice-blue eyes, they gleamed like those of a predator. He wore a black coat with gold trim, android bow around the neck, and military boots resistant. The pressure in the room changed instantly. The devilish blonde glanced sideways at Lucy and then smiled maliciously. "You look younger, Layla." Lucy blinked. What? Then, without even move a finger, she shook her wrist. A massive explosion. The room, it shattered into pieces. The walls, they collapsed, hurling debris into the air. Bora's Monty shouted, being thrown overboard, disappearing into the sea. Bora himself trembled, her knees buckled. "Who the hell are you?" he stammered. "The devil," he cracked his knuckles. "You have something that belongs to Layla. Here you go. Take them." Bora threw him the heavenly keys. The blonde caught them effortlessly. "Good boy," he said with a mocking smile. The next thing Lucy knew, he was had lifted in his arms. Wait. There's still other girls on this ship," he exclaimed, panting. The blonde sighed. "Good. Part a stomp." From the depths of the ocean, a gigantic red, fox-like beast emerged from the waters, raising the whole yacht with their enormous claws. She was speechless, terrified. What air? The blonde's lips curved into a smile. "A simple devil." The 18-year-old girl was kneeling on the floor, despair reflected in her soft brown eyes. Her long blonde hair fell over her shoulders, and her white ruffled dress billowed gently. He was pleading with a blonde devil, a boy who looked like a teenager with piercing blue eyes, his arms crossed over his chest, and an expression that oozed annoyance. Naruto let out a long, tired sigh. "No." Layla clenched her fists. "Why won't you help me?" she shouted, her frustration palpable. Without warning, Naruto gave him a light tap on the head. "Ow, that hurt. You idiot," he groaned, rubbing the sore area. "Because selling your soul for a simple massage is the biggest load of nonsense I've ever heard." Layla pouted and stomped her foot. "Then why don't you give me a back massage?" she complained, adopting a dramatic tone. Naruto's eye twitched. "Why do you keep making those weird noises?" "It's not my fault you're so good with your hands," Layla retorted, her cheeks burning red. "You're a damn demon, aren't you? You should be used to this kind of thing in hell." Naruto ran a hand over his face. clearly regretting every decision that had led him there. "For your information, princess," he growled, "it's called the underworld, and it's nothing like what you imagine. In fact, it's a lot more peaceful than dealing with this." Layla snorted, crossing her arms. "Umph, you're just saying that." A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. "Actually, you just want to grope me." She leaned forward, pressing her breasts together just enough to provoke. Naruto's face flushed slightly, and he quickly looked away. You're giving me a headache," he murmured, pinching the bridge of his nose. "That I've finished now." Without saying a word, she flicked her wrist, opening a dark, revolving portal back to the underworld. "I'll be back. Call me when you really need something important." He turned to go in, only to feel a delicate hand grasp her wrist. "And no, take me with you," Layla demanded firmly. "That's an order." Naruto groaned, staring at her. "Good." He exhaled sharply, "but just a guided tour. Nothing more." Layla smiled radiantly. "Yes." She lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing herself against him more than necessary. Naruto let out a long, resigned sigh, muttering under his breath. Infuriating. Chapter 2, Frozen Throne. The tension between them had been palpable since that morning, or at least, it had been for Lucy. She had a habit. A rather shameful. Whenever he slept, he tended to cling to anything, or anyone, that was nearby as if it were a stuffed animal. So waking up with her face buried against Naruto's bare chest, her arms tightly gripped around his waist, and her legs tangled with his had been more than humiliating. Her scream of horror was loud enough to probably wake up the entire hotel. As expected, she had kicked him out of bed and yelled at him for being a pervert, even though she was hugging him herself. The blonde imp just stared at her with his usual blank expression, rubbing his aching back, before muttering something about how she was even worse than her mother. Now, they were both traveling to the nearest town, where Lucy needed to buy equipment for herself. The awkward silence had lasted for hours, without either of them saying a word. Finally, Naruto decided to break it. "When did he die?" he asked in a calm but firm voice. Lucy blinked in surprise. "How did you know he had died?" Naruto scoffed. "You don't have to be a genius to figure that out. Layla was already dying when she made a contract with me." Lucy gasped. "What do you mean?" Naruto continued walking, with his hands in his pockets. "Her illness worsened when she turned 16, forcing her to release her celestial spirits. One day, she was walking along the seashore when, by chance, she came across my key, half buried in the sand." She let out a tired sigh, running a hand through her hair. "For 2 years, I experienced the true meaning from hell." Despite her complaints, a small, nostalgic smile appeared on her lips as she reminisced about old times. Lucy clenched her fists. "Then why didn't you help her? You're a demon. You can do all sorts of things, right? You could have healed her, couldn't you?" She spat, her voice filled with anger and frustration. Naruto didn't even flinch. "She didn't want me to do it." Her voice was calm, but it had a sharp edge. Lucy stopped, her shoulders trembling. "And then Dash. She was stubborn," Naruto continued. "And judging by how you're acting now, I'd say you inherited that from her." Lucy felt a lump in her throat. Tears blurred her vision, and she clenched her fists tighter. Naruto groaned. "For God's sake. Can you bring her back?" Lucy whispered suddenly, her voice barely audible. Naruto stopped. "That." Lucy's eyes shone with despair. "Please," she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'll give it my all. My soul. My life. Just—" Before he could finish, a sharp blow struck him right on the forehead. "Ow!" cried Lucy, putting her hands to her head. Naruto sighed and shook his head. Infuriating. Before she could react, he suddenly pulled her towards him and hugged her. Lucy's breathing became shallow. Her cheeks flushed as she felt his warmth surrounding her. "I could bring Haref return," he admitted in an unusually soft voice. "But only if his body is preserved in perfect condition. And even if it is, even so, I wouldn't do it." Lucy stiffened. "Why not?" she whispered. Because demons don't resurrect the dead, Naruto explained, loosening his grip on her. We turn them into demons. Lucy felt a chill run down her spine. The hug ended, and Naruto took a step back. Lucy wiped away her tears and gave a small, apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I was desperate. Naruto sighed, placing a hand on his hip. Okay, you and Layla are so damn similar it's starting to scare me. And I'm a devil. Lucy snorted at that, bringing a hand to her lips to stifle a laugh. Naruto smirked. There it is. After a moment, Lucy took a deep breath. Will you help me find the lost keys? He asked. Naruto shrugged. You're my contractor. I'll do as you say. A smile of relief lit up Lucy's face. Thank you. Without thinking, she quickly hugged him before immediately pulling away, with a slight blush on her cheeks. Naruto simply sighed, putting his hands back in his pockets. You're going to use the keys to bring her back, right? He asked, sounding like he knew everything. Lucy didn't hesitate for a second. Why yes, I miss her, and I will whateverto bring her back to life. She paused. By the way, do you know where the other keys are? She asked hopefully. Naruto smiled sarcastically. Actually, we are forbidden from revealing the location of our key, even to each other. Lucy froze, then comically collapsed to the ground. I have been so close to escape from my mother's cryptic diaries, she exclaimed between sobs. Naruto chuckled, but I can sense them if they're nearby. Lucy perked up immediately. Really? Yes, and you're lucky to have that journal. We used to be able to take our contractors to the underworld for a short time. Layla was the last one to see it before the rules changed. Lucy's eyes opened wide. Did you bring my mom to the underworld? Naruto smirked. Correction. She ordered me to take her there. Lucy broke out in a cold sweat. That sounds more like her. He met with the other 6, tried to get them to reveal the location of their keys, but when I told him it was forbidden, he found a legal loophole. Naruto chuckled, shaking his head. She outsmarted us. She made us turn the locations into riddles and puzzles so she could solve them herself. Technically, we didn't break any rules, since we never told him the exact locations. Lucy's eyes sparkled. So that's why he knew? She quickly opened her diary and pointed to a passage. Dice. The great ice that tears the sky and meets the highest heavens. His heart of ice cannot melt. And only the heat of anger is needed to free me once more. Any ideas? He asked. Naruto squinted as he read the words. Anything about snowy mountains? I think he means Mount Hakob, Lucy mused. That's not my problem. I'm terrible at riddles, Naruto said with an expressionless face. Lucy sighed. It's a 4-day trip, and I don't think my budget can handle it. Naruto smiled and put a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, Layla 2.0. I'll take care of you. Suddenly, Lucy had a bad feeling. What the hell? Oh no. Wait. With a snap of the fingers, the world vanished in the blink of an eye. Lucy groaned loudly, clutching her stomach as it growled in protest. I'm so hungry I could eat a whole wild boar. He groaned, dragging his feet along the dirt path. Naruto continued walking, his hands in his pockets, completely unmoved by his suffering. You just ate 3 hours ago, he pointed out dryly. That was abacadillo. You teleported me to the other side of the country. Lucy retorted. Do you have idea how exhausting is that? Naruto snorted. You just stood there while I did all the work. Lucy pouted. I'm exhausted. Naruto rolled his eyes. Then maybe your soul should have made you lunch. Lucy shot him a death glare before letting out a dramatic sigh, dragging her feet even further. They had been traveling for hours toward Mount Hakob. The mountains were still distant shadows on the horizon, but the cold was already starting to set in. The trees lining the road were becoming denser, and the dirt path was narrowing. Lucy sighed. At this rate, we won't reach any town until nightfall. Naruto hummed thoughtfully before suddenly snapping his fingers. A second later, Lucy found herself hanging upside down. What the hell? He shouted, waving his arms as he levitated in the air, his feet barely touching the ground. Naruto smiled smugly. Problem solved. Now you don't have to waste energy walking. Lucy writhed in the air, trying to reach him. Put me down, you damn demon. Well, technically I am a demon, Naruto joked, tilting his head. So thanks for the compliment. Lucy groaned and thrashed even more, but the invisible force held her in place. You know, you're very lucky, Naruto reflected. Lucy stopped, still hanging upside down. Luck? What do you mean I'm lucky right now? You have me, Naruto stated matter-of-factly. Without me, you'd probably be dead in a ditch, eaten by mutant wolves. Lucy looked at him unimpressed. Oh, how comforting. Naruto smiled sarcastically. I do what I can. Lucy sighed in defeat. Just leave me alone. No. That. I like the silence when you're not walking beside me complaining, Naruto said casually, looking ahead. Lucy's eye twitched. You are incredible. And you exasperate me, Naruto retorted. See? We're even. Lucy let out a groan of pure frustration, giving up. Fine. Whatever. Just, at least turn me right side up. Naruto sighed. So demanding. With another snap of her fingers, Lucy did a somersault in the air, finally landing upright. Thanks, he huffed, crossing his arms. See, was it that difficult? Naruto smiled. Lucy glared at him. You're lucky I can't fire you. Naruto smirked. You're lucky I didn't throw you into the nearest lake. Lucy opened her mouth to reply, but a sudden howl in the distance made her freeze. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks, his expression turning stern. The air grew colder. The trees whispered strangely. Wolves, Lucy whispered. Naruto's golden eyes narrowed. Not just wolves. Something moved among the trees. Lucy swallowed. Naruto, maybe you should, put me down now. Naruto kept walking. Not a chance. Lucy moaned, hanging helplessly in the air. What bad luck I have. The chilling howls of wolves echoed through the darkening forest, plunging the trees into a deathly silence. The air had turned icy, biting at Lucy's skin as she hung helplessly in midair. Naruto barely reacted, his hands in his pockets, showing a total disinterest in the threat surrounding them. Naruto. Lucy swallowed, looking up at the trees where bright blue eyes were blinking. Maybe now would be a good time to, get off. No. Lucy's eye twitched. What do you mean, no? No, Naruto said in a monotone voice, without taking his eyes off the forest. You're safer up there. There's less chance of you doing something stupid. Lucy became defensive. Hey, Before he could reply, the first wolf appeared in view. It was enormous, almost twice the size of a normal one, and its white and blue fur shone like ice. As it exhaled, frost fell from its jaws and the ground beneath its feet began to freeze. Lucy stiffened. Okay. Yes, now I understand your point, he murmured, watching the frost spread. Naruto sighed, tilting his head. It's about time. More wolves emerged from the line of trees, 5 in total, their bright ice-blue eyes fixed on their prey. The alpha, the largest of them, let out a low, guttural growl, signaling his pack to attack. Naruto groaned, cracking his neck. I knew it. The first wolf lunged. Without even moving, Naruto raised a hand, and the wolf froze in midair, not by magic, not by strength, but simply by instinctive terror. The moment her eyes met his, she knew. It was prey. With a listless gesture, Naruto swatted it away, sending it crashing into a tree. The ice on its paws shattered, and it whimpered as it hurried away. The rest of the pack hesitated. Lucy gasped. That was... Naruto raised a hand. Don't say it. But it was... Shut up. The alpha growled and charged forward, but Naruto lazily stepped aside, kicked him in the ribs, and sent him sliding across the icy ground. Lucy stared at him, her expression blank. At least you could pretend you're having a little fun. Naruto rolled his eyes. I could pretend I care, but I don't feel like it. Lucy sighed. You're so dramatic. The remaining wolves surrounded him, moving more slowly and with greater caution. Naruto looked at them, exhausted, before lifting a single finger. A sudden pulse of black energy spread outwards. The earth cracked. The trees trembled. The wolves, sensing something beyond their understanding, let out pitiful whimpers before turning around and fleeing into the forest. Lucy watched them disappear into the distance, still floating helplessly in the air. Wait, so you didn't even have to fight them? No, Naruto yawned. Did you scare them? Obviously. Lucy groaned. And you let me panic for nothing? Naruto finally looked at her, with an expressionless face. You panic about everything. Lucy, furious, crossed her arms. Put me down right now. Naruto sighed dramatically, rubbing his temple. Okay, but if they kill you, I won't bring you back. With a snap of her fingers, Lucy fell like a stone. Wait, not like. Thud. He fell face down on the snow. Naruto shrugged and stepped over her as he walked on. You said to put you down. You didn't say how. Lucy raised her head. The snow stuck to her hair, face and dress, and glared at him. I hate you. How exasperating, muttered Naruto, already bored with the conversation. Lucy spat out some snow, shaking it from her hair. Ugh, never mind. Better. Before he could finish, Naruto put a hand on his shoulder. Wait, what are you? Without warning, the world went blurry. In an instant, the forest disappeared, replaced by an icy mountain landscape that stretched endlessly before them. The air was thin, the wind howled, and the temperature had dropped drastically. Lucy shuddered violently, hugging herself to protect herself from the sudden blast of cold. She blinked rapidly, her teeth chattering. Did you just teleport us directly to Mount Hakob? Naruto, completely oblivious to the cold, yawned. You were complaining about the trip, so I saved us 4 days. Lucy shuddered even more. You could have warned me. Naruto blinked slowly, looking at her. Where's the humor in that? Lucy groaned, hugging herself tighter. I swear you're the worst. Naruto conjured a warm cloak out of thin air and threw it over his head. Yes, yes, you'll get over it, Layla 2.0. Mount Hakob. Lucy shuddered violently as the cold wind from Mount Hakob chilled her to the bone, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Hugging herself, she stumbled through the snow, glaring at the blonde woman beside her. Why did you teleport us here, you idiot? Naruto barely glanced at her, completely indifferent to the freezing temperatures. I already helped. Accept it, he muttered in a flat, disinterested tone. Lucy's eye twitched. Help. I'm freezing. And next time, at least warn me first. Naruto finally looked at her, unimpressed. It's your fault for wearing such a provocative outfit in the mountains. Lucy's face turned as red as a tomato. Excuse me. Driven by anger and shame, she grabbed a snowball and threw it directly at his head. The snowball splashed into Naruto's face, making him stop dead in his tracks. Slowly, he turned towards her, narrowing his icy blue eyes. Lucy smiled triumphantly, until she realized he wasn't even angry. Simply annoying. Naruto let out a long, exhausted sigh, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Infuriating. With a snap of her fingers, a warm, fluffy jacket appeared in her hands. Without looking at it, she threw it over her shoulder, and Lucy barely managed to catch it. She blinked and quickly put on her jacket, feeling instant relief as the warmth flooded her body. Thank you, he murmured. Naruto simply grunted in response, as he continued walking forward. While he was still adjusting his jacket, Lucy ran to catch up with him. How did you do that? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Naruto barely glanced at her. Demonic ability. Lucy frowned. What kind? Naruto sighed deeply. Trust me, you don't want to know. Why not? He insisted. Because I say so. Lucy pouted and crossed her arms. That's not an answer. Naruto ignored her, preferring to change the subject. Who would have thought? I have a feeling there's a key nearby. Lucy's eyes opened wide, and her complaints vanished instantly. Really? He practically shouted. 2 keys in 2 days. Naruto shrugged, unfazed by their enthusiasm. Yes, but I can't pinpoint the exact location. We'll have to search the surrounding area. Lucy raised her fist in the air, almost slipping on the ice. This is incredible. Let's go. She went ahead, leaving Naruto shaking his head as he followed at his own pace. Inside the icy cavern, the cave entrance loomed imposingly before them, its jagged ice formations shimmering with a crystalline, mysterious light. As they stepped inside, the temperature dropped even further, and Lucy instinctively clutched her jacket tighter. The air was unusually still. I felt that something wasn't right. Lucy frowned. It's too quiet. Naruto did not respond. His eyes scanned the darkness that stretched before him. To find her way around the cave, Lucy activated a magic lamp that projected a soft, golden glow onto the icy walls. Looking at Naruto, he noticed that he walked confidently in the dark without needing any light source. It must be the work of the devil. As they went deeper, Naruto suddenly stopped. "It's close," he murmured. Lucy perked up, but before she could ask anything, a deep, guttural roar echoed through the cave. Lucy froze. There was something here. Naruto let out a sigh of annoyance. Of course there's a guardian. Lucy swallowed. "Eh, what?" Before he could answer, the cave floor shook, and from the shadows in front of him, a huge figure advanced. A Balkans. But not just any Balkans. This one was twice the size of a normal one, its fur covered in ice, and its breath was visible in the frigid air. The bright blue veins running along its arms throbbed like icy rivers, and its yellow eyes were immediately drawn to them. Lucy felt a knot in her stomach. "Naruto," she whispered. The Balkan man's ears twitched slightly, and his gaze abruptly turned to Lucy. Then, she smiled. "Very sexy woman." Lucy's soul left her body. "Oh, no way." The Balkan man charged with outstretched arms to grab her. "Kawaii." Before he could reach her, Naruto moved. 1 second, he was standing next to her, and the next, his fist struck the Balkan man's face. The impact echoed through the cave, and the enormous beast flew backward, crashing into the cavern wall with explosive force. Pieces of ice and rock collapsed, raising dust from the impact. Lucy, still trembling, slowly turned towards Naruto. The devil simply dusted himself off his knuckles with a bored expression. "Tisk, weak." Lucy stood there, stunned. "You?" Naruto turned towards her. "You literally punched the monster so hard it became part of the wall." Naruto shrugged. "It would be useless if I couldn't protect my contractor." Lucy exhaled sharply, her heart still pounding. "I'll never get used to this." Naruto ignored her and walked toward the now-destroyed ice pillar. He crouched down, searching among the shattered remains, but his expression of boredom intensified. "Great. No key." Lucy's expression darkened. "Wait, what?" Naruto held up a jagged piece of ice, frowning. "It's gone," he murmured. "The energy trail is faint, but it's moved." Lucy's euphoria vanished instantly. "No, no, no, no. Where is he?" she moaned. Naruto sighed, rubbing his temple. "Could you calm down?" Lucy waved her arms dramatically. "We came all this way, and she's not even here." "How infuriating," Naruto muttered, ceasing to pay attention to her. Before they could continue the search, a voice echoed from the entrance of the cave. "Hey, Macau, are you here?" Lucy turned around, blinking, as a pink-haired boy walked in. Naruto immediately stepped in front of her, his posture tense. Lucy's eyes opened wide. "Wait, that's..." The pink-haired boy's eyes fell on her, and he smiled. "Hey, you're Harjan's girl." Lucy was speechless. "Are you?" Natsu dragged Neo. Naruto didn't relax. "Careful, Lucy. It's not human." Lucy felt like she was about to faint. One moment, he was trying to survive the freezing cold of Mount Hakob. The next, he was face to face with a dragon slayer and, without thinking, had asked if he could join Fairy Tail. Everything was moving too fast. But while she was getting excited internally, something else was happening. Something tense. Something dangerous. Naruto and Natsu continued to stare at each other, an invisible pressure growing between them. It wasn't obvious, but Lucy felt it, a primal energy in the air, like two beasts sizing each other up. Natsu's smile widened even more, but his fingers contracted, unconsciously flexing. "Yeah," he said, laughing and cracking his knuckles. "So you're strong, huh?" Naruto didn't even blink. "No." Natsu's eye twitched. Lucy swallowed hard and stepped between them again. "Hey, no fighting. We just met." Natsu grinned, rubbing his nose. "Come on, just a little sparring." Naruto exhaled slowly, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Approved." Natsu blinked. "Pass." Naruto turned around and walked past him as if he didn't exist. "Yeah," Naruto said listlessly, making it clear with his bored tone that he had no interest. "You're not worth it." A vein on Natsu's forehead bulged. "It's not worth it." He lunged. "Then let me show you how." Before he could even catch up to Naruto, I. A sudden surge of energy emanated from Naruto's body, an invisible shockwave that struck Natsu's chest, stopping him in midair. The pink-haired wizard froze mid-punch, his entire body immobile. Lucy gasped. What just?" Natsu fought against the force, his eyes wide open. It wasn't magic. It wasn't a spell. It was simply pure presence. Like an invisible weight pressing down on him, causing every muscle in his body to tense. Naruto finally glanced over his shoulder, his expression blank. "See, how annoying." Then, with the same naturalness as when she breathes, she continued walking forward, completely ignoring Natsu. The moment Naruto passed him, the pressure disappeared and Natsu stumbled forward, almost falling flat on his face. "Ugh, what the hell was that?" Natsu muttered, shaking himself off. Lucy stared at Naruto, stunned. Natsu is a dragon slayer. A true, purebred dragon slayer. And Naruto simply ignored it completely, as if it didn't even represent a threat. A shiver ran down his spine. How powerful is Naruto? After a few tense minutes, things calmed down. Mikao, now human again, was hanging off Natsu's shoulder, still unconscious after the blow Naruto had given him earlier. Lucy was still mentally recovering from her encounter with Fairy Tail's strongest airhead, but her enthusiasm for joining the guild had returned tenfold. "So, guys, are you coming with me to Fairy Tail?" Natsu asked, still grinning like an idiot, as if he had already forgotten that Naruto had rejected him. Lucy nodded enthusiastically. "Of course," she exclaimed, beaming. "I've wanted to join ever since I was a little girl." Naruto sighed deeply, rubbing his temples. "Do I really have any other choice?" "No," exclaimed Lucy. Infuriating. As they walked back through the snowy terrain, Lucy took out Layla's diary and flipped through its pages. "So we failed to find the key on Mount Hakob," he murmured. "But if the key was moved, then it must be somewhere nearby." Naruto glanced listlessly at the diary. "Do you have another cryptic riddle?" he asked. Lucy nodded, reading aloud. "Where kings once reigned and dragons fell. An ice knight remains frozen in hell. Only the flames of truth and the power of the devil. They will break the chains and restore order." Naruto tilted his head. "That sounds dramatic." Lucy pouted. "All these riddles are so dramatic, but I think I have an idea of where we need to go next." Natsu suddenly perked up. "Hey, did you say dragons?" Lucy blinked. "Oh yeah?" Natsu smiled. His interest immediately piqued. "Then we should check out Clover Canyon." Lucy blinked again. "Wait, what's that?" "It's a huge valley near Clover Town," Natsu explained. "Rumors said there was a dragon there, but only centuries-old ruins remain. The whole area is covered in frozen ruins and statues." Lucy's eyes opened wide. There were kings who ruled, dragons that fell, an ice knight. She gasped. "That has to be it." Naruto sighed again. "Great. More walking." Lucy nudged him. "Would you rather teleport?" Naruto, with an expressionless face, asked, "Yes?" Lucy snorted. "Then let's walk." "How infuriating," Naruto muttered. Lucy shot him a death glare. Stop saying that. The trip to Clover Canyon had been, to say the least, exhausting. Despite Naruto's insistence that he could simply teleport them, Lucy flatly refused, arguing that rushing into a mission ruins the adventure. Naruto stared at her for 5 seconds before murmuring, "Infuriating." And then, to Lucy's horror, Natsu agreed with her. "Yes, walking makes the trip much more fun." Lucy had smiled radiantly. Naruto had almost abandoned them both. Now, hours later, they had finally arrived at Clover Canyon, and the view before them was breathtaking. The immense valley stretched as far as the eye could see, its deep crimson cliffs rising majestically against the frozen landscape. The terrain was a strange mixture of snow and ash, remnants of a fire and ice long since vanished. Ruined stone structures were scattered throughout the canyon, fragmented remains of castles and fortresses lost in time. And at the very center of it all, a gigantic statue of a dragon, frozen in ice, stood over the battlefield like a forgotten god. Lucy let out a low whistle. "Wow, this place is amazing." Naruto barely glanced at the scenery. "He looks dead," he muttered, his hands in his pockets. Lucy pouted. "That's the fun of it. This place used to be ancient ruins." Natsu smiled and continued walking. "Yes, they say the dragon wars were fought here centuries ago. Humans and dragons fought each other, and many dragons died in this canyon. But it's just a myth." Lucy shuddered. "That's a little sad." Natsu crossed his arms. "It would be, if it weren't for a bunch of barnacles. They're just some ruins I explored a long time ago while looking for Igneel." Naruto let out a tired sigh. "Fascinating. Are we done reminiscing about the past, or are we going to find that key?" Lucy snorted, flipping through Layla's diary. "Where kings once reigned and dragons fell. An ice knight remains frozen in hell. Only the flames of truth and the power of the devil. They will break the chains and restore order." Lucy bit her lip. An ice knight, frozen in hell. He glanced around the battlefield, his eyes lingering on the enormous frozen dragon that presided over the center. "Could that be?" Natsu rubbed his chin. "I don't know, but it's huge, so let's go check it out." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Wonderful deduction, genius." As they approached the enormous frozen dragon, the air grew colder. Lucy adjusted her jacket. "It's strange. It's already cold, but this part of the canyon feels unusually cold." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "That's because there's magic involved." Lucy paused. "Wait, can you feel the magic?" Naruto scoffed. "Obviously." Before Lucy could question him for more answers, Natsu suddenly stopped. "Understand." His voice was different, serious. Lucy blinked. "Natsu." The dragon slayer tensed up, sniffing the air. "There's something here." Naruto's bored expression did not change, but his fingers moved slightly. "I wondered when it would manifest itself." Lucy looked at them nervously. What's going on?" "So." The ice covering the dragon's head cracked. Lucy's breathing became shallow. A dull, rumbling roar filled the canyon, making the ground vibrate beneath his feet. "So, the frozen dragon shattered, unleashing a massive wave of ice and wind in all directions. Lucy nearly lost her balance, shielding her face as shards of blue ice flew around her. When the storm subsided, a figure stood amidst the wreckage of the shattered ice. Tall, covered in heavy blue armor, his body was coated in ancient frost, as if he had been buried in ice for centuries. His helmet gleamed in the moonlight, and in his hands he held a huge spear, the tip of which was still covered in ice crystals. Then he spoke. "Who dares to disturb the knight of the frozen throne?" Lucy froze. He was a guardian. A knight frozen in time, still bound to protect this ruin. Naruto sighed. "Great. Another obstacle." The knight slowly raised his lance, fixing his bright blue eyes upon it. "The Ice King's trial must not be interrupted." Then, with blinding speed, the knight charged, and Lucy barely had time to scream. "Move her!" Time seemed to slow as the ice-covered knight charged forward, his enormous lance gleaming in the pale moonlight. The weight of his mere presence chilled the blood, and frost spread beneath his feet with every step. Lucy's heart was pounding. She barely had time to process what was happening before. I. Natsu grabbed her by the waist and leaped back, narrowly dodging the knight's thrust. The force of the attack generated icy shock waves on the ground, leaving behind sharp spikes of frost where she had just stood. Too slow, grumbled the knight, narrowing his bright blue eyes as he turned his lance back towards them. Lucy let out a shaky breath. What is this? A real nuisance, Naruto muttered, barely moving as his icy gaze fixed on the knight. The knight stood up straight, his posture perfectly disciplined, like that of a long-dead soldier who still remains faithful to his duty. You are looking for the power sealed in this ruin, he declared, but only the worthy will pass. You will face the trial of the Ice King. Lucy gasped, her gaze fixed on the shattered remains of the gigantic ice dragon behind her. Was that the Ice King? Naruto exhaled wearily, rubbing his temple. Great. Another sanctimonious guardian. Natsu, however, smiled and cracked his knuckles. That sounds good to me, he said, a flash of fire between his fingers. I don't quite understand what's going on, but if you want to fight. He lunged forward, flames erupting around his fists. I challenge you. Natsu's flame-enveloped fist shot forward, aiming directly at the knight's frozen armor. The flames erupted on impact, sending a wave of heat through the frigid air. But the knight didn't even flinch. He simply raised his armored forearm, blocking the blow as if it were nothing. Lucy's eyes widened. Natsu's flames did nothing. Naruto sighed. Of course not. With a swift flick of the wrist, the knight counterattacked. His lance whipped through the air with the speed of a hurricane. Dragon Claw. Natsu barely managed to turn his body, dodging the spear by centimeters before launching a flaming kick at the knight's head. But before the blow could land, the knight simply vanished. That dash. In the blink of an eye, the knight reappeared behind Natsu, the tip of his spear just centimeters from his spine. Struggles with passion, thundered the knight, but passion alone is not enough. The moment those words left his mouth. Crack. The knight's spear struck Natsu's side, sending the dragon slayer flying across the battlefield. Gah! Natsu crashed into a nearby stone ruin, smashing through the ancient walls with a loud boom. Lucy gasped, Natsu! But before she could run to help him, the gentleman's gaze fell upon her. You are the one who carries the legacy, said the knight, bowing his head slightly. Daughter of Heartfilia, step forward. Lucy froze. How do you know who I am? He stammered. The knight's bright blue eyes flickered. Your blood calls to the key. Lucy felt a lurch in her stomach. So he was guarding the key. But before he could answer, Naruto, who had been silently watching the fight, finally stepped forward. I'm getting bored, he muttered. Lucy turned to him. And Naruto, what are you? In the blink of an eye, Naruto disappeared. The knight abruptly raised his head, surprised. Naruto's fist pierced the knight's armor, shattering it like brittle ice. The force of the blow generated a shockwave that reverberated through the canyon, cracking the ground beneath his feet. The gentleman didn't even have time to react. His bright blue eyes blinked, a brief moment of surprise flashing across his expressionless helmet. So, his entire body fractured, and thin veins of light spread through the cracks in his ice-covered armor. Lucy took a step back, her breath coming in short gasps. By no means. With one last burst of power, the knight crumbled, his body disintegrating into a swirling vortex of shattered snow and ice. The sound of frozen metal falling to the ground was all that remained. A heavy silence fell over the battlefield. Naruto sighed, brushing the ice dust off his hand. Well, that was a waste of time. Lucy just stared at him, her mouth slightly open. Natsu, who had just emerged from the rubble, blinked in disbelief. Hey, he pointed to the spot where the knight had been. He was still fighting him. Naruto glanced at him sideways, with an expressionless face. No, you weren't. Natsu became defensive. Of course, they were shaking you around like a rag doll. I was letting him get tired out. Naruto tilted his head. Letting yourself get stabbed? Natsu stammered. That was strategy. Infuriating. Lucy groaned, rubbing her temples. Can you stop acting like children for 5 minutes? Then, something caught his attention. Among the shattered remains of the night, something shone beneath the ice. A key. Lucy's heart pounded as she ran toward the fallen debris, carefully pushing aside the shards of ice until her fingers gripped the object. It was cold to the touch, even through her gloves. Slowly, he raised her up into the dim moonlight, and his breath caught in his throat. It was a demonic key. But unlike his usual golden zodiac keys, this one was completely black, with a metallic surface adorned with intricate silver engravings reminiscent of frost-covered chains. At the top of the handle, a heart symbol was embedded in a blue gem, pulsating slightly as if it were alive. Lucy's grip tightened. This is one of the lost keys. Naruto let out a bored sigh. It's about time you realized that. Lucy turned to him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Whose key is this? Naruto glanced quickly at the engraving, his face barely changing. Lust. Lucy blinked. Lust. Naruto rolled his eyes. A problem. Lucy raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto crossed his arms. It's the demon of lust, one of the most dangerous lost keys. And before you do anything, don't summon it. Lucy pouted. Why not? Naruto stared at her expressionlessly. Because he's going to destroy you. Lucy froze. Naruto sighed again, looking at the key as if it were a ticking time bomb. She's not just a devil. She's cut from a different cloth. Strong, manipulative, and far too flirtatious for her own good. Lucy felt a slight shiver, not from the cold, but from the way Naruto was talking about her. As if he truly distrusted her. So bad, huh? Naruto shrugged. I'm not afraid of him. Lucy narrowed her eyes. You look scared. I'm annoyed, Naruto corrected himself. It's infuriating. Lucy snorted. Oh wow, did you find someone even worse than me? Naruto looked at her. It's not funny. Lucy smiled sarcastically, showing the key. I mean, if it's so powerful, wouldn't it be useful? Naruto scoffed. You don't make deals with lust without consequences. Lucy frowned. But Naruto looked at her with a blank expression. Do you want to end up as an ice statue? Lucy swallowed, clutching the key tightly to her chest. That's correct. There's no call for applications yet. With the key in his possession, his work in Clover Canyon was finished. Lucy had never felt so lucky. 2 of the lost keys in just a few days. All right, Natsu stretched, smiling. Now that we're done, let's go to Fairy Tail. Lucy smiled brightly. I can't believe I'm finally going to join. Naruto sighed, his hands in his pockets. I can't believe they're dragging me into this. Lucy nudged him. Oh, shut up. You'll love it. Naruto doubted it. Magnolia. After what seemed like an eternity of travel, they had finally arrived in Magnolia. The town was just as Lucy had imagined it, warm, bustling, and full of life. The sun was beginning to set, painting the streets gold as the merchants packed up their stalls and people headed home at dusk. We're finally here, exclaimed Lucy, stretching her arms as she breathed in the fresh air. The 5-hour journey had been exhausting, and Natsu's motion sickness had only made it worse. Between his groans and the fright he'd had in the train car, Lucy was surprised he'd made it without fainting. Naruto, as always, seemed unimpressed. It's getting dark, he remarked, his hands in his pockets. You should find us a place to stay. You'll take care of the guild tomorrow. Lucy pouted. Oh, right. We need a place to sleep. She turned to Natsu and bowed politely. I'm sorry, but first we'll have to find an inn. Natsu smiled and waved goodbye. Don't worry. If you need directions, just ask anyone. Fairy Tail is very famous around here. Macau, now fully awake after being dropped off at an inn to go to Clover Canyon, smiled at the 2 blondes. Thanks again for saving my skin. Lucy gave him a warm smile. It was nothing. Naruto, meanwhile, had already begun to walk away. Let's go, he murmured, clearly more interested in going to sleep than staying. Lucy huffed as she watched him walk away. What's wrong with him? Mikao smiled wryly. A lover's quarrel? Lucy blushed instantly. We're not lovers. She quickly ran after Naruto, leaving behind a laughing Mikao and a smug Natsu. They'll be a great addition to the group, won't they? Mikao mused. Natsu grinned, crossing his arms. Yeah, and that Naruto guy, he's clearly strong. I'm really looking forward to beating him up tomorrow. As they walked through the quiet streets, Lucy balanced on a low stone barricade, her arms outstretched as she tried to keep her balance. Naruto glanced at her sideways, his brow slightly furrowed. What's wrong with your face? Lucy asked, noticing that he was looking at her strangely. What face? That face, she exclaimed, jumping up and pinching his cheeks with both hands. You look like you just lost a bet or something. Naruto sighed, letting her pull his cheeks without resistance. It's because I lost a bet. Lucy blinked. Huh? What kind of bet? Naruto turned around, his hands resting on his left wrist, as if remembering something unpleasant. It's Natsu. Lucy's eyes widened. What do you mean? Naruto exhaled. That guy back there? He's a demon. Lucy froze. A demon. Naruto nodded, resurrected by pride. Lucy stared at him. But he looks like a normal human. Naruto shrugged. Appearances can change when a demon realizes their true potential. Until then, they can look like anyone else. Lucy swallowed hard. So what was the bet? Finally, Naruto turned to look at her, and his icy blue eyes locked onto hers. It was a game between Pride and me, he said simply, to see who could be the first to turn a human into a demon with their contractor's approval. Lucy shuddered. Were you playing with people's lives? Naruto sighed. It's not that simple. We can't force humans into demons. They must be revived by the will of their contractor. Pride's contractor made that decision. Lucy's eyes filled with concern. So, you lost the bet. Naruto nodded, with a completely serious expression. Lucy felt a lump in her throat. And what was your punishment? Naruto's expression darkened as he raised his left wrist. He stared at her, his eyes intense and unwavering. A simple tap on the wrist. Lucy's brain stopped working. Huh? Naruto's serious expression did not change. A slap. Right here, she said, pointing to her wrist. It hurts a lot. Lucy's left eye twitched violently. She had spent the last minute gripped by panic over her tragic past, only to discover that her punishment was a slap. You. Scam. Lucy hit him on the head. Idiot. Naruto clutched his head, feigning pain. You don't understand how much a smack on the wrist hurts. Shut up. After some discussions, they finally found an apartment. Just one problem. It was Lucy's apartment, and it was intended for one person only. Let's go sleep for a while, Naruto yawned, taking off his shirt as he walked towards his bed. No. Lucy pushed him away, but her hands landed on his chest, making him instantly realize how muscular he was. She stepped back sharply, her face flushed. You sit on the sofa. Naruto stared blankly, confused. Why? Lucy glared at him. Because boys and girls can't sleep in the same bed. But we already did. That doesn't count. Naruto sighed in annoyance and turned towards the door. Infuriating. With that, he left the room. Lucy snorted, crossing her arms. Stupid demon. Later that night, Lucy sat at the kitchen table, staring intently at the key of lust. The silence was broken when Naruto suddenly spoke from the living room. Don't summon her. She's worse than you. Naruto muttered listlessly as he lay on the sofa. Lucy sighed in annoyance and continued examining the key. She gripped it tightly, admiring its elegant metallic design. The tribal heart-shaped tip and the shimmering pink details were dazzling. He smiled, feeling one step closer to bringing his mother back to life. Tomorrow they would join Fairy Tail. But for now, I needed to sleep. Fairy Tail. Naruto stood stoically in front of the enormous double doors of the Fairy Tail Guild, with his arms crossed and a completely expressionless face. Beside her, Lucy was practically vibrating with excitement, her hands clenched into fists as she tried to contain her nervousness. The two of them had been standing there for 2 long minutes. Naruto, who was already losing patience, finally spoke. "Shall we go in or not?" he asked in a monotonous, bored voice. Lucy took a deep breath, preparing herself for what was coming. "Yes, let's go in." He pushed open the doors. Again, bang. Lucy barely had time to react before Naruto suddenly appeared in front of her, raising his hand with lightning reflexes to deflect a flying chair that was heading straight for her head. The wooden chair splintered against the wall, shattering into pieces. Lucy's eyes opened wide. Inside, the entire guild was a war zone. Tables overturned, wizards shouted and laughed as they hurled punches, spells, and furniture at each other. The fight was so chaotic that it seemed no one had even noticed the door opening. Naruto sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. So this is Fairy Tail. However, Lucy didn't care about the destruction at all. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked around the room, her gaze lingering on the familiar faces she had only read about. "Naruto, look, that's Kana Alberona," he exclaimed, pointing enthusiastically at a beautiful brunette calmly drinking an entire barrel of beer in the middle of the fight. "She's the biggest drinker in Fairy Tail." Naruto exhaled. How infuriating. Unlike Layla, who had always been a loner, Lucy was determined to drag him with her into that guild of lunatics. "Kaya!" Lucy squealed again, repeatedly and excitedly hitting Naruto's arm. "It's Mira Jane." He pointed to the beautiful white-haired woman who was walking towards them with a sweet and welcoming smile on her face. "Era newcomers?" Mira greeted in a soft, kind voice. "So." He stopped dead in his tracks. Her expression froze. Her blue eyes opened slightly as her smile faltered. Naruto narrowed his eyes, observing her closely. Something was wrong. Suddenly, Mira grabbed her head, digging her fingers into her scalp. The moment she laid eyes on Naruto, something awakened within her. The voices. They were whispering. "Reclavel. Make it ours. Tear off his clothes and see it." Mira Jane let out a soft sigh, dropping the plate she was holding. Before she could touch the ground, Naruto caught her effortlessly, his blue eyes fixed on hers with silent intensity. Mira's breathing became shallow. It was too close. And she felt it. A powerful attraction, something dark and intoxicating that clawed at him from within, whispering to him in a language he did not understand. Lucy approached quickly, her face full of worry. "Mira-san, are you okay?" Mira forced a smile, trying to ignore the severe headache. "Why, yes, just a headache." But the murmurs grew louder and louder. Her nails dug into her skin, her breathing was ragged. Naruto, with his arms crossed, stared at her. "You're a conquest magician," he said matter-of-factly. "And if I'm not mistaken, you have the soul of Satan." Mira's eyes fixed on him, wide with surprise. Lucy blinked. "Wait, what does that mean?" Naruto sighed, already annoyed. "It means," he explained, "that she has demons inside her." Lucy stiffened. "Damn it." Naruto nodded. "And right now, they're reacting to me." Mira's face was burning, and she quickly grabbed her head again, trembling. The voices no longer whispered. They were screaming. Lucy panicked. "Naruto, we have to get her somewhere quiet." Naruto let out a long, dramatic sigh. "It infuriates me." Even so, he grabbed Mira's wrist and helped Lucy drag her to the guild's storeroom, away from the chaos of the main hall. Mira was on the ground, panting, her body burning as she clutched her chest. The voices had never been so loud. "Please stop. Make it stop." Lucy knelt beside him, very worried. "What's wrong, Naruto? Should we call someone?" Naruto crossed his arms. "It doesn't make sense. He's simply experiencing the natural instincts of a demon." Lucy frowned. "What does that mean?" Naruto rubbed his temple. "It means," he said dryly, that the demons inside him want to mate with me. Lucy froze. His brain short-circuited. Excuse me. Naruto sighed again. Demons are drawn to superior beings. Their instincts react to me because, well, he pointed to himself. Obviously. Lucy's face turned red. What kind of explanation is that? Mira let out a soft moan, still trembling. Please, she whispered. Make him stop. Naruto groaned. Ugh, I hate having to deal with this. Lucy crossed her arms. So what do we do now? Naruto crouched down next to Mira, gently holding her chin and forcing her to look at him. The only way to calm a demon in heat, he said, is to give it what it wants. Lucy's face burst into color. Are you going to be intentional with her? Naruto, with an expressionless face, said, No, idiot. Lucy stiffened. So what? Before she could finish, Naruto leaned in and pressed his lips against Mira's. Lucy froze. Mira froze. The whispers in Mira's head vanished instantly. Her body relaxed. The burning sensation faded. In its place, a gentle warmth filled her chest, something unexpectedly delicate. Her eyes snapped open. She realized. Naruto was kissing her. Her face turned as red as a tomato, and she immediately pushed him away, bringing her hand to her lips. Pervert. Lucy, overcome by an emotion she refused to name, kicked Naruto in the ribs. Pervert. Naruto groaned as he landed against some barrels. Definitely Layla, he muttered through gritted teeth. After calming down, Mira slowly sat up, staring at him, her face still flushed. Lucy took a deep breath, still glaring. All right, Mira-san, Naruto is a demon. Please don't tell anyone. Mira blinked, then nodded. I see. She turned to Naruto, still blushing. Thank you for helping me. Naruto groaned. It's infuriating. Mira smiled. Oh, I never knew their names. Lucy smiled brightly. I'm Lucy Heartfilia, and that grumpy guy is Naruto. Mira giggled. It's a pleasure to meet you both. She glanced at Naruto. Especially you, Naruto-kun. Lucy's eye twitched. Naruto. Naruto sighed. Infuriating. The guild's chaos had finally subsided, leaving behind a few unconscious wizards, overturned tables, and the lingering scent of beer and magic in the air. Lucy, standing by the guild bar, was practically radiating excitement as Mira Jane pressed the Fairy Tale Guild seal against the back of her hand. With a soft glow, the Fairy Tale mark appeared on her skin. Welcome to Fairy Tale, Mira exclaimed radiantly, officially sealing Lucy's place in the guild. Lucy gasped with joy, her eyes widening at her new guild mark. I can't believe it. I'm finally a Fairy Tale mage. Mira giggled. The master isn't here right now, but I'm sure he'll welcome you with open arms when he returns. The warmth of the moment almost overshadowed the destruction left by the recent fight. Almost. While the unconscious bodies lay slumped on the tables, Mira turned her attention to Naruto. And you, Naruto-san? She felt a slight burning sensation in her cheeks as he turned towards her, fixing those icy blue eyes on hers like a predator catching its prey. What color and where? He stammered. Naruto's response was immediate. I'm not interested. Huh? Lucy and Mira spoke at the same time, and their expressions reflected surprise as they looked at him. I can't become a member of Fairy Tale, Naruto said in a monotone voice. I'm a demon. However, his explanation was not convincing. Lucy put her hands on her hips, puffing herself up like an angry cat. So what? It doesn't matter if you're a demon or not. You're joining Fairy Tale, and that's an order. Naruto sighed, shaking his head in amusement. Definitely Layla. Then, to everyone's surprise, Naruto took off his jacket and threw his shirt over his head. Both Mira and Lucy were paralyzed. Their brains suffered an immediate short circuit. Without the fabric that had concealed his torso, Naruto's sculpted physique was fully revealed, a powerful, lean torso crisscrossed with defined muscles, with barely visible scars on his toned abs. His body was incredibly muscular, every inch sculpted with brute strength and absolute mastery. Mira turned red instantly, her eyes wide. Why am I blushing? She thought, gripped by panic. I had seen many shirtless men in fairy tale before, Laxus, Elfman, Grey, but for some reason, Naruto was different. There was something undeniably primitive about his presence, something that made his stomach churn. Lucy, on the other hand, stared brazenly. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Staring is rude, you know? Lucy reacted immediately, turning her head sharply with an exaggerated cough. A, are you staring? W, who's staring? I wasn't staring. You should be more honest with yourself, Naruto sighed. Mira, still blushing, quickly pressed the guild seal against Naruto's left breast, avoiding eye contact as she sealed the mark in deep red. W, welcome to Fairy Tale, she murmured, immediately turning away to hide her flushed face. Naruto simply chuckled, putting on his shirt and jacket as if nothing had happened. Lucy kept looking in the opposite direction, her face completely red. The moment Lucy read the mission details, she felt a deep sense of betrayal. You tricked me, she groaned, running a hand over her face in pure frustration. The request seemed simple: infiltrate a mansion and retrieve a stolen item. But what Natsu conveniently forgot to mention was that his target was a perverted old man who was recruiting blonde maids. And now, Lucy was expected to wear a maid outfit as part of the infiltration. Kill me now? Natsu, of course, seemed completely unfazed, displaying his usual smile as they approached the village entrance. We're here now, so let's get this over with, he exclaimed, putting his hands behind his head. So, Natsu stopped suddenly, blinking in confusion. Ah, yes, where is this Naruto guy? Lucy froze in place. Her face paled. A cold sweat ran down his back. I had forgotten about him. Panic gripped her as she quickly reached into her bag and grabbed Naruto's key. With a slight hesitation, he whispered the incantation. Open up, Gate of Hell, Wrath. Naruto appeared in a burst of crimson energy, mid-sip from a large mug of beer. Flicker. He took a slow, deliberate sip of his drink. Finally, he looked at Lucy. You know, he murmured unimpressed. You could have called me telepathically instead of summoning me by force. Lucy blinked. Could I do that? Naruto stared at her. Then he sighed. Did you forget? Lucy pouted and crossed her arms. I didn't know that. I thought I could only summon you like that. Infuriating. Natsu turned towards them with his usual radiant smile. Hey, there you are. He cracked his knuckles, his enthusiasm almost contagious. After this mission, do you want to train? Naruto raised an eyebrow, then shrugged. Sure. Lucy barely had time to process that conversation before grabbing Naruto by the wrist and dragging him away. Come on, we have to do something first. Why are they dragging me again? Naruto sighed. Shut up and follow me. Lucy dragged Naruto into a small clothing store and pushed him onto a bench near the fitting rooms. Stay here, he huffed before disappearing behind a curtain. Naruto, now sitting with his chin resting on his hand, sighed deeply. This is so cliché. He stared at the ceiling, bored to the core, while he waited. A few minutes later, Lucy came out of the changing room. Naruto looked up. Then, immediately, he lowered his gaze. A slight blush crossed her face as she looked away, pretending to concentrate on the ground. Lucy's maid outfit was dangerously short. The skirt barely reached mid-thigh, leaving her long legs completely bare. The outfit was tight, accentuating her curves. Her blonde hair was styled in two pigtails, giving her an unexpectedly sweet look. Naruto cleared his throat. Yes, that looks good. Let's go. Without saying a word, he stood up, grabbed Lucy's wrist, and dragged her toward the counter. Hey, wait, Lucy shouted, her face as red as a tomato. Let me change first. But Naruto ignored her and dragged her along with him while several customers in the store turned to look. Lucy felt her soul leave her body. When they arrived at the entrance of the mansion, Lucy was still nervous, with her arms crossed over herself. Natsu, however, smiled when he saw her maid outfit. What a lovely outfit, Lucy. Lucy moaned. Thank you. I'm a little nervous about this. Meanwhile, Naruto walked calmly past them, his hands in the pockets of his coat. Wait, Naruto, what are you doing? Lucy whispered sharply. Naruto didn't even stop to walk. I'm inspecting the mansion, he said simply. Let me know if you need me. Then, to everyone's surprise, Naruto walked right through the front door as if he wasn't there. Natsu was speechless. Wow, how did he do that? Lucy just sighed. I stopped asking questions. Naruto walked through the luxurious halls, his boots echoing silently against the gleaming marble floors. Something wasn't right. I hadn't mentioned it to Lucy yet, but from the moment they arrived, I had felt a familiar energy within the mansion. It wasn't simply a stolen artifact. It was a key. And not just any key. Stopping abruptly, he heard the faint sound of the doorbell. Natsu and Lucy had finally arrived at the main entrance. Her gaze turned upwards as she spotted a short, ugly man descending a large staircase, surrounded by equally unattractive maids. Naruto rolled his eyes. I had no interest in that perverted old man. Instead, he teleported past them, through the floors until he reached a closed room. Without hesitation, he went straight through the door. Inside, a large safe was leaning against the wall, covered with layers of security spells. Naruto's eyes narrowed. It just can't be. He reached out and placed his hand on the surface of the safe. The metal creaked, bending under its immense force before splitting completely in a single motion. The safe opened, revealing its contents. Naruto's eyes opened slightly. Inside, resting on a black velvet cloth, was a key unlike any other I had ever seen before. A key to Zion. The three fairy tale wizards walked along the winding dirt road. The familiar silhouette of Magnolia grew larger and larger on the horizon as they made their way back to the guild. Her mission had been a success, although Lucy felt a touch of disappointment at returning empty-handed. Even though her reward had been rejected, she couldn't be too upset. Helping KB Melon had been the right thing to do, and she'd even gained a new celestial key in the process. Still, her gaze shifted to Naruto, who had remained unusually quiet for the past few minutes. His hands were in his coat pockets, his ice blue eyes fixed straight ahead with an unreadable expression. Something was bothering him. Lucy reached out and gently tugged on his sleeve. Naruto finally looked at her. What do you think? He asked, offering a gentle smile. Naruto exhaled through his nose, pausing for a moment before speaking. I have to show you something when we get back to your apartment. Lucy blinked curiously. What is it? He insisted. But Naruto ignored her, turning his gaze back to the road. Lucy pouted. Naruto, she moaned, but he pretended not to hear her. What? He finally sighed. Take me. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks, turning his head to stare at her expressionlessly. Her eyes drifted downwards, examining her perfectly functional legs before looking back up. They seemed to be working perfectly. Shut up, Lucy huffed, hands on her hips. Just carry me. Without warning, Naruto suddenly lifted her up, passing one arm under her knees and the other supporting her back in a bridal style. Lucy let out a surprised eep, instinctively grabbing his shoulders. I'm starting to think you're treating me like a personal servant, Naruto muttered, continuing on his way without stopping. Lucy frowned, and a hint of guilt was reflected in her expression. I'm treating it this way? Natsu, who had been walking ahead, turned towards them with a wide, mischievous grin. You're so spoiled, Lucy, she laughed. Then, with a mocking smile, he added, It's hard to get a girlfriend, huh, Naruto? Lucy blushed instantly. He's not my boyfriend. Naruto, however, didn't even bother to deny it. Instead, she let out a dramatic sigh. She's my princess, he murmured. I have to do what she says, even if it makes me furious. Lucy felt her face burning even more. Idiot, she stammered, visibly nervous. I don't understand this romance thing, Natsu said frankly, smiling. Lucy, eager for a distraction, latched onto the subject. Don't you have someone special? She asked curiously. Natsu tilted his head, thoughtful. Well, everyone in the industry is special to me. They're my family. Lucy smiled sweetly. That's sweet, Natsu. But I meant someone more than a friend. Like a girl you really like. Natsu frowned slightly, as if searching through his memories. Then, her eyes lit up. Ah, Lisanna, he said, nodding to himself. Lucy raised an eyebrow. Lisanna. Yes, she's special, and she's my best friend. That's more than a friend, right? Lucy smiled, leaning slightly forward. Oh, and where is it? Why haven't you done anything yet? Natsu's smile vanished instantly. Her expression darkened for the first time since she met him. She's dead. Lucy felt a lurch in her stomach. Oh, I'm sorry, Dash. No, it's okay. Natsu interrupted, forcing a smile. It's been a long time. But even as she was saying that, Lucy realized. She was hiding the pain. Naruto, who had been silently observing, confirmed his suspicions. I had seen that expression before, the look of someone hiding their pain. Someone who hadn't let go of it. After a brief pause, Natsu perked up again. I'm going to explore ahead, to see if any enemies are waiting for us, he said cheerfully before running off. Lucy watched him leave, her brow slightly furrowed. He's very hurt, she murmured. Lisanna must have meant a lot to him. Naruto simply hummed in response, offering no further comment. After a few moments of peaceful walking, Lucy suddenly looked up at Naruto. Hey Naruto, what was my mother like? Naruto did not hesitate. Look at yourself in a mirror. Lucy puffed out her cheeks. Seriously? Is that all I get? Naruto smiled slightly. She was stubborn, he added, and determined, just like you. Lucy sighed, still not satisfied but accepting the answer. So, how come you're not angry all the time? He asked. You're wrath, aren't you? Naruto's expression did not change. I'm always angry. Lucy broke out in a cold sweat. I find it hard to believe. Then, before he could stop, he asked, Are you dating anyone? Naruto glanced at her briefly. No. Lucy let out a soft sigh of relief, and immediately afterward she froze. Why am I happy about that? Before Lucy could get even more out of control, Naruto suddenly stopped. His gaze sharpened. Lucy blinked. Huh? What's wrong? Naruto did not respond. Instead, she gently placed it on the ground, her gaze fixed on something in front of her. Lucy followed his gaze, and his eyes were opened. In the distance, smoke and fire crashed against the ice, generating small shockwaves in the area. Unbeknownst to them, Natsu had already lunged forward upon seeing an individual with black hair. Two figures separated with a jump, both landing on opposite sides of the road. One of them was Natsu. The other was a shirtless, dark-skinned magician. Why is he in his underwear? Lucy squealed. Natsu and the dark-haired mage locked eyes, their expressions shifting from hostile to almost playful. You want to fight, Flamehead? Mocked the ice mage. Come on, Ice Princess, Natsu replied. Lucy slapped her forehead. Good heavens, do they fight all the time? Naruto, however, was no longer paying attention to them. He had sensed something more. Something is lurking nearby. Without saying a word, he turned around and began to walk away. Lucy realized it immediately. Hey, where are you going? He shouted. I'll be right back, Naruto muttered. In the meantime, try to calm those idiots down. Lucy sighed, already feeling exhausted. The dark-haired mage watched Naruto walk away and frowned. Who is that guy? Natsu blinked. Huh? Oh yeah, it's Naruto. He and Lucy joined the guild yesterday. Gray snorted. It's about time you mentioned that, Flamehead. Shut up, block of ice. Make me, breath of flame. Lucy moaned when she saw them arguing. This is so outrageous. She froze. Then his eye trembled. Damn you, Naruto. Now you've made me say it. Naruto remained hidden in the shadows, his gaze fixed on a small group of mages gathered just outside a dimly lit tavern. They whispered among themselves, their voices low and cautious. At first, he wasn't particularly interested in them, They were just another group of rogue mages struggling against hunger and exhaustion. But then, lullaby. The moment he heard the word, something stirred in his mind. Naruto frowned. Why does this sound familiar? He couldn't identify what it was, but something in the way they pronounced the name set off alarm bells. Without thinking twice, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, the entire group collapsed to the ground, snoring loudly, their bodies limp and unconscious. That should be enough, he murmured, dusting off his coat. He didn't know what lullaby was, but if it was important enough to discuss in secret, then it was best to leave it at that. Having said that, he disappeared, teleporting directly to the position closest to Lucy. A sudden return. Naruto blinked in slight surprise as he reappeared in front of the fairy tale guild. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Wow, I should still be about 30 minutes away. That meant he was in a hurry to return for some reason. Before I could reflect on it further, Urza is back. A powerful voice boomed from inside the guild, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Naruto barely had time to react before someone enthusiastically pushed him. A young man with spiky orange hair ran in, his face beaming with excitement as he spread the news. Naruto narrowed his eyes. For some reason, that boy seemed familiar to me. But before she could think about it, something else caught her attention. Or rather, someone. A woman walked briskly towards the entrance of the guild, easily carrying a huge horn over her shoulder. Her long scarlet hair waved behind her like a battle flag, and her mere presence radiated authority. Naruto knew it immediately. This was no ordinary magician. This was Titania, Urza Scarlet, the most powerful mage in fairy tale. She stopped dead in her tracks, fixing her piercing brown eyes on him. What issues do you have with the Union? He asked in a firm and authoritarian tone. Naruto did not respond. He simply stared at her with an unreadable expression. A tense silence fell between them. The energy surrounding Urza subtly shifted, and her grip on the horn tightened slightly. If you refuse to answer, he continued in a colder voice, step aside or face the consequences. The other guild members who were inside the hall remained silent, peeking out to observe the possible confrontation. Two heavyweights stared at each other, and no one dared to interrupt. The seconds passed. So, Naruto suddenly looked away, with a faint blush barely perceptible on his cheeks. Beautiful. The word, spoken so naturally, struck Urza like a burst of fire magic. Her eyes opened slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her face. I'm flattered by your compliment, she said after a brief pause, regaining her composure. But if you have no business being here, I ask that you step aside. Naruto shrugged, as if his own words didn't affect him at all. Safe. Without even looking at him, she turned around and left, heading towards the city center, where Lucy's apartment was located. Urza watched him leave, her cheeks still hot. She had anticipated a challenge, perhaps even a duel, not an unexpected and casual compliment. However, upon entering the guild, one thought lingered in her mind. Flattery was nothing new to her, nor had it ever disconcerted her. Yet, for some reason, this time was different. Shaking his head, he turned towards the guild doors. He had more important matters to attend to, like the absolute disaster that awaits him inside. Fairy Tail had misbehaved while she was away. And now, the time for punishment had arrived. Department. Naruto was sitting on the small sofa, with his arms crossed, examining the golden key of Zion that rested on the coffee table in front of him. It pulsed faintly with a divine glow, a stark contrast to the obsidian-colored trihexa keys he was familiar with. Naruto frowned. She recognized some angels, but the design of this key was unfamiliar. The motifs engraved on the handle were delicate and intricate, unlike the cruder, jagged designs of demonic keys. To whom did this key belong? Before she could think of anything else, the door burst open, revealing a very tired Lucy. She was exhausted after her first mission and the introductions at the guild. As soon as he entered, he groaned, crawled towards the sofa, and collapsed beside her. Where were you, Naruto? He murmured wearily, resting his head against the back of the sofa. Naruto did not respond at first, his gaze still fixed on the key of Zion. Lucy let out a small snort before something shiny on the table caught her attention. Her eyes opened wide. A key. He grabbed it quickly, examining it closely. It was beautiful. Unlike Naruto's dark and ominous key, this one radiated warmth. The key's golden gleam shone softly in the room's dim light. "Where did you find this?" "Back at the mansion," Naruto finally replied, stretching lazily. "I was hiding inside a safe." Lucy lightly tightened the key. His heart was beating fast. A key to Zion. I had only read about them in ancient celestial records. While the Trihexa keys were shrouded in dark legends and dread, the keys of Zion were considered mythical, said to be the remnants of angels who once walked the earth. Lucy turned to Naruto. "How can I summon this?" he asked. "Do you have the same hiring process?" Naruto shook his head. "As far as I know, they don't do exchanges." Lucy swallowed, running her fingers over the smooth surface of the key. "Should I try to make a contract now?" Naruto simply shrugged. "It's your decision." Lucy blinked, tilting her head. "Huh? You don't object to me making a contract with an angel?" She looked at him with slight suspicion. "Aren't you, let's say, natural enemies?" Naruto stared at her expressionlessly. "Who the hell told you that?" Lucy hesitated. "Everyone knows it. You know, good versus evil, light versus darkness." Naruto's expression became expressionless. "Do you think I'm evil and dark?" Lucy's whole body stiffened. "And no, I mean..." Naruto leaned forward, his piercing blue eyes holding her still. "Have we been together for 3 days?" Lucy swallowed. "Okay, I'm sorry," she cried, waving her hands in a panic. "I didn't mean to." A moment of silence. "So?" Naruto suddenly laughed. Lucy blinked in surprise, and her expression changed to confusion. "Idiot," she huffed, her eyes slightly watering. "I thought I'd really offended you." Naruto smiled and reached out to place his hand on his head. "Don't worry," he said softly. "You can insult me, hit me, do whatever you want. I won't get angry with you." Lucy's face turned red. "Why?" he stammered. "Because I am a demon and you are my contractor." He withdrew his hand, and Lucy pouted slightly as she lost her warmth. "To be honest," Naruto sighed, "I was Layla's stress ball." Lucy laughed. "That sounds very irritating." Naruto let out a dramatic sigh. "You have no idea." Suddenly, Lucy wrapped her arms around him, gently embracing him. "Thank you, Naruto," he murmured. "So, cool." She gave him a light punch in the stomach. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What was that for?" Lucy pouted. "That's for kissing Mira-san." Naruto sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "If you wanted a kiss, you could have asked for it instead of getting jealous." Lucy blushed. "Jealous? I'm not jealous," she huffed, turning away. "And who would want to kiss you?" Naruto smiled sarcastically. "Layla was kissing me all the time." Lucy froze. Her head turned sharply towards him. "Did you kiss my mom?" "Correction, princess," said Naruto, leaning back, unfazed by the fact. "She kissed me." Lucy bit her lip. "Oh, then that's fine. Kiss me." He closed his eyes tightly, leaning slightly forward, his heart pounding in his chest. What will it feel like? Will it be like the romance novels she reads? Her lips pursed slightly. "So, a gentle, delicate pressure against your forehead." Lucy opened her eyes suddenly. Naruto stepped aside with a mocking smile. "There it is," he said listlessly. "Happy." Lucy was speechless. "That doesn't count," he shouted. Naruto shrugged. "Well, too bad. Now, go summon the angel and make the contract." Lucy puffed out her cheeks and crossed her arms. "Wicked." Lucy took a deep breath before standing up. "Well, here we go." He raised the golden key in the air, making a sweeping motion. "Open up, O gate of heaven." A flash of golden light exploded in the room, forcing both Lucy and Naruto to shield their eyes. When the glow faded, An incredibly beautiful woman floated in front of them. She had long golden curls that cascaded down her back like liquid sunlight. A radiant halo floated gently above her head, and behind her, 12 magnificent white wings unfurled, resplendent with divine power. She wore a flowing white toga. Her figure was voluptuous yet graceful, elegant yet imposing. Her soft violet eyes gazed upon them, and when she spoke, her voice was like the gentle ringing of sacred bells. Hello. She descended slowly until her feet touched the carpeted floor. How soft your grass is, he murmured, smiling. Lucy blinked. That's a rug. The angel bowed his head. Ah, forgive me. It's the first time I've been summoned to the human world. Lucy swallowed, her heart racing. Unbeknownst to him, he was in the presence not of just any angel, but of a seraph. Naruto, meanwhile, looked away with a slightly annoyed expression. Another blonde. How infuriating. The angel turned towards Lucy and smiled warmly at her. My name is Gabriel, one of the 4 great seraphim and the angel of diligence. Lucy was stunned by the revelation. My name is Lucy Heartfilia, she said, taking a deep breath. Can we sign a contract? Gabriel's smile widened. Of course, she whispered. Now, close your eyes. A warm sensation spread through Lucy's chest as she felt a soft touch against her skin. Gabriel's delicate fingers gently rested on Lucy's heart, and for a moment, it was as if she were enveloped in an invisible embrace, a comforting warmth, like being hugged by her mother on a cold winter night. It was peaceful, calm. Lucy slowly opened her eyes and found Gabriel smiling at her, his violet eyes softly glowing. I have looked into your heart, Lucy Heartfilia, murmured the angel, and I see no darkness in you. Lucy let out a sigh she hadn't known she was holding in. Only sadness, sorrow, but also love, determination, and joy. Gabriel tilted his head slightly, with a sweet but curious expression. And your growing feelings toward H. Lucy immediately turned towards Naruto, and her face burst into color. And Naruto, could you please leave the room for a second? He stammered. Naruto, who was lying on the sofa, raised an eyebrow but did not move. Instead, he smiled sarcastically. Oh, why so nervous, princess? Lucy's eye twitched. Before he could say another word, she grabbed him by his jacket, dragged him to the door, and pushed him out. Outside, Naruto stumbled slightly and then turned towards the door just as Lucy slammed it in his face. A long pause. Then, through the door. Infuriating. Lucy groaned, rubbing her temples. Gabriel, on the other hand, simply laughed discreetly behind his hand. Oh, she murmured. You two have such an interesting dynamic. Lucy, still nervous, cleared her throat. I'm so sorry, he said quickly, bowing his head. Gabriel simply smiled. You don't need to apologize, Lucy, he assured her. As I've already told you, your heart is pure and kind. Only those with an unwavering light in their souls can sign a contract with us. Lucy bit her lip. And you don't mind that I have a contract with you, no, Naruto? Gabriel's smile never wavered. It doesn't violate our contract, he said quietly. In fact, I find it quite fascinating. Lucy blinked. Fascinating. Gabriel turned towards the door through which Naruto had exited. It's different from what I imagined, he admitted. Demons are supposed to be vile, treacherous, and consumed by sin. But that one. Her wings flapped slightly, and her expression turned to one of thoughtful curiosity. Her soul is unusual. Lucy tilted her head. Unusual in what way? Gabriel's gaze softened. It does not radiate darkness like others of its kind, he explained, nor does it possess the corruption one would expect from the devil of wrath. He turned to Lucy. Instead, she feels as if her soul is burning. Lucy frowned slightly. Burning? Gabriel nodded. Not with anger, nor with hatred, but with something more. He placed a hand gently on his own chest, as if trying to put it into words. It's like a flame fighting against the wind, refusing to go out. Upon hearing the description, Lucy's heart sank a little. She didn't know why, but she felt a strange pang of sadness. Before I could think about it properly, a voice murmured from outside. "Are they finished yet?" Lucy jumped slightly, looking towards the door. It faded slightly, as if it were no longer solid. Naruto's head peeked through it, with a bored expression. Lucy screamed. "How do you do it?" Naruto ignored her. She simply stared at Gabriel with her piercing blue eyes. Gabriel, on the other hand, smiled sweetly. "Oh my God, I had forgotten about you, you little devil." Naruto's eye twitched. "Do I seem small to you, you silly angel?" he said in an expressionless voice. Gabriel chuckled. "You're a bit impulsive." She floated lightly towards him, her wings fluttering gently. "Now, tell me your name." Naruto clicked his tongue. "Naruto." Gabriel clasped his hands together. "A beautiful name." Naruto sighed and waved goodbye to her. "Okay, the deal is done. Now go back to your kingdom or something." He turned around and let himself fall back onto the sofa, lying down. Gabriel, however, smiled. "Oh, I don't think so," she said, floating above him. "I've finally signed my first contract, and I'd like to explore this world." Naruto groaned loudly. How infuriating. She covered her eyes with her arm. "Go bother Lucy instead." Gabriel turned to Lucy, smiling. "Shall we explore, Lucy?" Lucy let out a tired sigh, rubbing the back of her neck. "It's been a tiring day. Can we start tomorrow morning?" Gabriel nodded. "Of course." Then, with a bright smile, "Can I ask you to sleep with me?" Lucy paused. She looked at Naruto, who simply snorted. "Good luck with that," he muttered. Lucy sighed, but smiled. "Sure, Gabriel. I don't mind." Gabriel smiled brightly and applauded. "Marvelous." Lucy had no idea how she was going to explain this in the morning, but for now, she let tiredness get the better of her. Tomorrow was going to be interesting. The next day, Lucy stretched her arms and let out a contented yawn as the morning sunlight filtered through the small window. She blinked sleepily, rubbing her eyes before looking to the other side of the bed. It was empty. Gabriel had left. "Where is?" Lucy murmured, scratching her head as she stood up. Still dazed, she shuffled towards the living room. She froze mid-step when her eye twitched violently. Gabriel was fast asleep, on top of Naruto. The angel's head rested comfortably against his chest, her legs straddling his waist, while Naruto's arm encircled her, hugging her tightly. And as if to add fuel to the fire, Gabriel let out a soft moan, his face brushing against Naruto's neck as his hand absent-mindedly squeezed his buttocks. "What the hell are you doing?" His furious scream echoed through the small apartment like a sonic boom. Both blondes woke up with a start. Naruto opened his eyes wide as Gabriel slowly raised her head, blinking in confusion. "Ah," she sighed, stretching her arms gracefully. Then, as if nothing were wrong, "Good morning, Lucy-sama." Gabriel chuckled and floated away from Naruto, fluttering gracefully towards Lucy like a sleepy butterfly. Meanwhile, Naruto sat up, rubbing his eyes with an annoyed expression. He still felt drowsy, and for some reason, the night before he had experienced an unusual peace. The warmth of what covered him had been surprisingly relaxing. "I thought I was hugging a soft pillow," she murmured. Lucy's eye twitched even more. "Pillow," he hissed. "Why were you sleeping with Naruto?" he demanded, pointing accusingly at Gabriel. Gabriel simply smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Lucy-sama, but sometimes I float while I sleep. I must have floated on top of Naruto-kun." This time, Naruto's eye twitched. "When?" Gabriel nodded, flapping his wings slightly. "Last night, I read some of your novels and learned about these honorary titles." She smiled radiantly. "You're a good writer, Lucy-sama." Lucy's face turned red instantly. "PP, please don't touch my things without permission." "But thank you," she murmured, shyly hugging herself. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Do you write?" "It's just a hobby," Lucy said quickly, turning away. Gabriel applauded. "Lucy-sama, would you mind showing me around now?" Lucy sighed, too tired to argue. Okay, let me take a shower first. Having said that, she grabbed her towel and disappeared into the bathroom, leaving Naruto and Gabriel alone. For a moment, the two celestial beings stared at each other. Gabriel's face was filled with pure joy and curiosity. The one from Naruto? Inconvenience. You should smile more, you little devil. Gabriel giggled. Naruto remained expressionless. Bite me. Gabriel tilted his head, seriously considering the idea. Do you want me to do it? Naruto put his hand to his face. You're a clueless, absent-minded blonde. Gabriel pouted and floated closer, crossing his arms. Moo, that's cruel. Then, as if she had just remembered something, she suddenly blushed slightly. No, Naruto-kun. Naruto stiffened his fist. That. Gabriel twisted a lock of his golden hair, shyly averting his gaze. While we were sleeping, you were. She clasped her fingers together, and her face flushed slightly. You were touching my chest. Naruto's soul left his body. Gabriel's wings flapped with enthusiasm. And I felt great, she said enthusiastically. Can you do it again? Naruto choked on his own saliva. What the hell are you talking about, you stupid angel? Gabriel bowed his head innocently. You were touching them like this. Without any shame, she covered her breasts with her hands, gently squeezing them in front of Naruto. Naruto's brain shut down. His eyes were fixed on the smooth, elastic movement that was happening right in front of him. Gabriel let out a small moan. Oh, your hands are better than mine. Naruto reacted instantly. For that. In an instant, he moved, pinning Gabriel to the ground. Her golden halo tilted slightly, and her violet eyes blinked, looking at him in surprise. Naruto's face was red, his breathing slightly ragged. Do you have any idea what you're saying? He growled. Gabriel simply smiled at her. No, but I like your reactions. Naruto felt a vain throb redden on his forehead. Outrageous. At that precise moment, the bathroom door creaked open. Lucy came out, her golden, wet hair plastered to her shoulders and a towel tightly wrapped around her body. She had a small towel in her hands, drying her face. Until it froze. Right in front of her. Naruto was on top of Gabriel, immobilizing her. Gabriel smiled innocently beneath him, his hands placed suggestively near his chest. A long and dangerous silence. Naruto slowly turned his head, fixing his blue eyes on Lucy. Lucy's eyes trembled. His whole body was trembling. Her fingers gripped tightly to the small towel she held in her hands. Naruto knew it instantly. Danger. It's infuriating, he muttered. Lucy took a deep breath. So, perverted devil. With a speed only possible thanks to pure female fury, Lucy grabbed the nearest object, a chair, and threw it directly at Naruto's head. Lucy sighed as she gently adjusted the hem of Gabriel's borrowed outfit, a simple white summer dress with a blue ribbon around the waist. He was modest but elegant, which allowed the angel to go unnoticed more easily, except for the fact that Gabriel still behaved like an overly curious child in an adult's body. The day had barely begun, and Lucy already felt mentally exhausted. Convincing Gabriel to hide his angelic features had been, well, a real odyssey. At first, the blonde angel had serious difficulty understanding why he needed to hide his wings and halo. But Lucy-sama, Gabriel exclaimed with a pout, flapping his wings dramatically. I'm an angel. Lucy groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose. I know, Gabriel, but if you go around looking like a real celestial being, people will start to panic. Gabriel had tilted his head innocently. Because Naruto, who was standing to one side, muttered, because people are stupid. Lucy glared at him. That doesn't help. Gabriel, however, seemed genuinely hurt. I don't want to lie about who I am. Lucy was touched by that. She had to remind herself, Gabriel wasn't being difficult on purpose. He was simply pure and innocent, untainted by the world's cynicism. Lucy placed a soft hand on Gabriel's shoulder. It's not about lying, she said quietly. It's about avoiding unnecessary attention. Gabriel stared at her for a long time before nodding slowly. I understand, Lucy-sama. Naruto snapped his fingers, and, in an instant, Gabriel's halo vanished and his wings retracted into his back. She let out a soft giggle. Oh, that tickled. Naruto sighed. This is infuriating. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. Great. You officially look human enough now. Gabriel smiled radiantly. Does that mean I can now act like a normal human being? Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's normal? Gabriel clasped his hands together. Like this. Then, he immediately tried to walk. And he tripped over his own feet. Naruto slapped his forehead. This is going to be a long day. Lucy sighed. At least the hardest part was over. Or so she thought. As expected, Gabriel was fascinated by everything. From the bustling market stalls to the simplest traffic signs, angelic curiosity knew no bounds. Lucy-sama, what is that metallic beast? That's a train, Gabriel. Amazing. Naruto-kun, what are those floating spheres? Guardianship. Charming. Lucy and Naruto sighed wearily as they dragged their overly excited angel through the city. After passing by some shops and cafes, they decided to take a break by a fountain near the guild. Just as Lucy was about to sit down, a familiar voice called her. Lucy. Lucy turned around and saw Urza Scarlet standing nearby, arms crossed, exuding an aura of imposing authority. Urza-san. Lucy ran quickly towards her. I'm sorry I'm late, she said, bowing her head slightly. Before leaving the guild last night, Urza had already arranged to meet her at the station the next day. Urza shook her head. Okay. His piercing gaze swept over the group before returning to Lucy. I need you for this mission, he said frankly. I heard you knocked out a Vulcan with a single finger. That strength will be useful to us. Lucy's face stiffened. That was Naruto, she thought nervously. Even so, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. Do you mind if I bring company? Urza's expression remained undecipherable. That depends. Are they useful? Lucy smiled, looking back. Naruto remained with his usual annoyed expression, and Gabriel looked like a child in a candy store, still fascinated by the fountain behind them. They're useful, believe me, Lucy assured. Naruto let out a small sigh. It had better be worth my time. Gabriel, still amazed by the water, applauded. Water is fascinating. Lucy put her hand to her face. Urza nodded in approval. Okay, if you vouch for them, I'll allow it. Then she turned to the other two magicians who were with her. Natsu and Gray. Surprisingly, the two weren't fighting, they seemed like best friends. Lucy narrowed her eyes. What happened to you two? Gray smiled. Oh, Firehead and I had a good fight a while ago. He's not entirely lost. Natsu smiled sarcastically. Same here, Ice Princess. Lucy sighed. So that's how boys make friends. Naruto, who was standing to one side, sneered. Idiots. After the group boarded the train, Naruto, Natsu, and Gray sat on one side, while Lucy, Gabriel, and Urza sat on the other. As expected, Lucy had to explain her relationship, while avoiding the whole topic of summoning. So you're Lucy's guardian, Urza said, nodding at Naruto. Then, he turned to Gabriel. And you are? Gabriel smiled radiantly. I'm Naruto-kun's girlfriend. And Lucy-sama's too. Urza froze. Her face turned red instantly. That's indecent, she thought, as her mind quickly returned to the erotic novel she had been reading the night before. Naruto, who was already rubbing his temples, groaned. For the last time, silly girl, the terms boyfriend and girlfriend imply romantic feelings. Gabriel blinked. Oh. Naruto sighed deeply. In short, she's a distant cousin. Gabriel tilted his head. I didn't. Lucy quickly interrupted. Will Natsu be all right? He asked, pointing at the dizzy dragon slayer. Urza simply smiled. I have a solution for that. Gabriel floated towards Natsu and placed his hand on his forehead. Her hand glowed gold, and instantly, Natsu's face relaxed. Done, exclaimed Gabriel. Urza's eyes opened slightly. Healing magic. What an incredible ability, she exclaimed, praising it. Gabriel smiled brightly. Thank you, Urza-san. I'm more of a support mage than a fighter. I try to avoid violence. Natsu, now fully recovered, smiled at Gabriel. You are the best. Gray muttered, great. Flamehead is back. Meanwhile, Naruto, still impassive, finally asked, what kind of mission are we carrying out? Urza's expression turned serious. We are recovering an object called Lullaby. A dark guild called Eisenwald plans to use it for something dangerous. Naruto blinked. Lullaby. I heard some magicians mention that yesterday. Urza nodded. They were probably deserters. Lucy frowned. A lullaby, like a song to help children fall asleep? Gabriel's expression darkened slightly. A lullaby is meant to bring peace to children, she murmured. Urza nodded. But Eisenwald's ace, Aragorn, is planning something deadly with it. Lucy shuddered. They're scary. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the train. Lucy's eyes opened in horror. What the hell was that? The underworld, the Council of the Seven Deadly Sins. Deep in the underworld, beyond the endless blackened wastelands of despair, stood the magnificent obsidian citadel, a fortress so vast and ancient that not even time itself had managed to wear it down. At the very heart of this citadel, in the throne chamber of the Seven Deadly Sins, a great round table stretched across the void. Its surface was carved from the bones of fallen gods, throbbing with a primal malevolence and glowing dimly with the embers of past destruction. Seated around that table were 6 imposing figures, each exuding a presence capable of making even lesser demons tremble with terror. The 7 deadly sins, or at least 6 of them, were present. But the seat of wrath remained empty. Floating above the center of the table was a holographic projection, a golden and radiant key, unlike any other seen in centuries. A divine key, its point as sharp as an arrow, like the plume of an angel's feather. The shaft of the key was shaped like a single feather, elegant yet unnatural in its perfection. But it was the key's arc that demanded true reverence. It was shaped like a pair of angel wings, with a cross embedded in its center. This was no ordinary key to Zion. It was something bigger, something lost in time, something that was meant to remain hidden. One of the figures finally spoke, in a cold and commanding voice. Where is the anger? The question came from a female figure, seated at the head of the table. Unlike the others, her presence dominated the room. Even among the 7 deadly sins, she was supreme. Trihexia, the mother of sin. The ruler of the underworld, the first and greatest of the demonic beings, and the only entity said to have rivaled the gods themselves. Her piercing golden eyes sparkled with a mixture of curiosity and amusement as she gazed at the holographic divine key. Another of the sins, a voluptuous figure shrouded in shadows, with a very flirtatious voice, spoke next. He was summoned to the human world, Trihexia-sama. A moment of silence. Then Trihexia smiled, slowly and deliberately. Summoned? He leaned slightly forward, resting his chin on his knuckles, with an unreadable expression. Interesting, he murmured. His fingers drummed against the armrest of his throne with a slow, methodical rhythm. Then he exhaled, as if he were carried away by a particularly amusing thought. Bring him here immediately. Her voice was soft, but the immense weight of her command sent a magical and mysterious pulse through the chamber, making the very air tremble. The sins moved slightly before his authority, but remained silent. Trihexia's gaze never left the key of God. It seems that, she continued, and her smile widened slightly. We have finally found the key to God. A heavy silence filled the room, interrupted only by the slow ticking of an invisible clock. Naruto stood in the center of the luxurious yet ominous room, his hands in his pockets, his expression one of utter indifference despite the circumstances. The air around him felt heavy, thick with the oppressive presence of one of the most powerful beings in existence. Seated at an ornate black desk, directly in front of him, was Trihexia, the mother of sin, the first and oldest of all demons, and the supreme ruler of the underworld. But despite her terrifying titles, she looked more like a small, elegant girl, barely reaching her chest. Her long, silver hair flowed like a river of moonlight, cascading down her back with a delicate, almost ethereal softness. Her sweet blue eyes were meant to appear innocent, but they burned with a calculating intensity. She wore what could only be described as a nun's habit, a one-piece, dark blue dress with a high white collar, adorned with two long, cascading triangles. A dark blue headdress, decorated with a small heart-shaped emblem, crowned her head, a disturbingly ironic contrast to the imposing authority she exuded. But what caught Naruto's attention the most was the necklace resting on her chest. Hanging from the fine silver chain was a perfect replica of his trihexa key. Your key. Naruto's bored gaze oscillated between the necklace and his unwavering stare. Then, with an exaggerated sigh, he murmured, "It still bothers me that you wear nun's clothes." Trihexia's eye contracted. His fingers, which had been drumming lightly on the desk, stopped. "You're dodging my question, Ira." Her voice was soft, almost playful, but there was an unmistakable undertone to it. He leaned slightly forward, resting his elbows on the desk, his eyes gleaming with something dangerous. "Tell me about that girl, Lucy." Naruto raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by the sudden questioning. "Because..." Trihexia's expression darkened, and something in the room changed. The shadows on the walls twisted unnaturally, the atmosphere grew denser, as if an invisible force were pressing down on it. Her fingers closed against the palm of her hand. "Everything." Her voice was soft, but the jealous fire in her eyes burned so intensely it could have melted solid steel. Chapter 4, Black and White. Previously, on board the train to Eisenwald territory. The train shook violently. The metal screeched as a sudden explosion ripped through its carriage. A huge hole tore open in one side, and thick smoke rose into the sky. The force of the explosion should have torn everyone inside to pieces, but a golden glow pulsed outwards, forming a transparent barrier around the group. The dust settled, revealing everyone unharmed inside the golden sphere of protection. Gabriel let out a sigh of relief, lowering his glistening hands. That was close. Lucy clutched her chest, her heart racing, while Natsu, already recovering from the dizziness, cracked his knuckles. "Who the hell attacks a moving train?" he growled, staring into the gap. Naruto, on the other hand, sighed deeply, but not out of fear. Out of sheer annoyance. His eye twitched as he recognized the figures floating outside the wrecked car. Two little girls fluttered just on the other side of the wreckage, their identical, expressionless faces staring at him. They both had dull gray eyes, long black hair, and pointed ears. They were clearly not human. Both wore black dresses in a gothic Lolita style, whose ruffled fabric somehow did not move despite the wind that lashed them. The only difference between them was their hairstyle. One of them had her hair tied up in a ponytail. The other one let hers hang perfectly straight. And at that precise moment, they both looked at Naruto like two abandoned kittens. The one with the ponytail spoke first, her voice as flat and expressionless as ever. "Ne-sama, Ne-sama. Naruto-sama has found new pets." Her identical counterpart nodded slightly. "Yes, I think you're right, Lilith." His gray eyes slowly turned towards the women standing next to Naruto, Lucy, Gabriel, and Urza. "The master has replaced us with those busty, provocative girls." A heavy silence fell over the train. Lucy's eye moved violently. "Excuse me," he asked in a dangerously low voice. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose, already tired. Lucy turned towards him, crossing her arms. "Who are they?" he asked, in a tone that demanded answers. "And why do they know you?" Before Naruto could answer, the girl named Lilith spoke first. "We are Naruto-sama's pets." His impassive tone made the statement even more disturbing. "Please refrain from addressing Naruto-sama in such a disrespectful manner, or we will be forced to exterminate you." Lucy's face contorted in disbelief. "You're a pervert, aren't you?" Naruto let out a long, pained sigh. "This is infuriating," he muttered under his breath. The other girl, Ophis, nodded in approval. "You're right. The master is Master Lowly." Naruto's soul left his body. Lucy took 2 steps away from him. "You're not denying it, are you?" she shrieked. Naruto finally exploded. "I'm not a damn lowly teacher." Lucy didn't seem convinced. "Hentai, Lolicon." Even Urza, who had remained silent until now, gave Naruto a suspicious look. "I cannot tolerate such behavior," he stated, crossing his arms. Naruto groaned and ran a hand over his face. "All right, everyone listen." He pointed his finger at the floating gothic lowly demons. "These 2, Ophis and Lilith, are my pets in the sense that each sin has one." Lucy's suspicion did not waver. "That doesn't make it sound any better." Naruto ignored her and continued. "In this context, pets are basically freeloaders. They follow me everywhere, I feed them, and they stay in my house. They're not my lovers, my servants, or anything like that." The 2 girls blushed slightly, but their expressions remained neutral. "Ne-sama, Ne-sama, Naruto-sama summoned us." Indeed, the master has finally confessed his love. Lucy turned her head sharply towards him. "What kind of perverted cult do you lead?" Gabriel, who had been silently observing, suddenly smiled. "Oh, so, can I be your pet too, Naruto-kun?" Naruto's brain short-circuited. Lucy's fury was instantaneous. "Do not encourage this." Naruto let out a long, exhausted groan. "Tell me what you 2 want." Ophis and Lilith, who were still floating peacefully outside the train, spoke in unison. "Trihexia-sama wants to see you." Naruto froze. Lucy did it too. "Trihexia," he repeated, his voice almost hesitant. "You mean Dash?" Naruto clicked his tongue. "Yes, my boss." The atmosphere changed instantly. Gabriel, for the first time, seemed genuinely worried. Urza narrowed her eyes. "Your boss." Naruto stretched out his arms, already accepting his fate. "Well, I guess I have to go." Before anyone could react, he vanished in an instant, without leaving a trace. At the same time, Ophis and Lilith also disappeared, as if they had never been there. The train fell silent again. Lucy stood there in shock, trying to process everything. Then, slowly, he turned around, and she found Urza and Gray staring at her. They were waiting. Lucy let out a deep, nervous laugh. "I can explain." Underworld, the Trihexia Mansion. A sudden change in the atmosphere. The air crackled with pure energy. Dark mist swirled around the enormous chamber as Naruto appeared in a flash of red light. The moment his boots touched the ground, an intricate array of ancient runes glowed beneath him, shimmering faintly with an ominous pulse. Restriction seals. A precautionary measure, no doubt. But Naruto barely glanced at them, his face contorted in an expression of pure irritation. Because at that precise moment, 2 little girls clung to his arms, their tiny hands gripping him tightly, their expressionless faces betrayed only by a slight pink blush on their cheeks. Their pets. Their adorable little threats. Ophis and Lilith. Ugh, what a drag. Naruto sighed deeply, his tone completely expressionless. Both of them. The Gothic Lolita twins remained unperturbed. "You have replaced us," they stated emphatically. Naruto groaned, running a hand over his face. "For the last time, I haven't replaced you." The twins blinked. "Ne-sama, Ne-sama." Lilith turned towards Ophis. "Naruto-sama claims that he has not replaced us." Ophis nodded stoically. "Indeed. And yet, he surrounds himself with busty, easy girls." Naruto choked on his breath. "Stop calling them that." The twins, unfazed by his outburst, simply bowed their heads in perfect sync. "That's not the case." Naruto clicked his tongue, deciding to ignore that part. "They're just friends." The 2 girls froze. Then, slowly, They looked at each other again. Ne-sama, Ne-sama. Naruto-sama said he is friends. Yes, Lilith. It's the first time I've heard the master try to be funny. Naruto's eye twitched violently. I have friends. Ophis stared blankly, uncomprehending. Lilith nodded wisely. Maybe. Naruto felt annoyed, but he simply sighed. Forget it. What does Hsiao want? The twins exchanged another silent glance before grabbing her arms again. Come. And with unexpected force, the two small gothic demons dragged Naruto through the endless, dimly lit halls of the grandest mansion in the underworld. The path to Trihexia's office felt disturbingly familiar. The dull maroon carpets, the excessive amount of shelving, the strangely ordinary-looking wooden doors. It looked less like the lair of the most powerful being in existence and more like the principal's office, Naruto muttered. Lilith, still clutching her sleeve, nodded. Yes, many souls weep upon entering this room. Ophis, clutching her other arm, bowed her head. Does the master wish to cry? No. That's disappointing. Naruto chose to ignore that and instead focused on the large wooden door in front of him. Ophis and Lilith stopped, turning to face him. Then, as if they were synchronized, they both bowed in perfect sync. We will await your return, master. Then, as quickly as they had dragged him here, they disappeared into the shadows. Naruto let out a long sigh before reaching for the doorknob. Before he could do so, a soft, familiar voice called to him from inside. Forward. With a final sigh, he pushed open the door and went inside. And just like that, the real problems began then. Bus station. Lucy let out a deep sigh, rubbing her temples as she finished her long and convoluted explanation about Naruto, the lost keys, and her mission. So please, don't tell anyone, he pleaded, bowing his head slightly towards Gray and Urza. The two magicians exchanged glances, taking in everything they had just heard. Gray, with his arms crossed, let out a low whistle. So, you're collecting all these keys to bring your mother back? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Lucy nodded firmly. Yes. Urza remained silent for a moment before a faint smile graced her lips. I don't see any problem with that, he said, crossing his arms. Your secret is safe with us, right, Gray? Gray nodded, though his expression still showed a slight disbelief. Yes, of course, he murmured. I still can't believe Naruto is a demon. And I'm sure Natsu will keep the secret too, Urza added confidently, looking at the unconscious pink-haired boy lying on the bench. Lucy let out a sigh of relief, her eyes shining with gratitude. Thank you. I mean it. You'll have to talk to the master at some point, Urza advised. He might have information about these keys. He's the most knowledgeable person in Fairy Tail. Lucy bit her lip before nodding. I will. Once I've gathered more information, I promise. Urza nodded in satisfaction. How many keys have you found so far? Lucy perked up at the question and quickly reached into her bag, pulling out 3 ornate keys, each with a unique aura. He carefully placed them on the table in front of them. 3, she replied proudly, pointing to each one. First, he pointed to a chrome key with jagged, demonic engravings, which pulsed faintly with a crimson glow. This belongs to Naruto. Then he pointed to a golden key, whose surface was engraved with intricate angelic wings, which radiated a warm and comforting energy. And that's my key, exclaimed Gabriel, smiling brightly as he pointed at it. Gray, who until then had taken all this surprisingly well, suddenly froze in the middle of his drink. Her eyes darted rapidly between Gabriel and the golden key. Then we'll come back to Gabriel. Then we return to the key. Wait. Gray put down her drink and slowly raised a finger, pointing it at Gabriel as if she had just committed an unforgivable crime. Is Gabriel a summons? Lucy let out a nervous giggle. Yes, I forgot to mention it. How on earth can you forget something like that? Gray shouted, exasperated. Gabriel, still smiling innocently, clasped his hands together. Yes, I am an angel of Zion. This is the first time I have been summoned to the human world, so please show me around. Gray blinked slowly and then turned to Urza. Urza simply sighed and took a sip of her tea. Accept it, Gray. I already have. As the group got off the train, the announcement crackled through the loudspeakers. Due to an attack, the train will stop at Onibus for repairs. We'll arrive in a few minutes. That's our stop, then, Urza said, nodding. Gabriel applauded, beaming. Oh, wonderful. I would love to admire the city before continuing our journey. Urza giggled. We still have some time, so let's take a look around. Gabriel's eyes sparkled. Thank you, Urza-san. You're such a kind soul. As they walked through the bustling streets, Gabriel's head bobbed from side to side, and his excitement grew with every step. Oh, what's that? He exclaimed, pointing at a food stall. That's yakitori, Lucy explained, laughing at the angel's excitement. And this? Dango. Gabriel tilted his head curiously. Human food is so adorable. As they walked, Urza decided to instruct Gabriel on more practical matters. What kind of weapons do you use, Gabriel? Urza asked, always the battle-hardened knight. Gabriel put a finger to her chin, humming thoughtfully. I don't usually use weapons, but in case of emergency. With a graceful movement, she summoned a radiant golden sword. The blade shone with sacred energy. Its mere presence exuded power. Oni-sama gave me this to protect me, Gabriel said with a proud smile, showing it to Urza for her to admire. It's called Excalibur. Urza's eyes practically glowed as she gazed at the legendary weapon. That's an incredible sword, Gabriel. Gabriel chuckled as the leaf faded into golden particles. Thank you. Intrigued, Lucy decided to ask another question. Do you have an older brother? Gabriel nodded enthusiastically. Yes, his name is Michael. Oni-chan is awesome. Unlike me, he's a fighter. He's really good with swords and stuff. Lucy smiled. It sounds amazing. He imagined Michael as a male version of Gabriel, probably wearing bright white armor, majestic beyond description. Gabriel hummed thoughtfully. Now that I think about it, he also looks a bit like Naruto-kun. How strange. Naruto, in shiny white armor? Lucy shuddered. Before I could ask anything else, Gabriel suddenly perked up, his expression worried. Oh, I forgot to ask. Why did we leave Natsu-san on the train? Lucy, Urza, and Gray froze halfway there. Her eyes slowly opened in horror. So, should we leave Natsu on the train? Lucy shouted. Urza's face paled. I was too distracted showing Gabriel around. It's all my fault. Someone hit me. Gray put his hand to his face. Gabriel, oblivious to her panic, bowed her head. I can get it back. She opened her arms wide and, with a sudden burst of divine energy, 12 magnificent wings spread out behind her. His mere presence silenced the entire street. Pedestrians stared at her in amazement, some dropping their food, others practically worshipping her right there. Shit, Gray muttered. Even Urza, with all her experience, bowed her head slightly. Please bring it back, Gabriel. Gabriel nodded happily. I'll be back in 20 seconds. And with a single, powerful flap of its wings, it disappeared, leaving behind a sonic boom. The train roared violently as it sped along the tracks, moving further and further away from Onibus with each passing second. Inside one of the damaged train cars, Natsu Dragneel was not having a good time. After Gabriel left, his dizziness returned, leaving him almost incapacitated and making him easy prey for Eisenwald's thug who was currently beating him mercilessly. What's wrong, fairy tale brat? Not feeling well? Mocked a mage shrouded in shadows, cracking his knuckles as he loomed over the dragon slayer. Natsu could barely concentrate. His stomach churned violently as he staggered on the spot. Ugh, I'm going to throw up. The Wizard of Eisenwald scoffed, rolling his eyes. TCH, you're supposed to be one of the strongest in fairy tale? What a joke. The next blow was already approaching him. And then the roof exploded. A sonic boom shook the entire carriage as a golden flash slipped through the hole in the roof, landing gracefully on the floor. A torrent of divine light flooded the compartment, and suddenly, Gabriel stepped between them. His 12 radiant wings unfurled majestically, and his entire presence exuded celestial authority as he gazed at the Wizard of Eisenwald with disappointment. Harming the sick is cruel. Her voice was soft but firm and conveyed an undeniable weight of judgment. The Wizard of Eisenwald stood frozen, his eyes wide as he beheld her angelic form. Gabriel looked at Natsu, and his expression changed to one of concern. "Oh no, Natsu-san. I'd forgotten about your condition." She hurried over and placed a glowing hand on his forehead. A warm and comforting light emanated from her fingers, instantly erasing her discomfort. Natsu perked up instantly, blinking as he regained his energy. "Wow, I feel great again. Gabriel, you're the best." Gabriel smiled warmly. "You're welcome." The Wizard of Eisenwald, having recovered from the initial shock, took a step back, panic reflected in his eyes. "Another fairy tale brat? And she even has wings." His gaze flicked to his pocket, then back to Gabriel. Gabriel's sweet smile faded away. "You've got something powerful in your pocket, haven't you?" The magician shuddered. What are you talking about?" Gabriel didn't respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, concentrating. A faint golden aura surrounded her, and when she opened her eyes again, his gaze pierced the very soul of the magician. "I sense dark magic. Are you a member of Eisenswat?" "It's Eisenwald," he shouted to correct the seraph in annoyance. The magician gritted his teeth and suddenly smiled sarcastically. "Huh, I suppose wings come with a brain too. Yes, that's right. I'm from Eisenwald. But since you've already figured it out." He lunged forward with inhuman speed, shadows swirling around his fist, just to freeze in mid-motion. His entire body froze, his limbs refused to move. "What the hell is this?" he stammered, looking around in confusion. Gabriel walked calmly towards him, his finger glowing faintly with divine magic. "You wanted to use the children's song to hurt innocent people. That's unforgivable." She plucked a single divine feather from her wing and gently pressed it against the man's forehead. A wave of sacred energy swept through him, and in a matter of seconds, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Gabriel bent down, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a strange flute. It was dark and menacing, its surface engraved with cursed symbols. One end was shaped like a skull with 3 unsettling eyes, and the other had root-like tendrils coiling around it. Gabriel frowned, tilting his head. "A flute? Is this the dark magic I sensed?" Hey, what the hell did you just do?" Natsu stared at her, mouth agape, pointing at the unconscious mage. Gabriel raised his pen with pride. "I erased his memory. He won't remember anything about lullaby or anything at all." Natsu blinked. "Can you do that?" Gabriel nodded. "Of course. I believe in redemption, and erasing his memory would give him the chance to redeem himself and start over. I can also make people have sweet dreams if I slightly modify the spell." Natsu broke out in a cold sweat. "Okay, that's a little scary." Gabriel tilted his head. "Really? I think it's useful." Before they could continue talking, Gabriel's eyes widened as he realized something. "Oh no, it's been more than 20 seconds. Urza-san is going to be disappointed in me." Without a word, she grabbed the back of Natsu's shirt, spread her wings, and... Very good. They shot out of the train like a golden comet, heading straight back to Onibus at supersonic speed. Bus, the consequences. Back at the station, Gray, Urza, and Lucy waited, still stunned by the fact that they had completely forgotten about Natsu on the train. Gray sighed. "Well, this is awkward." "I still can't believe we broke up," Lucy moaned, covering her face. Urza crossed her arms. "It was a mistake, but one we're already correcting. Gabriel will come to get him." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through the station as Gabriel gracefully descended from the sky, his radiant white wings folding inwards before vanishing like shreds of light. He landed with the grace of practice, gently placing Natsu Dragneel on the platform beside him. Her wild pink hair was even wilder than usual, tangled and bristling in all directions, evidence of the Mach speed flight she had just endured. And yet, Natsu was smiling like an idiot. "That was incredible," he shouted, laughing excitedly as he pumped his fist in the air. "I thought flying on Happy was fast, but that was on another level." Gabriel smiled warmly. "I'm glad you enjoyed the flight, Natsu-san." The others, however, were less concerned about Natsu's walk and more about what had just happened. "Natsu, are you okay?" Urza rushed towards him and immediately examined him. Yes, I'm fine. But listen, Gabriel knocked out one of Eisenwald's guys. It was crazy." Urza's piercing eyes opened wide. "That?" Without warning, he grabbed Natsu by the collar of his vest and began to shake him violently. "Did you interrogate him?" he barked, tightening his iron grip even more. "Did you ask about the lullaby?" Natsu thrashed about uselessly, his head jerking violently from side to side from the force of the impact. I don't know." Gabriel electrocuted him. Lucy broke out in a cold sweat at the sight before shaking her head and turning back to the angel. "Gabriel, what exactly happened there?" Gabriel, always cheerful, put his hand in his pocket and took out a strange dark flute. Its design was twisted, its surface was engraved with cursed runes, and one of its ends was carved with the grotesque shape of a three-eyed skull. Just by looking at it, Lucy could feel the dark magic emanating from it. "I found this in the man's pocket a while ago, Lucy-sama. It radiates a very dark aura." The moment Lucy's eyes fell upon the object, her entire body stiffened. Meanwhile, Urza knew exactly what it was. "That's a lullaby," Urza announced. Gabriel blinked, tilting his head curiously. "The curse song." Lucy nodded slowly, feeling a shiver run down her spine. "It's real? I thought it was just a myth, a simple story to scare children." Gabriel frowned deeply, holding the flute between his fingertips as if it were something unclean. "So this is the weapon. Should I get rid of this instrument, Lucy-sama?" Lucy hesitated, looking at Urza for confirmation. Titania nodded firmly. "That's our priority. Destroying it is the safest option." Lucy took a deep breath before turning to Gabriel. "Go ahead, Gabriel." Gabriel nodded once, then walked a few steps forward and placed the flute on the stone pavement. Behind her, Lucy, Urza, Gray, and Natsu watched intently, with a palpable anticipation in the air. Gabriel straightened his shoulders, took a deep breath, and then, "Get out of here, you filthy instrument." He lifted his foot and began to stomp on it. Repeatedly. The whole group stared, confused. Stomp. Stomp. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Gabriel's face reflected determination as he continued to aggressively stomp on the cursed artifact, like a woman trying to kill a particularly stubborn cockroach. They all broke out in a cold sweat. "Is that your method?" Gray finally asked, rubbing his temple. Lucy sighed, exasperated. "Gabriel, do you know of any more effective method?" Gabriel, still in the middle of stomping, finally stopped, looking at Lucy with a slightly nervous expression. "Yes, I do. I was just warming up." She brushed the dust off her skirt and cleared her throat, clasping her hands together. A golden glow surrounded her, and she took a deep breath. "Disappear, you." Even before he could begin his spell, the flute suddenly throbbed with dark energy. A thick purple smoke billowed from it, swirling violently, while an ominous voice echoed. "I won't let you destroy me." A huge magic circle suddenly appeared, covering the entire station. The crowd of spectators screamed, trying to flee in haste as the dark energy became more unstable. The flute vibrated violently, rising into the air as a monstrous roar filled the space. And then, the flute began to transform. The cursed object stretched and expanded, transforming and twisting until it became something enormous. A pair of glowing eyes emerged from the shadows, and a grotesque mouth opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Standing at an imposing 50 meters tall, a demonic beast now loomed over the city, its form blocking out the sun as it emitted a chilling howl. The entire station trembled at the sheer force of his presence. Gabriel blinked, tilting his head slightly. Oh, that's new. Lucy's soul almost left her body. Did he turn into a giant monster? Urza immediately re-equipped her armor, narrowing her eyes in concentration for the battle. We'll have to take it down. Prepare for battle. Gray cracked his knuckles, feeling ice form on his fingertips. It looks like we'll have to freeze this completely. Natsu, smiling enthusiastically, cracked his neck. Of course, it's time to fight. Gabriel, meanwhile, simply sighed. That means I have to use more energy. I'm going to need Naruto-kun to give me a chest massage after this. Lucy turned her head sharply towards her. What was that? Gabriel smiled innocently. Nothing. Now let's defeat this beast. He Lullaby Demon roared. The earth trembled violently beneath their feet as Lullaby, the cursed song, transformed into a monstrous demon, unleashed a blood-curdling roar. The very air seemed to vibrate with dark energy, chilling the blood of all the mages present. The city shook when the monstrous entity unleashed its power. Gabriel, standing in the front line, exhaled slowly, his hands clasped in prayer. Guardian angels, protect the innocent. As soon as he spoke, dozens of his snow-white feathers scattered into the air, shimmering with a divine light. They swirled and transformed, materializing into humanoid figures clad in white armor, with golden halos gleaming above their helmets. With a single movement, the angelic knights took flight, moving with incredible speed as they began evacuating civilians from the collapsing train station. The battle was about to begin. Lullaby let out a guttural growl, raising one of its colossal paws before slamming it against the ground where Gabriel stood. You dare step on me, then I'll crush you. Gabriel's blue eyes burned with determination as he raised his hands. Aegis, a golden sphere of pure divine energy, emerged around her, protecting her from the monstrous foot that lunged at her. A shockwave of force spread outwards, sending debris flying, but Gabriel's barrier held firm. Lucy-sama, please leave, he shouted. No, we will fight together, Lucy replied, her eyes blazing with determination. Behind her, Urza, Natsu, and Gray stood firm. We are Fairy Tail. We don't abandon our friends, roared Natsu, as flames erupted from his fists. That's right, we fight as one. Urza's armor glowed, and, in an instant, she equipped her heavenly wheel armor, summoning an arsenal of floating swords. Despite the situation, Gabriel smiled warmly. You look like an angel, Urza-san. Before Urza could answer, Lullaby let out a horrifying shriek, a sound that distorted reality itself. A paralyzing wave of magic advanced, sweeping across the battlefield. What? Lucy exclaimed in a whisper as she suddenly felt her body freeze, unable to move. Gray and Urza froze, unable to even move a finger. Even Natsu, despite his overflowing energy, was trapped in the binding force. Gabriel, the only one who was not affected, gasped in alarm. A curse? No, it's sound magic. Its wings unfurled, and it launched itself forward, dodging Lullaby's enormous claws as it reached its paralyzed allies. Aegis. A protective dome formed around them, temporarily shielding them from further attacks. With soft but firm hands, he touched their foreheads one by one, infusing them with healing energy. Slowly, they began to move again, their limbs regaining strength. Damn it! That thing almost killed us, Gray said, flexing his fingers to shake off the numbness. Where's Naruto when you need him? Lucy muttered in frustration. He grabbed Naruto's key and waved it in the air. Open. Gate of Hell Wrath. Nothing. The key remained silent. What? Why isn't it working? Lucy's heart was pounding in her chest. The barrier cracked again. Gabriel gritted his teeth. Lucy-sama, hurry. Lucy's gaze fell on another key. One that I had never used before. One that she had hesitated to summon. Her fingers tightened around him. I have no other choice. He lifted the key, black as night, feeling the cold metal against his palm. Taking a deep breath, he cut the palm of his hand with the sharp edge, letting the blood drip onto the surface of the key. It shuddered in response, emitting a soft purple light, waiting. "Welcome." Lucy lifted him up. "Open up. Gate of hell, lust." Trihexia office, present time. The underworld was a realm of eternal twilight, a land trapped between endless dusk and dawn, where the very air vibrated with demonic energy. The great citadel of Trihexia, the queen of the underworld, loomed majestically above it all, a Gothic palace of obsidian and gold, its spires reaching for the skies it once defied. Inside, in a room that resembled both a throne room and a war room, Naruto stood before the sovereign of sin herself, his arms crossed as he reluctantly finished his tale. And basically, she's like Layla. Trihexia, seated in her ornate crescent-shaped chair, leaned forward, her crystal blue eyes gleaming mischievously as she studied the blonde devil in front of her. "Huh, I was right. That Lucy woman found a new man after your contract with Layla ended," he said smugly, tilting his head with a knowing smile. Naruto exhaled sharply, showing no impression. "It doesn't belong to me," he murmured, his voice even but tinged with something almost imperceptible, a weight, a faint trace of something buried long ago. He continued, "She's free to choose whomever she wants. And besides," his eyes darkened slightly, "I'm a demon. I have duties to fulfill. That's my only purpose." Trihexia's mocking smile faltered for a fraction of a second. But the moment passed, and he quickly raised a playful hand towards Naruto, regaining his smile with all his might. "Then be mine, Naruto." His expressionless gaze met her radiant enthusiasm. "No." Trihexia slumped dramatically in her seat, feigning devastation. Frustrated again. "Is it because I look like a girl?" she asked, feigning innocent sadness. Naruto rolled his eyes. "No, because you're my boss." Trihexia cheered up immediately. "So if I retire?" "Why did you call me?" Naruto interrupted, pinching the bridge of his nose with growing irritation. "Time moves slower here, and I need to get back before things get out of hand." Trihexia snorted, crossing her arms like a pouting child. "You're quite fond of that girl Lucy, aren't you? I bet it's because she reminds you of Layla." Naruto tensed slightly. The movement was small, barely perceptible, but Trihexia watched attentively. "Humph. Anyway, I called you because I have a task for you." He snapped his fingers, and immediately a holographic projection came to life on the table. Before them unfolded an image of 5 brilliant gems, each of which throbbed with ancient draconic energy. "What are these?" Naruto asked, squinting. Trihexia smiled, resting her chin on the palm of her hand. "The gems of the 5 Dragon Kings." Naruto's expression turned serious. "Follow." Trihexia pointed at the projection, her soft silver hair cascading over her shoulders, and explained. "These 5 gems serve as keys. Each one contains a fraction of the power of the greatest dragons that ever existed." The image changed, showing 5 figures of legendary dragons, each with an unmistakable aura of dominion. Tiamat, the Dragon King of Chaos Karma, blue gem. Igneal, the Fire Dragon King, red gem. Acnologia, the Black Dragon King, black gem. Albion, the White Dragon King, white gem. Fafnir, the Dragon King Gigantes, gold gem. Naruto frowned. "Dragon Kings, huh? That's asking a lot." Trihexia waved her hand in a gesture of disdain. "I'm not asking you to fight them, just to retrieve the gems. Although, you may have to, considering that these things tend to take on different forms over time." She leaned back with a smile, resting her legs on the arm of the chair. At this time, only 2 of these dragons remain alive and active, Tiamat and Acnologia, so stay tuned. Naruto let out a slow, measured breath. "Why do we need these gems? What is the ultimate goal?" Trihexia's mocking smile widened. Her expression was unreadable. "It's a secret." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Of course." Trihexia laughed musically, waving her hand dismissively. "Trust me, Naruto. Everything will be revealed in due time. But for now, collect those gems." With a flick of the wrist, The hologram vanished into thin air like mist. Naruto exhaled sharply, creating a portal beside him. Before it could happen, wait. Trihexia's voice lost its usual mocking tone, suddenly becoming softer. Naruto looked back. She twirled the silver chain between her fingers, letting the copy of his key hang loosely from it. Don't forget to visit me, or I'll drag you back here myself. Naruto snorted. Yes, yes, I understand. And with that, he disappeared through the portal. Trihexia remained seated, and her playful attitude faded away. His grip on Naruto's spare key intensified. The ruler of the underworld kept many secrets, things she could not yet reveal. But lately, she had had a vision. And visions were not common in beings like her. She closed her crystal blue eyes and inhaled deeply, allowing the image to resurface. It arrived in flashes. Fire. Endless fire. Entire cities reduced to rubble. The earth itself fractured and broken, as if the world were crumbling away. Lightning bolts that crossed the sky, striking the earth as divine punishment. A figure in the shadows, standing on the ruins of existence. A being. No, something superior. Its black feathered wings stretched outwards, casting a huge and ominous shadow. Her long, wavy obsidian hair billowed in the wind, and her crimson eyes shone like twin suns. Above his head crackled a blood-red halo, sparking with black and red lightning. And there, kneeling before her, it was Naruto. Bruised, bleeding, he can barely stand. Her breathing was ragged, her body battered, but her blue eyes still burned with defiance. The dark-winged figure, showing no emotion whatsoever, raised its hand. A spear of crackling black fire formed, and he hurled it forward, straight to the heart of Naruto. So, the vision ended. Trihexia opened her eyes suddenly, and her breathing became short, ragged gasps. His fingers dug into the wooden armrest of his chair, almost crushing it. I had never experienced a sight like that before. I need to find out who that dark angel was. His voice, for once, lacked its usual joviality. Because for the first time in thousands of years, she felt fear. Back to Naruto. Naruto stepped through the portal, and the swirling hellfire and shadows faded behind him as he landed in front of a familiar sight, his home. The two-story house stood imposingly in the heart of the underworld, surrounded by a landscape of dark skies and crimson rivers. Unlike the chaotic and unpredictable nature of that realm, her home was surprisingly modern, a structure that seemed more fitting for the human world than the domain of demons. Naruto ran a hand through his golden hair, exhaling softly. "You're still standing, huh?" he murmured. As he took a step forward, the front door burst open, revealing two identical figures standing in perfect sync. "Welcome home, Naruto-sama." "Welcome home, master." Their expressionless voices greeted him at the same time. Ophis and Lilith, the twin incarnations of destruction and emptiness, stood before him with their usual expressionless faces, but their gray eyes shone with something akin to relief. Naruto sighed, walked past them, and ruffled their hair. "Actually, I'm relieved that the house is still intact." Ophis, still clinging to his sleeve, snuggled against his arm. "Of course, we'll take care of the house while you're away, master." Lilith, mimicking her sister's movements, gripped her other arm tightly. "We don't want you to get angry if things get complicated." Naruto, with an expressionless face, looked at the two who were clinging to him like leeches. "Why are you two always so clingy?" The twins froze, then slowly turned their heads towards him, narrowing their cold, doll-like eyes. "Because those big-tit sluts could snatch him away from us." Naruto groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Of course. Ignoring their suffocating possessiveness, he walked towards the kitchen, but the twins, of course, followed him like shadows. Upon reaching the refrigerator, Naruto paused for a moment before opening it. "So, why am I not surprised?" The refrigerator was completely empty. There wasn't a single trace of food left, not even a speck of ice in the freezer. Naruto slowly turned his head, and his icy blue eyes narrowed as he looked at the twins. Ophis and Lilith immediately pointed at each other. It was her. It was her. Naruto rubbed his temples, exhaling sharply. This place was packed before I left. Welcome back, Naya. A sensual voice purred from the open window. Naruto froze. An elegant black cat had slithered through the window, but as soon as it landed, it transformed. A dark aura emerged around its body, reshaping it into a stunningly attractive woman. Her long, black hair, with a parted fringe, framed her golden, feline eyes. A pair of black cat ears twitched nervously, and her tail swished behind her. She wore a black kimono, loose enough to leave her shoulders bare, and the fabric could barely contain her ample curves, especially in the area where the kimono opened slightly at the chest. His mischievous smile widened as he stretched. It's been a while, Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. Kuroka. The beautiful brunette pouted, approaching and swaying her hips with each step. That's no way to greet an old friend. Naruto's gaze sharpened, quickly scanning the area. If she's here, then Lust must be nearby, since she's his pet. Where is Lust? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes. Kuroka tilted her head, and her smile turned mocking. They summoned the master, Naya. Naruto's entire body stiffened. That? Kuroka giggled and touched her cheek. Oh, don't worry, Akino-chan is probably just being herself, as usual. But he couldn't finish, because Naruto had already opened a portal. Infuriating. Without saying a word, he went through the whirlpool and disappeared instantly. The moment he left, Kuroka let out a fake sigh, crossing her arms under her generous chest. I wanted to spend more time with Naruto. So, ma'am, a stray cat has entered our house. Ophis's expression remained undecipherable, but her tone oozed disapproval. Yes, a filthy stray dog with dirty paws. What will we do? Lilith added coldly. Kuroka's golden, cat-like eyes narrowed. TCH, you two again. You're a pair of breastless brats. What's wrong? Jealous? The twins stepped forward, their auras changing dangerously. We're not afraid of you, stray cat. The atmosphere in the room became tense, and the temperature dropped significantly. Kuroka's smile widened, and her tail wagged with amusement. Oh, really? Do you want to play, kittens? The room vibrated with energy. The tension between them was so thick you could cut it with a knife. So, a whirlwind of shadows swirled behind them. A cold, familiar voice spoke through the reopened portal. I swear by Trihexia that if I return and my house is in ruins, I will throw all three of you into the void. The room fell silent. Kuroka, Ophis, and Lilith stopped dead in their tracks, instantly dissipating their energies. The stray cat let out a nervous giggle, scratching her cheek. You don't need to be so scary, Naruto-kun. The twins straightened up immediately, regaining their expressionless faces. Of course, love. We will behave. Naruto didn't bother to answer. The portal slammed shut. He was gone again. Kuroka, now alone with the twins, moaned. TCH, party pooper. Ophis and Lilith simply stared at her, motionless. So, about throwing you out. Kuroka's ears twitched again. Go ahead, brats. And so, suddenly, the battle for the house resumed. As soon as Naruto stepped through the portal, the suffocating smell of smoke and burnt earth hit him immediately. The once bustling train station now lay in ruins. Shattered stones, broken tracks, and twisted metal littered the ground. Bonfires still burned, casting an eerie glow against the darkened sky, their flickering light reflecting off the war-torn battlefield. Her piercing blue eyes scanned the scene. Lucy gasped, her hands on her knees, trembling with exhaustion. Beside her, a pink-haired girl she didn't recognize lay collapsed against a pile of rubble, barely conscious. Urza, normally serene and even-tempered, was breathing with difficulty. Her armor was cracked and her swords, once gleaming, were now chipped and dull. Gray was kneeling, blood dripping from a cut above his eyebrow, and his usual composure had been replaced by clenched teeth and frustration. Even Natsu, whose energy seemed inexhaustible, lay stretched out, his flames flickering weakly as he groaned. The only one who remained intact was Gabriel, upright, spotless, and unharmed, emanating a golden light from her outstretched hands as she healed her fallen comrades. Naruto's gaze shifted back, behind them. A charred and monstrous skeleton, the remains of what was once Lullaby, lay engulfed in hellish flames, with a thick, acrid smell of burnt wood and demonic energy in the air. And standing before the smoking remains, bathed in crackling black lightning, was a woman. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her back, and her violet eyes shone with sadistic delight. Electricity danced in her fingertips, clicking and crackling like a barely contained storm. Akino, the demon of lust, she stood in front of him, her sensual smile transforming into something dangerously seductive. She lowered her head, scrutinizing him with her gaze as if he were prey caught in a net. Then, in that soft, sweet voice, she spoke. "Era, I was waiting for you, Naruto-kun." His words were gentle and provocative, but the air between them was thick with tension. Naruto exhaled, turning his shoulders, already knowing that this wasn't going to be easy. Outrageous. Trihexia sighed deeply, turning another page of an ancient tome. Her silvery blue eyes scanned the contents with lethargic disinterest. The room around her, a cavernous personal library, was bathed in the soft glow of floating soul lanterns, whose haunting green flames flickered delicately, illuminating the thousands of dusty texts that filled the towering shelves. For days he had been reading, examining countless records of celestial prophecies, divine rebellions, and forbidden knowledge about fallen angels and corrupt seraphim. But despite having scrutinized the most hidden and blasphemous texts in the archives of the underworld, I hadn't found anything. The red-haloed angel is not mentioned in his vision. There is no record of a celestial being capable of distorting reality itself. I had no idea why I had seen Naruto bleeding out at my feet. Trihexia slammed the book shut in frustration, and her expression transformed into a rare display of genuine irritation. "I've read 576 books, and still nothing." She sat up, rubbing her temples before listlessly stretching her arms. Her long, silver hair fell over her shoulders like a cascade of liquid starlight, and her petite figure, though deceptively small, radiated a strength capable of crushing mountains if she so desired. This is frustrating. Not even I can predict if my vision is final, or just a possibility. Leaning back, Trihexia exhaled slowly, gazing at the endless shelves crammed with countless forgotten secrets. Some of those books contained knowledge capable of destroying entire dimensions, but at that moment, none could help her. That's when he had an idea. A mocking smile spread across his lips. "TCH, why am I wasting my time reading?" With a snap of her delicate fingers, a crimson mist swirled out, condensing into a dakimakura, cuddle pillow, and not just any pillow. It was Naruto, shirtless, posing with his usual bored and annoyed expression, but his toned physique was fully on display. Trihexia squealed softly, hugging the pillow tightly. "Ha ha, this is much better than some old, dusty books." The ruler of the underworld, the embodiment of chaos and destruction, was now curled up on the library floor hugging a Naruto body pillow. For 10 long minutes, she playfully moved her feet, rolling around as she hugged him, paying no attention to the mountains of unread books that surrounded her. "Naruto-chan, you're so mean, leaving me all alone like this." She pouted dramatically, rubbing her cheek against the patterned abs on the pillow. "You don't even call. You don't even write." He paused, then smiled mischievously. "Maybe I should kidnap you and keep you locked up here. Wouldn't that be fun, Naruto-chan?" Her thoughts wandered for a moment before she groaned and sat up. "Ugh, no. If I did that, Lucy would come running and take him back." She sighed deeply before tossing the pillow aside. As much as she enjoyed teasing Naruto, she still had more important matters to attend to. How to find out if his vision was a prophecy or a warning. With a wave of his hand, The pillow vanished in a puff of smoke, and his expression returned to one of serious contemplation. After taking a deep breath, Trihexia lowered her palm to the ground and began tracing ancient runes with her index finger. The symbols glowed with a subtle golden radiance, forming a complex magic circle that pulsed with divine energy, something uncommon in the underworld. She sat in the center, closed her eyes, and whispered, "By the authority of the monarch of sin, I invoke the first of the celestial throne, the guardian of the sacred, Michael." The runes beneath her came to life, changing color from gold to brilliant white, radiating a light that was completely unnatural in this realm. From the center of the circle, a single object materialized. A crystal, smooth and translucent, but with a radiant golden core that pulsates inside. Trihexia smiled sarcastically. "It's time to call the lapdog from heaven." Chapter 5, Lust. The air rippled unnaturally as a brilliant purple symbol was etched into the fabric of space. Ancient symbols, vibrating with otherworldly energy, pulsed violently as the veil between dimensions parted, allowing someone would pass through it. A pillar of purple lightning erupted from the magic circle, illuminating the battlefield with an electric and sinister glow. The air crackled, thick with demonic energy, sending a chill down Lucy's spine. When the light faded, a woman appeared, and it was dazzling. Her hair, as black as night, fell in a long, silky ponytail that reached the back of her legs, with two graceful strands cascading back from the crown, neatly secured by an ornate orange ribbon. Her deep violet eyes gleamed with mischief and danger, but behind them lay an ancient, almost primal, knowledge. She wore a battle kimono, a blood-red haori that fell loosely over her shoulders, revealing her dangerous curves, and underneath, short black hakama that reached just above her knee. Zora's sandals, wrapped in black straps, made hardly a sound as she moved. Everything about her radiated power. Her presence was dominant, yet seductive, terrifying, yet also attractive. And the first words that came out of her lips. Era, who is the mischievous girl who summoned the great Akino?" Lucy shuddered, clutching the key of lust tightly. Then the devil's playful smile faded. "Where is Ira? Where is she?" His tone was no longer mocking. His gaze was penetrating. "Gruh, that's enough. I'll devour you all." Lullaby, the colossal demon of the flute of death, let out a deafening roar, raising an enormous claw to attack the newcomer. But then, crack! A black lightning bolt ripped across the sky, striking Lullaby's monstrous face directly. A shock-wave of pure destruction exploded against the beast, hurling charred wood and splintered bones in all directions. The ground trembled, the station shook, and even Urza, Gray, and Natsu braced themselves for the impact. Lullaby staggered backward, its monstrous form crashing into the wreckage of a half-destroyed building, causing the structure to collapse from the impact. The dust settled. Silence fell. Akino simply sighed in disappointment. How shameful, not a single scream. She bowed her head, resting a delicate hand on her cheek, before her eyes once again fixed on Lucy, this time without showing any amusement. And with the voice of an approaching storm, he asked, "Where is Naruto?" Lucy felt her throat go dry. "They called him back to the underworld," he managed to stammer. Akino's violet eyes darkened. Lucy's chest tightened. Akino possessed a presence that was more sinister, more imposing than Naruto's. While Naruto's aura radiated an implacable power, Akino's was different, unpredictable, erratic, and utterly dangerous. And now Lucy was caught up in a contract negotiation with her. Lucy, Urza, Gray, and Natsu finally recovered and rushed to protect her. But, crack! A black beam struck the ground in front of them, forcing them to stop instantly. The air was burning, the ground sizzled under the surge of demonic electricity. "Don't interfere," Akino said sharply, her voice a far cry from her usual playful tone. "This is a negotiation between the contractor and the defendant." Urza gritted her teeth as her fingers moved nervously toward her sword. Get Lucy out of there. The blonde seraph hesitated. Can't. Everyone turned towards her. Gabriel's expression was serious, with his hands clasped over his heart. A contract between the celestial and the infernal must not be broken. If Lucy-sama has summoned this demon, then she herself must manage the terms. I agree. A signed contract must be respected, Virgo added neutrally. Author's note. She was called off-camera to help some innocent bystanders. Urza clenched her fists. TCH. Damn it. They had no choice but to watch. Aquino stealthily approached Lucy, swaying her hips with an unnatural, predatory grace. Lucy, despite her fear, stood firm. Your name? Aquino asked, stopping right in front of her. Lucy Heartfilia. Aquino's smile widened. You have a nice body. Lucy's face turned completely red. Thank you. The devil chuckled, raised his hand, and gently stroked Lucy's cheek. You know how this works, right? Lucy swallowed and nodded slowly. Aquino smiled sarcastically. Fine. So tell me, Lucy Heartfilia, what do you offer in exchange for this contract? Lucy froze. Aquino waited. The seconds passed. Aquino's smile widened. Oh, nothing. Then what if? He leaned towards her, and his warm breath tickled Lucy's ear. I buy Naruto every day of the week. Lucy recoiled in surprise. That? Her mind raced. If she accepted, they would take Naruto away from her. If she refused, she would lose the key forever. His fingers clenched into fists, and then a light blush rose to her cheeks. Weekends with W. Aquino tilted her head, intrigued. Weekdays. Weekends. Your desire for him is delicious. I like it. I'm not lusting after Naruto. Aquino covered her face again with her hands, smiling. Oh, but you are. You just don't want to admit it. Lucy glared at her. Weekends. Last offer. Aquino laughed softly, taking a step back. Ha ha, okay, you've won. Lucy sighed in relief, until Aquino added. But you can't interrupt us when we're together. Oh, and you're free to join us if you want. Lucy's brain short-circuited. And then, grah, bitch. Lullaby's furious roar ripped through the heavens, shaking the battlefield as the monstrous demon rose once more. Its charred body groaned and whimpered, splintered wood and molten bark barely held together under its own weight. And yet, he refused to die. Aquino sighed dramatically, placing a delicate hand on her cheek as she watched the burning husk of a once powerful creature struggle to stay upright. Now are you alive? His voice was mocking, tinged with a sensual amusement that only fueled the demon's hatred. Above them, the storm raged, lightning danced among the clouds, casting long shadows across the devastated landscape. The air was thick with static, and the smell of ozone and death permeated the battlefield. Lullaby's three-eyed skull turned toward her, its grotesque features contorting with rage. It inhaled deeply, drawing magic from the very air, and its jaws widened as a vast magic circle formed before it. This was not just an attack. This was a curse. A spell that would erase everything in its path. Aquino's smile sharpened. A flash of something wicked crossed her violet eyes. Fufufu beautiful. She raised her hand, letting a dark electricity crackle along her fingers as the storm that loomed over her seemed to bend to her will. This is a little trick Pride taught me a while ago. In fact, it's his favorite. He extended his arm, forming with his fingers the ancient seal of destruction. Make a. The heavens screamed. A single black bolt ripped across the sky like the judgment of a god. It was colossal. No, it was alive. A living serpent of electricity, its body twisting and contorting as it descended from the storm. Faster than thought, faster than sound. The enormous figure of Lullaby never had a chance. The instant the lightning struck, the world was plunged into chaos. A pillar of destruction rose with a roar, engulfing the titanic demon completely. The air exploded in a massive shockwave, obliterating everything in its path within a 5-kilometer radius. Reality itself trembled, and searing heat and pressure set the ground ablaze beneath its feet. For an instant, just an instant, the battlefield was nothing but a blinding white light. And when it faded away, the nanny had left. No Roto. Not injured. Not a single body remained. A huge crater, whose edges still crackle with black lightning, and the earth itself burned beyond recognition. Akino giggled, bringing a hand to her lips as she admired her work. The way they scream before they burst into flames is simply enchanting. Behind her, Lucy could only stare, wide-eyed, breathless, shocked to the core. This wasn't magic. This was not a battle. This was pure annihilation. Akino landed gracefully, the last flickers of black lightning dissipating at her fingertips. Around her, the fairy tale wizards stood motionless, a mixture of astonishment and terror in their eyes. The demon they had fought for so long was nothing but ashes, erased from existence as if it had never been. Gabriel, still in awe, floated down beside Urza, gently pressing a glowing hand to her bruises. That was breathtaking, she whispered, her golden eyes twinkling with admiration. So much destruction, yet strangely elegant. Lucy, however, continued to stare in astonishment at the battlefield, trying to process what had just happened. One attack, just one attack, and Lullaby had completely disappeared. That was, Lucy murmured, still staring at the smoking crater where a huge demon had once stood. Akino turned to face her, placing a delicate hand on her cheek, her expression innocent yet mischievous. You're making me blush, Lucy-chan. She giggled, lightly pressing her lips together with her fingers. After all, it's only 20% of my power. Lucy stiffened. 20%. Akino's smile widened, and her voice became soft and dark. Of course I held back. I know you wouldn't want your dear friends to be the suitor. What a shame. I love hearing their beautiful screams. Silence. Lucy took a very slow step back. You're a sadist, aren't you? He muttered, as sweat ran down his forehead. Akino's only response was an even wider and more sinister smile. Before Lucy could even think about running, the air in front of her twisted and a vortex of hellfire and collapsing shadows appeared. Then he arrived. A blonde demon entered, hands in his pockets, his expression impassive as he surveyed the wreckage around him. His icy blue gaze lingered on the smoldering remains of Lullaby before turning to the stunned group of fairy tale wizards. How long was I gone exactly? Before anyone could answer, Akino's eyes flashed with something far more dangerous than lightning. I was waiting for you, Naruto-kun. Naruto stiffened instantly. His body tensed, and a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He didn't even need to look. He recognized that voice. Slowly, like a robot, he turned towards Lucy, his face completely expressionless. Lucy. Lucy swallowed. What? Naruto's gaze darkened. What have you done? Lucy quickly pointed to the empty space where Lullaby had been. I had no choice. I had to help them, she exclaimed, trying to justify her terrible mistake. Naruto's expression did not change. And you thought summoning her was the solution? I didn't know it was so, and you didn't answer my call. Lucy retorted, idiot. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling slowly, as if trying to gather every last drop of patience he had left. Lucy, he said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. You can't call me when I'm at Hushia's mansion. It's like trying to call someone from inside a sealed vault. It doesn't work. Lucy opened her mouth, ready to argue. But before he could do so, Naruto was knocked to the ground. Naruto-kun. Akino lunged at him, straddling his waist, wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her face in his chest. Naruto let out a very slow and very tired sigh. Infuriating. The fairy tale wizards, who had barely recovered from seeing her annihilate a giant death demon, could only stare in utter disbelief. Gabriel tilted his head. Is this how demons greet each other? Urza, still clutching her sword, stiffened. It's so bold. Gray nodded distractedly, his gaze fixed on the scene. Damn it, Naruto's having a hard time. Natsu, however, wasn't paying attention. He was too busy fuming about not having been able to fight the demon himself. Meanwhile, Lucy was losing her mind. Hichichiwai. She let go of Naruto. Lucy yelled, but Akino ignored her. Instead, she raised her head just enough to smile maliciously at the blonde sorceress, her amethyst eyes sparkling with amusement. Era, she whispered. Do you know what day it is today, Lucy-chan? Lucy froze. His brain processed it for a second. Then another. And then he turned pale. And you? Akino's smug smile widened as she resumed her sniffing to perceive Naruto's scent like a cat marking its territory. So, where were we? Lucy was about to explode. Lucy, what did you trade? Naruto, panting, managed to break free from Akino's suffocating embrace. He glared at Lucy, hoping, praying, that she hadn't done what he suspected. Lucy visibly crumbled under his gaze. She couldn't meet his eyes. I had to compromise, she stammered, drenched in sweat. Naruto's left eye twitched. Akino laughed. How innocent. She bent down and wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck from behind. Now Naruto is mine every weekend. Huh. Lucy broke down. That. I can just imagine how much fun we'll have together, Akino murmured, rubbing her cheek against Naruto's. Nighttime cuddles, feeding each other sweets, and, of course, enjoying others' activities. Lucy's face turned so red that it rivaled Urza's hair. Naruto appeared to have ended his life. What a nuisance, he muttered with an expressionless face. Ah! Lucy screamed internally. Meanwhile, Gabriel, who had been observing the entire interaction with growing confusion, suddenly felt a strange sensation deep in his chest. It was warm, oppressive, uncomfortable. He frowned. What is this feeling? It was an unfamiliar emotion, one she couldn't fully understand. She didn't understand why she disliked seeing Akino clinging to Naruto like that. Pouting, the angel gently pulled Naruto away from Akino's grip. Please don't do that, she said gently, protecting him. Akino raised an eyebrow, curious. Ha ha ha, you're interesting. Gabriel blinked innocently. Why? Akino studied her closely. Despite being an angel, you don't seem worried about being so close to a demon like Naruto-kun. That's odd. Gabriel tilted his head. I don't judge others by their race. Akino smiled mischievously. Era, I definitely approve. How annoying. Naruto rubbed his temples. Urza, who had been watching with growing exasperation, finally decided to intervene. She walked toward Akino with a calm but cautious expression. I'm Urza Scarlet, a mage from Fairy Tail. She introduced herself formally. Nice to meet you. Akino focused all her attention on the redhead and immediately moistened her lips. Era, what a strong and beautiful woman. She leaned slightly towards me, her eyes sparkling mischievously. You're a very naughty girl, aren't you? Urza blinked. Then she blushed. PP, please don't say those things. Akino smiled more maliciously. But it's true, I can sense your desires, you know? You like Naruto, don't you? Urza froze like a statue. Akino leaned in and whispered in his ear, her voice full of amusement. I won't tell him, but just so you know, he likes masochists. Urza's face turned as red as a tomato. He staggered backward, his eyes wide with horror, then immediately turned around and left. I need to go do something, he murmured stiffly. Akino laughed. Meanwhile, Naruto was fighting the urge to bang his head against the nearest wall. Natsu, completely unfazed by the chaos surrounding him, smiled at Akino. You're strong. Fight me. Akino tilted her head. No lust whatsoever. Not a trace. That's strange. I'm afraid not. I only enjoy battles when I can play with my opponents, he said, winking at her. Natsu scratched his head. Huh? What do you mean? Let's go home. Akino interrupted cheerfully. Lucy immediately grabbed Naruto's other arm before Akino could drag him away. Oh, Lucy, what are you doing? Naruto stiffened, and his face turned slightly red. Shut up. Akino pouted. Era, how daring. Naruto sighed in defeat and waved his hand, creating a massive portal. A vortex of hellfire and shadows plummeted down, leaving scorched marks on the ground. "Come in," he murmured wearily. "I just want this day to be over." And with that, they disappeared into the night. Fairy Tale Guild. The swirling hellfire and shadows dissipated, leaving scorched marks on the ground as Naruto and his group emerged into the dimly lit streets of Magnolia. The town was already asleep, save for the occasional flicker of lanterns along the cobblestone streets. The Fairy Tale Guild was closed, its doors firmly shut, revealing only the faint golden glow of lights from the upper floors. "That was awesome, Naruto," Natsu exclaimed with a grin, smacking his fist against his palm. "That makes me want to fight you even more." Naruto stopped, his expression remaining unreadable. Fighting Natsu was a dangerous idea. Training, maybe, but a real fight? No. The reason was simple. Natsu wasn't just any dragon slayer. He was a reincarnated demon, brought back by pride, one of the 7 deadly sins. If Naruto pushed him too hard, something inside him might awaken, and that was a risk Naruto wasn't willing to take. "Yes," Naruto murmured, turning around. "Get stronger, and we'll see." It wasn't a refusal, but it wasn't a promise either. Even so, it seemed to satisfy Natsu, who smiled excitedly before waving them off. "You'd better not run away when the time comes." Naruto sighed and crawled forward. His right arm was occupied by Akino, who was happily snuggled up to his shoulder, humming softly as she coiled around him like a snake. His left arm was held by Lucy, who, despite her glare, refused to let go, as if protecting him from Akino's influence. Gabriel walked behind them, unusually quiet, her golden eyes alternating between Naruto and the 2 women. She clasped her hands to her chest, her expression worried. Something wasn't right with her. She felt something, but she had no idea what it was. A strange, oppressive, and warm sensation, but also unpleasant. Gabriel decided. He would soon return to heaven. Michael would know what was happening to him. The apartment that no longer exists. By the time they reached their destination, Naruto already dreaded the chaos that awaited him at home. Except, there was no home. Lucy stopped. So did Gabriel. What stood before them was not their modest apartment. Instead, it was an imposing 6-story mansion. The neighboring buildings? Gone. The entire block had been razed, leaving only this luxurious mansion standing, with its enormous double doors adorned with intricate golden symbols. The surrounding air was thick with high-level demonic magic. Lucy let go of Naruto and took a hesitant step forward. Are we lost?" She turned around, and her gaze fell on the mailbox by the front door. Engraved on the silver plating was a single word. Satan. Her eyes opened in shock. Gabriel, on the other hand, was beaming with excitement. "Our house transformed. Incredible." He flapped his wings slightly with joy. "What? What happened to the apartment?" Lucy screamed, putting her hands to her head. His voice echoed through the night. At that moment, the double doors of the mansion creaked open. Inside stood 2 familiar figures, Ophis and Lilith, dressed in their usual black Gothic gowns. Behind them, a voluptuous woman with black hair leaned languidly against the doorframe, her golden feline eyes gleaming mischievously. Both Ophis and Lilith bowed their heads deeply the moment they saw Naruto. "Forgive us, master." Naruto's eye twitched. He felt like he was getting a migraine. "What happened?" "The stray cat wrecked the house when you left," Lilith said with an expressionless face. "We stopped her before she caused more damage," Ophis added. A deep growl echoed behind him. "It's a lie. They attacked me first, Naya." Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose as Kuroka finally stepped forward, crossing her arms under her large chest as her black tail twitched in irritation. "These breastless brats attacked me as a group while I was peacefully sunbathing, Naya," she complained dramatically, putting a hand to her forehead. "False," Ophis replied instantly. "You tried to steal the master's bed, his clothes, and his pillows. You even rubbed yourself against her things, trying to mark your territory," Lilith accused. Kuroka snorted and turned to Naruto, her golden eyes filled with tears. "Naruto-kun, do you hear the slander I have to deal with, Naya?" Naruto let out a long, slow sigh. It's infuriating. Akino, still clinging to his arm, smiled smugly and gave Kuroko a thumbs up. Well done, Kuroka. Kuroka blinked, then smiled. Thank you, Ama Naya. Meanwhile, Lucy was losing her mind. Where is our old apartment? The twins turned towards her with expressionless faces. We bought the land and built this for Master, Ophis stated matter-of-factly. Naruto-sama doesn't deserve to live in such a dirty apartment, Lilith added. Lucy's eye twitched. Bought? With what money? The twins tilted their heads. Demons don't need to buy things, Ophis replied, as if it were obvious. Everything belongs to the master by right, Lilith added. Lucy turned to Naruto, with a look of utter resignation. Naruto sighed, rubbing his temples. What exactly happened to my house in the underworld? For the first time, the twins hesitated. They looked at each other with worried expressions. Then Lilith spoke. Well, you'll see. Flashback. Kuroka smiled slyly, wagging her tail as she stretched lazily. Nah, and maybe Naruto doesn't want to come back because he got bored of you too, Nayat. Crack. The air froze. The ground cracked. The entire room shuddered as Ophis and Lilith slowly turned their expressionless, motionless eyes toward the smiling Nikomata. Take that back. They spoke in unison, with eerily calm voices. Kuroka's smile widened. Oh, this was going to be fun. Why should I, Naya? Maybe I already have a new pet. A huge sphere of pure destruction pierced the ceiling, detonating in the sky like a collapsing star. The entire right wing of the house disappeared. Kuroka blinked at the sight of the enormous hole. Well, that was... Chains of red energy enveloped his limbs. Abrupt. He frowned, but before he could react, the twins laughed. It was soft, unnatural. For the first time, their expressionless faces broke into malicious smiles. Nae-sama, purred Ophis. The kitty is talking nonsense. Lilith's eyes glowed blood red. We're Naruto-sama's only pets. So, the twins held hands. Their energy merged, forming draconic wings, one blue, one red, whose missing halves fit together perfectly. Their voices merged into one. Just us. Bew. The mansion, the street, the whole block disappeared. Only a smoking crater remained. End of the flashback. Ophis and Lilith bowed deeply, their faces showing no regret but a hint of emotion. That's what happened, Ophis said flatly. Forgive us, Master, Lilith added, without showing the slightest remorse. Naruto let out the longest, most exhausting sigh of his life. He pinched the bridge of his nose, already feeling his head begin to ache. Infuriating. Words carried weight. It meant frustration. It meant resignation. It also meant that he was too tired to deal with this tonight. Tomorrow I will punish you both. The twins stiffened. Their stoic expressions vanished as their faces flushed. Punishment? By Naruto-sama? They trembled with anticipation. Naruto ignored their reactions and turned to Kuroka, who suddenly stopped licking her paw mid-movement. You too, he said bluntly. Kuroka trago saliva. And Naya. Naruto didn't even bother to repeat it. He simply walked in, dragging behind him a conceited Akino, a nervous Lucy, and a confused Gabriel. Inside the new mansion. The moment Lucy entered, she froze. His breath caught in his throat. The architecture, the interior, the lighting. I felt right at home. Like the Heartfilia mansion. Like the place he thought he'd never return to. For a moment, she forgot that demons, angels, and superpowered cats were part of her life. Then reality hit her right in the face. Where are my things? She shouted, gripped by panic. The twins tilted their heads at his outburst. Don't worry, big tits, Ophis said, with her usual impassive expression. We saved everything the master owned. Lucy blinked. Only Stu, wait. Just a minute. What does that mean? Lilith answered without hesitation. Naruto-sama owns everything in the apartment. He paused for dramatic effect. including you. Lucy's brain short-circuited. Her cheeks erupted in a furious blush. What kind of logic? Before she could scream any more, Ophis pushed her into a room and closed the door. Lucy's room, prison? Lucy snorted, crossing her arms. Gur. Those two. Then, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Why am I happy when people call me Naruto's property? Lucy blushed again. I need to have my head checked. Putting that thought aside, he took a deep breath and looked around. The room was huge. Twice as big as his old apartment. Luxurious. Elegant. Too sophisticated. Her queen-size bed looked fit for royalty. Lucy collapsed onto the mattress, sighing deeply as she sank into the soft sheets. I feel right at home. Her eyelids grew heavy. Before falling asleep, she made a mental note. Tomorrow, she was going to beg Naruto to train her. Enough of weakness. Enough of being mere spectators. It was time to get stronger. Naruto woke up with a deep, tired sigh. This was getting out of control. Instead of his new bed, he was lying on the carpeted floor, a very soft, very expensive carpet, but the floor nonetheless. Above him, sleeping peacefully, was Gabriel. Again. To make matters worse, his left arm was trapped between Akino's arms, and his right arm was wedged under Kuroka's deadly grip. His eye moved. Naruto had participated in many battles, faced demons, angels, and unspeakable horrors, but nothing, absolutely nothing, was as exasperating as waking up like this every morning. The master is suffocating. He stiffened. Not only because of his committed position, but because he wasn't the only one awake. Slowly, he looked up. Two pairs of expressionless eyes met his. One red, one blue. Ophis and Lilith stood by the bed, staring. And Judge, Ne-sama, Ne-sama, Ophis murmured in a monotonous, strangely calm voice. Today I feel like killing 3 people. Foxes. I agree, Lilith replied. The master is suffocating under those unnecessary weight distributions. Dark auras emanated from the twins, and the shadows writhed at their feet like living beings. Naruto felt genuine chills. TCH, don't kill them. Just help me get out of this mess without waking them up. The twins nodded once. Ophis extended her hand, and her fingers glowed with an unnatural energy. Gabriel floated gently into the air, ingravido as a feather, before being carefully placed on the bed. 1 down, 2 to go. Then Lilith turned to Akino, spinning her forcefully onto her side. For some reason, it didn't even move. Naruto blinked. How the hell does he manage to fall asleep with all that? That's a mystery, Ophis said with an expressionless face. Finally, the only remaining obstacle was Kuroka. Ophis grabbed her arms. Lilith grabbed her legs. The Catwoman was still asleep, with a stupid smile on her face. Naruto-kun, no more teasing Naya. The twins looked at each other. They nodded. And then, but they threw her out the open window. Naruto stretched his arms, cracking his neck. Finally free. He glanced at Akino, who was frowning in her sleep, clearly missing her personal heater. You're exasperating, he muttered. With a final sigh, he lifted her in his arms and gently placed her on the bed next to Gabriel. So, before anything else could go wrong, she headed straight to the bathroom. And he checked the lock twice. Ophis, Lilith, prepare breakfast for everyone. Of course, Master/Naruto-sama, the twins replied in perfect sync. Naruto emerged from the steamy bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist, only to freeze in shock upon hearing the conversation taking place in his room. Akino and Gabriel were sitting together, whispering. Gabriel smiled brightly. Thank you for the advice, Akino-san. Of course, my dear, Akino said with a mischievous smile. So, if you start to feel hot at night, I'll ask Naruto-kun for help, Gabriel concluded with pure innocence. Naruto stared intently. Gabriel nodded firmly, as if it were the most logical thing in the world. Akino patted him on the shoulder. That's the spirit. And remember, show him everything. Gabriel blushed slightly. That seems a little indecent. But if it makes Naruto-kun happy, I'll do it. Naruto's face was burning. His soul left his body. His brain short-circuited. And then, he calmly closed the door. I need to get out of here. But her clothes were still inside. And she was only wearing a towel. Naruto weighed his options. Go back and risk the madness Akino was teaching Gabriel. Find a way to escape. Your answer? Teleportation. And where did it land? Lucy's room. And he immediately regretted it. Lucy stretched with a sigh of satisfaction, feeling completely refreshed. Her bed was so incredibly comfortable that she was convinced the fabric had some kind of magic. It was a world apart from the bed in her old apartment, which had a habit of creaking at the worst possible moments. As he sat up, he paused for a moment to appreciate the size of his new room. It was huge. The walls were lined with intricately carved furniture, the ceiling had a chandelier, and there was even a dressing room large enough to be a separate room. Wow, I could get used to this. Still in her nightgown, she got up and began exploring every corner, checking drawers, closets, and storage spaces to make sure all her belongings had survived the move. When she finally saw her mother's diary on the wardrobe next to her bed, she let out a sigh of relief. Well, I'm still here. Having said that, he decided to try his personal bathroom, which, to his surprise, was too big for just one person. I could fit half the guild in here, he muttered, looking at the enormous bathtub. She pushed that thought away and took a relaxing bath, humming to herself before going out to dry off in her room. Now that she had real privacy, she took her time to enjoy the moment, something she had never been able to do in her small, old apartment. At least I don't have to pay rent anymore, she smiled to herself as she wrapped herself in the towel. Still humming, she walked to her closet, opened the bottom drawer, and bent down to pick up her underwear. And then, Naruto teleported directly to his room. Then, Naruto froze. This was bad. His brain short-circuited. He hadn't meant to teleport there. He'd been trying to escape Akino and Gabriel's madness, and somehow, his magic had led him to the worst possible place. Lucy still had her back to him, completely oblivious to everything. Think. An idea immediately came to him. Ophis and Lilith are in the kitchen. He had ordered them to prepare breakfast. Which meant he could escape before she even realized it. Her body tensed. Lucy stood up. She turned around. Their eyes met. Naruto. He's still standing there, trying not to breathe. Lucy, holding up an undergarment. Her face turned as red as a tomato. Silence. So, Naruto disappeared in an instant. 5 long seconds passed before Lucy's brain fully processed what had just happened. His eye trembled. Her face was burning red. Then his whole body trembled with rage. That pervert. He clenched his fists, his eyes watering with frustration. He saw it all. A deep breath. A deep exhalation. So, Naruto. His furious scream echoed throughout the mansion, loud enough to make the windows shake. And strong enough to make Naruto regret waking up this morning. Naruto materialized in the twins' room and immediately regretted every decision he had made in his life that had led him to that moment. What he witnessed caused his soul to leave his body. There were pictures of him everywhere. And not just any photograph. These were cursed. The entire room was a shrine dedicated to him, a frightening mixture of devotion and pure obsession. 2 separate beds, each decorated in a way that made her stomach churn. The blankets? His own half-naked image, printed in a suggestive pose, lying face down as if embracing the person sleeping beneath him. The pillows? Chibi versions of his head, staring blankly at him. The walls? Posters of him in various sexy poses he didn't remember ever doing. What the hell is this? He staggered backward, putting his hands to his forehead. Where did you get this? His brain shut down. Then, he squinted, looking at the corner of one of the blankets. There was a small printed label. He hesitated before reading it aloud. Handmade by Trihexia. Naruto's face lost its color. His hands were trembling. That little one. A deep, Exhausted sigh. She rubbed her temples, forcing herself to accept that this was her life now. Without wasting another second, she teleported out of the room, vowing never to speak of what she had just witnessed. Upon reaching his room, he exhaled sharply. No creepy twins. No shrines to obsession. No terrifying memories. Only peace. Or so I thought. His eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right. The room was too quiet. The bed was empty. Where are they? He murmured. Then he understood. They were probably having breakfast downstairs. Naruto relaxed slightly. Finally. Then, a chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, he imagined what Akino's room might look like. Her body visibly trembled. No, I'll never set foot there again. And with that, Naruto decided that breakfast had suddenly become an absolute priority. Fairy Tail was as noisy and chaotic as ever. Overturned tables, fights breaking out, beer mugs flying through the air, the usual. But the moment Naruto, Lucy, Akino, and Gabriel crossed the threshold, everything disrupted. The overwhelming presence of divine beauty left the entire guild speechless. It all started with Akino. She entered gracefully, her battle kimono billowing with each elegant step, her long black hair flowing behind her like a river of silk. Her deep violet eyes held a mischievous glint, and her signature era smile sent a collective shiver through the room. And then there was Gabriel. A vision of celestial radiance, her golden curls cascading down her back like liquid sunlight, her soft blue eyes filled with innocence. Even without her halo or visible wings, she seemed to radiate an ethereal light, her presence almost too pure for the bustling guild hall. The silence lingered as the entire guild stood, staring. Mikao, Wakaba, and several other male members of the guild dropped their drinks, mouths agape. Some slapped themselves, wondering if they were dreaming. Some of the women even froze, unsure whether to feel intimidated, jealous, or admired. Elfman's hands were trembling. This level of beauty, really. Certificati is a man. The only one who seemed impassive was Naruto, apart from Gray, and Natsu, who sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. This is going to be a long day. Wow, they're really shocked, Lucy murmured, looking around at the guild members, who were completely stunned. Akino giggled, gently stroking her cheek. Ha, is this the infamous fairy tale? How lively. Gabriel, oblivious to the effect she was having, simply smiled radiantly. Hello everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Her angelic voice elicited another wave of admiring sighs from the room. Lucy sighed in exasperation. Even the women were melting. Mira, after recovering, hurried over to them, still slightly flushed but maintaining her usual friendly demeanor. Welcome to Fairy Tail. His gaze lingered on Akino for a fraction of a second longer, before he coughed into his fist and turned back to Naruto. And I suppose these two are with you? Naruto nodded. Unfortunately, yes. Gabriel tilted his head in confusion, while Akino smiled knowingly. Mira quickly introduced herself, explaining where Master Makarov's office was. But just as the group was about to go upstairs, she suddenly grabbed Naruto's wrist and leaned toward him, putting a finger to her lips. Shoo, I need your help. Flashback. Naruto took a long sip of the beer Mira had offered him. The cold liquid barely managed to relieve his constant tiredness. Okay, she murmured, placing the cup on the table. What's this all about? In front of him, Mira Jane Strauss, the infamous demon from Fairy Tail, was nervous. Her usual warm and serene countenance was cracking, and a deep blush was spreading across her pale cheeks. Well, Mira hesitated before bowing her head deeply. You stole my first kiss. Naruto almost choked on his drink. But, she continued in a softer voice, you also helped me quiet the voices in my head. So thank you. Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Lift your head, Mira. It was nothing. He leaned back against the counter, his gaze distant. Honestly, now that I'm officially part of the guild, it'll probably happen again. Mira frowned at that, pressing her lips together. Seeing her expression, Naruto reached into his pocket and took out a small, smooth black stone, placing it in the palm of her hand. He blinked when he saw it. "A rock." "Yes," he said, tapping it with his finger. "If your demon misbehaves again, squash it, and I'll appear." Mira stared at him, her eyes wide, before smiling radiantly. "Thank you, Naruto." For some reason, he almost wished his inner demon would manifest itself again. Naruto scoffed. "Anyway, it's kind of my fault." Before he could finish, a crimson light erupted beneath his feet. His eyes narrowed. Infuriating. And just like that, he disappeared, forcibly summoned by Lucy for his first mission. End of the flashback. Safe. Without hesitation, he bowed his head and leaned in to kiss her. Myra's face turned completely red as she pushed him before the impact, pressing her hands against his chest. "And not here, you idiot," she stammered, completely flustered. Several nearby wizards had interrupted their conversations, watching with growing amusement. Some were whistling, others murmuring curious comments, clearly interested in what was happening between the two. Myra's fingers gripped Naruto's wrist as she pulled him toward the basement door. "See, come with me," she whispered hurriedly. There are too many people here." Naruto sighed, but let himself be dragged along, ignoring the giggles of some guild mates as they disappeared under the main floor. Makarov's office, meeting with the guild master. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lucy, Aquino, and Gabriel were facing Makarov Dreyer, the fairy tale master, who, much to Lucy's immediate irritation, turned out to be Otany old man with a perverted smile on his face. "Well," said Makarov, stroking his beard as he stared brazenly at the three women in front of him. "What are the names of these lovely little princesses?" "Fufufu Aquino Asmodia." Aquino introduced herself, tilting her head slightly. Her sensual tone made the old man chuckle. "Mine is Gabriel, little master," said Gabriel with a pure and angelic smile that radiated warmth. Lucy Heartfilia," Lucy murmured, crossing her arms as a vein throbbed in her forehead. Makarov gave them a thumbs up. "Oh ho ho, what beautiful girls. I approve of all of you joining Fairy Tale." Lucy sighed in frustration. "Why do I feel like I'm talking to a dirty old man in a tavern instead of the guild master?" Then, suddenly, he frowned. "Wait a minute. Where the heck is Naruto?" Fairy Tale Guild basement. The dimly lit basement was silent, except for the occasional creaking of the old wooden beams. Mira leaned her back against the cold stone wall, her breathing a little uneven as she looked at Naruto. Her body still vibrated with the heat of the previous contact. Then, without warning, she pulled him forward and pressed her lips against his. The instant their lips met, a slight moanit escaped from Myra's throat. A spark of magic crackled in the air. The subtle demonic energy that inhabited her responded instinctively to her presence. Naruto's hands found her waist, holding her firmly but gently as he returned her kiss. For a moment, Myra's mind went blank, savoring the strange sensation of her chaotic powers calming beneath his touch. After a few moments, Naruto finally separated, breathing in a slightly more agitated tone than before. "Are you all calm now?" he asked in a casual tone of voice. Mira pouted, clearly annoyed at how quickly he had broken off the kiss. Then, as if remembering the reason for it all, her face flushed. What? "Oh, yes, of course," he stammered, brushing a strand of white hair away from his face. Thank you again, Naruto-kun." Naruto exhaled wearily, already sensing that Lucy was probably going to hit him once he got back upstairs. "Whenever you want," he murmured before turning towards the stairs. Mira hesitated, biting her lip before suddenly blurting out, Naruto-kun, can we meet tomorrow?" Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked at her over his shoulder. Mira waved her hands rapidly. I want to talk. I want to know more about demons and stuff," she added, her face burning with embarrassment. Naruto smiled slightly. "Of course." As they were going back up, he suddenly stopped mid-step, squinting slightly. Lucy, Aquino, Gabriel, Natsu, they disappeared. He turned his head towards the entrance just as a small, elderly man stepped in his path. Naruto recognized him instantly. Makarov Dreyer. The guild master's expression was unusually serious, a stark contrast to the playful old man of before. "You're Naruto Sathanas, right?" Makarov asked, his voice commanding despite his short stature. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What do you want?" Beside him, Mira nudged him in the ribs, whispering, "That's the master, you idiot. Show some respect." But Makarov just chuckled. "Okay, Mira-chan. I like guys like him." Then, his expression hardened again. "My boy Natsu stole a classwork S from the second floor," Makarov stated. "Your friend Lucy and the other girls went with him." Naruto simply gave him a bored look. "So what?" he said curtly. Makarov narrowed his eyes. "So you know what an S-class job means, right? Extremely dangerous. One mistake could cost everyone their lives." Naruto shrugged, unconcerned. "Akino and Gabriel are with them. They're strong enough to finish the mission in seconds." Makarov exhaled deeply before uttering one last sentence that changed everything. "Even if the island is full of demons." Naruto's entire body stiffened. His mind quickly turned to Akino, surrounded by unknown demons, her eyes filled with lust. She clenched her fists, digging her nails into the palms of her hands. It had nothing to do with jealousy. Absolutely nothing. The tension was palpable in the air of Trihexia's private chamber. The girl, sitting cross-legged on the floor, was surrounded by a halo of floating grimoires, each open to a different page filled with celestial texts and demonic runes. In her hands, she held a radiant white crystal, imbued with divine energy, a direct link to one of heaven's highest authorities. A calm and measured voice echoed from inside the glass. "Could you repeat that, please?" Trihexia frowned. Her patience was wearing thin. She had spent hours poring over ancient texts, searching for anything at all, that could explain the vision that had shaken her to her core. And finding nothing, she swallowed her pride and contacted him. "Like I told you, Michael, I saw an angel. No, a fallen angel, with black wings and a red halo. Now tell me, do you know anyone who fits that description, or am I wasting my time?" A sigh emanated from the glass. "Trihexia, that's no way to talk to your elders." Trihexia's left eye twitched. "We're the same age. I only use this form because Naruto is a Lulakan." There was a brief pause, followed by another sigh, this time deeper. Putting that unsettling detail aside, Michael continued, "You said this being had black wings? That would identify it as a fallen angel. However, a red halo? That's something else entirely." Trihexia's irritation faded when she noticed the hesitation in Michael's voice. He was always so calm, so methodical. He never reacted without reason. But now, there was something strange about his voice. "Worry. Fallen angels don't have halos," Michael continued. "When an angel falls, it loses its halo along with its purity. It's a law of our existence. The only logical conclusion would be that this fallen angel was a hybrid. However, such a thing should be impossible. Angels and demons are fundamentally incompatible by nature." Michael suddenly fell silent. Trihexia frowned. "What's the only thing left, Michael?" The crystal sparkled in her hand. When she finally spoke, her voice was lower, more reserved. "How many wings did this fallen one have?" Trihexia closed her eyes and recalled the vision with perfect clarity. The sky ablaze, the land devastated, the figure standing erect above the destruction, its crimson halo crackling with black lightning. 12 vast black wings spread behind it, casting a shadow across the ravaged battlefield. His blood ran cold. 12, he whispered. A long silence passed between them. Michael exhaled sharply. "Then we have a problem." Trihexia gripped the glass tighter. "Michael, this isn't you, is it?" "Absolutely not." Michael's voice held a note of offense. "I would never allow myself to fall. But you're right. If what you saw was real, then a seraph has fallen." Trihexia felt a knot in her stomach, an ancient, instinctive fury. Seraphim were the highest-ranking angels, direct messengers of the divine, paradigms of order and righteousness. If one had truly fallen and somehow retained their halo, that meant they had transcended the boundaries of heaven and hell. They had become something new. Something worse. Michael's tone was grim. If such a being exists, it would surpass anything we've seen so far. I will investigate on my own. Whatever happens, I will not allow another member of my family to fall. Trihexia did not respond. She simply cut the connection. The glass clouded over, its golden sheen fading. Slowly, she stood up, her small body trembling, not from fear, but from something far more dangerous. The air around him crackled with primal energy. The runes covering the floor of his chamber shattered as waves of dark energy emanated from his body. Outside, the sky of the underworld, normally a dull purple, turned a deep blood red. His voice was a whisper, but it had the weight of a divine edict. Whoever he is, whatever he's become. A dark aura arose around him, distorting the very space. I will destroy you. Chapter 6, Home. The salty breeze from the open sea brushed against Lucy's face as she leaned over the ship's railing, gazing at the crystal-clear turquoise waters rippling below. The ocean crossing to Galuna Island had been uneventful, at least until now. Gabriel's excited voice broke through the rhythmic crashing of the waves. Lucy-sama, look! The angel pointed with childlike enthusiasm towards a pod of dolphins leaping gracefully out of the water, their slender bodies shimmering in the sunlight. Lucy looked up, but her attention was immediately drawn to something far less majestic. Her boatman, Bobo. The burly, disheveled man hadn't stopped staring at Aquino since the moment they boarded. His piercing eyes lingered too long on her curves, and his grin nearly split his face in two. Lucy snorted, leaning towards Aquino and whispering, "Doesn't it bother you even a little bit that I'm practically drooling over you?" Aquino, ever serene, simply smiled, her violet eyes sparkling with amusement. Not at all, Lucy. She leaned closer, lowering her voice. After all, only Naruto-kun can touch me. Lucy shuddered slightly as she realized how she'd said it. Mocking, possessive, and utterly self-assured. Ugh, fine, but keep looking at me. She shot another glare at Bobo, who by now was barely paying attention to the ship's wheel. Of course, Aquino replied gently, tilting her head. He's giving me magic. Lucy blinked. What? Aquino chuckled and finally focused all her attention on Lucy. You see, we demons absorb magic from humans when they experience the 7 deadly sins. Lust, greed, wrath, sloth. You get the picture. She subtly pointed at Bobo. He feels lust for me, which means he's feeding on me. Lucy's jaw nearly dropped. Wait, does that really make you stronger? Exactly, Aquino said with a smug smile. Naruto experiences the same effect. If someone feels anger toward him, for example, it unintentionally feeds his magic. Gabriel, listening intently, clasped his hands in delight. That's amazing, Aquino-san. It's the same for us angels. When someone experiences pure emotions, like love, hope, or joy, we receive a boost in our celestial power. Lucy's head started spinning. Does that mean I'm giving magic? Gabriel smiled radiantly. Of course, Lucy-sama. You are my source of joy. Your determination, your passion, your kindness. All of it strengthens me. Lucy blushed slightly, torn between embarrassment and flattery. That's quite something to take in. Gray, who had somehow managed to sneak onto the ship at the last second, finally spoke. Well, what happens if we're around you two for too long? Aquino's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Well, for normal humans, nothing at all. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief, until Aquino turned towards her with bright eyes. But for Lucy... Lucy tensed up. What do you mean? Aquino moved closer, her breath brushing against Lucy's ear. You're affected by our sins, Lucy. When you're near Naruto, his aura influences you. Lucy swallowed. Right now I don't feel anything. Aquino giggled. That's because Naruto-kun isn't here. Upon hearing her name, Lucy felt a chill run down her spine. Her heart raced before she could even comprehend what was happening. Aquino's smile widened. See? Your lust just skyrocketed. You naughty girl. Shut up. Lucy covered her face with her hands, completely embarrassed. Before Aquino could provoke her further, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Island omen. The sky darkened, the clouds swirled in an unnatural vortex. The sea, once calm, turned violent, and the waves crashed forcefully against the ship's hull. Gabriel, completely oblivious to the danger, pointed ahead. Lucy-sama, what is that? Lucy followed his gaze and froze. A gigantic wall of water rose in the distance, imposing like an unstoppable force. A lump formed in his throat. That's it. Tsunami. The wave loomed over them, rising into the sky, ready to engulf them completely. Akino's usual cheerfulness vanished, and her expression hardened. A black lightning crackled at her fingertips as she raised her hand toward the impending disaster. I guess I'll take care of this, he mused, preparing to annihilate the wave with a single blast of demonic energy. But before he could unleash his power, a blinding pillar of light descended from the heavens. The moment it touched the ocean's surface, the enormous wave disintegrated, evaporating into a harmless mist. The skies cleared instantly, the storm dissolved as if it had never existed. A figure descended from the sky, bathed in a divine radiance. Clad in gleaming silver and gold armor, 12 golden wings extended from its back, shining with overwhelming celestial power. Gabriel's eyes widened as he recognized him. Oni-sama. Naruto extended his hand, and the space before him rippled like water churned by an unseen force. A vortex of hellfire and shadow collapsed inward, forming a swirling purple portal at the guild's entrance. The assembled fairy tale wizards watched, wide-eyed. The unnatural energy chilled them to the bone. Wait, I'll go with you. Urza Scarlet's firm voice cut through the murmurs of the crowd. She stepped forward, her crimson hair billowing in the wind, her expression resolute. Naruto, still holding the portal, turned to face her with a raised eyebrow. I know you're pretty, but this is my job. Urza stiffened, surprised by the unexpected comment. A slight blush tinged her cheeks, but she quickly recovered. According to guild protocol, an S-class mage must accompany any unauthorized S-class mission. She held her gaze, firm. Naruto sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Ugh, dude, are you serious? Makarov nodded, his small frame belying the weight of his authority. Rules are rules, boy. You'll have to bring it with you. Another sigh. Naruto turned toward the portal. Good. If anyone else wants to come, they have 5 seconds before it closes. Urza immediately stepped through the darkness, disappearing into it. The other mages hesitated. The idea of going on an S-class mission, especially with Titania, was intimidating enough, but doing it without permission? Much more so. But a person could not stand idly by. Mira Jane Strauss. A storm of emotions raged within her: anxiety, guilt, determination. She had remained on the sidelines for too long. Clenching her fists, Mira pressed on. With one last effort, he ran towards the portal. Lisanna, I will no longer be weak. At the last possible second, Mira jumped into the swirling abyss. And it crashed right into Urza. Mira groaned as she felt the impact beneath her. A firm, armored chest? Soft fabric? Metal? Slowly, she opened her eyes and immediately regretted it. She was on top of Urza, and her hand, unintentionally, covered something metallic and round, Urza's armor. The most worrying thing is that I could feel something more. A firm hand held her from behind. Naruto, now standing over them, stared intently. His usually stoic face remained unreadable, but it was clear his nose was bleeding. And then, with a slow, approving thumb, he said, infuriating. Hentai. A double punch with the force of an iron fist sent Naruto flying into a nearby tree, leaving the imprint of his body on the bark. Mira, her face flushed, quickly moved away from Urza, yanking her dress down. I didn't mean to. Urza, equally nervous, coughed and turned away with her arms crossed. Just move. Naruto, still trapped in the tree, murmured, it was worth it. The group had ventured into the mysterious forest of Galuna Island, where the thick canopy of trees barely allowed the moonlight to penetrate. Urza walked ahead, scanning her surroundings, while Mira followed closely behind. Naruto, walking slightly apart, had remained in an unsettling silence. The moment Mira asked him that question, something inside him broke. "Hey, Naruto-kun, do you have a family?" Her breath caught in her throat. A face flashed into her mind. A little girl with long, jet-black hair, her bright violet eyes gazing at him adoringly. A soft laugh echoed in his ears. "Baka Onii. You're so exasperating, Onii. Onii-chan, I love you." He clenched his fists. He tensed up. That name. "Zae-chan," he murmured as the memories flooded him. "I lost my sister 2 years ago." Myra's silent confession brought him back to reality. He turned his head slightly, watching as Mira clutched her dress tightly with trembling hands. Her eyes filled with tears, and she could barely speak. "She died when I took her on an S-class mission. If I hadn't taken her, if I hadn't—" Slap. Mira gasped as Urza's hand struck her cheek, not hard, but firmly. A wake-up call. "Stop. It's not your fault." Urza's voice was firm but understanding. "What would Lisana say if she saw you like this?" Mira froze. "Lisana, what would she say?" "Nei-chan, you shouldn't cry for me forever. You have to keep smiling, no matter what." Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the floor, sobbing. "I'm sorry." Urza knelt beside her and put an arm around her trembling shoulders. "We've all lost someone, Mira. Even though it hurts, we must keep living." Naruto looked away. He didn't join them. He couldn't. He had learned that lesson a long time ago. And yet, it still hurt. Naruto exhaled, shaking off the ghosts of the past. "I can't sense them from here. We'll set up camp while I scout the area." Without another word, he turned and walked into the darkness. The moment he was alone, he allowed himself to remember. A century ago, he saw a little girl running towards him with her arms outstretched. Her smile, so full of light. Her laughter, so full of warmth. And then, Naruto squeezed his eyes shut. "It infuriates me." A deep, bestial roar echoed through the trees. Naruto looked up, his gaze sharp. A gigantic creature emerged from the shadows, its enormous form making the ground tremble with every step. Its glowing yellow eyes fixed on Naruto, filled with a primal hunger. "Great," Naruto muttered, cracking his knuckles. "Anyway, I need a stress ball." The sea air was infused with a divine energy as a golden glow bathed the water's surface. The sea itself seemed to still in reverence as 12 golden wings unfurled, casting an ethereal light upon the vessel and its passengers. Floating effortlessly on the waves, his silver and gold armor gleaming, stood a man whose very presence imbued the air with a sacred atmosphere. His long blonde hair billowed like sunbeams, and his blue eyes, filled with ancient wisdom, scrutinized the ship's passengers with a serene yet commanding gaze. Gabriel's lips parted slightly in surprise before curving into a radiant smile. "Onii-sama." The Archangel Michael descended, his feet gently skimming the surface of the water as if gravity itself dared not touch him. He folded his wings, and his expression softened as he looked at his sister. "My dearest sister, how have you been?" Her voice, warm yet powerful, conveyed an intensity that made the air vibrate with divine energy. Lucy gasped. "Is this Gabriel's brother?" Michael was nothing like what she had imagined. He was heavenly perfection incarnate, exuding the same overwhelming grace as Gabriel, but infinitely more imposing. "Your brother is a girl?" Natsu suddenly exclaimed. "Hit." Gray hit the back of his head. "It's obviously a man, you idiot." Michael chuckled, unfazed by the exchange. Then his gaze shifted to Gabriel, his smile unwavering. "I'm glad to see you unharmed, Gabriel. However, I must ask you to return home immediately." Gabriel blinked in confusion. "Go back? Why? Has something happened?" Michael's expression remained unreadable. "It's classified information." Then he turned to Lucy, looking at her with a calm but searching gaze. "You must be his contractor." Lucy, still overwhelmed, gave a quick bow. "And my name is Lucy Heartfilia." "Lift your head, child," said Michael in a soft but firm voice. "I am Michael, the angel of charity and leader of the Seraphim. I appreciate your pact with my sister, but for now I must take her with me." Lucy swallowed. She didn't know why, But even though Michael radiated pure kindness, something about him made her nervous. His power was suffocating, like being in the presence of an entity far beyond human comprehension. Michael turned to Gabriel. "Come on, Gabriel. Time is running out." Before Gabriel could protest, Michael vanished in a pillar of divine light. Gabriel turned to Lucy. "I'll be back as soon as possible, Lucy-sama." And with that, she too vanished in a radiant flash. Lucy exhaled, feeling as if she had barely survived being in the presence of a god. Her heart still pounded from the awe-inspiring encounter. "That guy, he was one of a kind," Gray murmured, rubbing the back of his neck. Natsu crossed his arms. "TCH, he didn't even let us fight him." Lucy, still in shock, turned to Akino, who had remained eerily silent throughout the exchange. "Akino-san." Akino sat gracefully, resting her chin on her hand, her expression unreadable. But then, a mischievous smile played on her lips. "Hee, you've just met one of the most powerful beings in existence, Lucy. What a wonderful experience, wasn't it?" Lucy stiffened. "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Akino's violet eyes sparkled with amusement. "Michael-sama and Trihexia-sama are among the most ancient beings to have ever existed. They were among the first beings created by God more than 3 millennia ago." Lucy's jaw almost dropped. 3 millennia? Are you telling me that Michael and Trihexia are that ancient? Aquino nodded. Both were granted dominion over their respective realms, Michael over heaven and Trihexia over the underworld. They are, in essence, the closest thing to true gods that remain. A shiver ran down Lucy's spine. If they're both still here, where is God? Aquino's smile faded slightly, and her gaze drifted off to the horizon. God is not like us. He has no physical form. His existence is nothing more than pure energy and divine will. Lucy frowned. So, where did he go? Aquino exhaled, a strange glint in her eyes. That's where the story gets more interesting. God was corrupted. A deathly silence fell over the ship. Even Natsu and Gray, who had been somewhat distracted, immediately became alert. What? Lucy whispered. Aquino tapped her fingers. Something corrupted him, perverted him. He became something that was neither divine nor infernal, an entity of pure chaos. Natsu frowned. So? Aquino's expression darkened slightly. He was sealed away, hidden somewhere in this world, by Alpha and Omega, two beings so powerful they sacrificed everything to imprison him. Lucy swallowed hard. And does anyone know where it was sealed? Aquino shrugged. Who knows? Aquino's lips curled into a mocking smile as she snapped her fingers. The air around them distorted, reality itself twisted as the sky took on an unnatural crimson hue. The once calm ocean vanished, replaced by an endless, turbulent sea of blood. The water bubbled violently, and skeletal, twisted hands emerged from the depths, desperately clawing at the wooden boat. The temperature plummeted and a deathly silence filled the air. Lucy froze. Natsu, Gray, and even Happy were left speechless by the horrifying landscape before them. What the hell? Natsu shouted, immediately going on guard. Gray narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. Where the hell have you brought us, Aquino? Happy hid, trembling, behind Lucy's leg. This isn't normal. This isn't normal at all. Welcome to Limbo, Aquino exclaimed happily, stretching out her arms as if she had just taken them on a lovely sightseeing cruise. Lucy felt her soul leave her body. Hey, Aquino-san, can we go? Her question quickly turned into a scream when she felt something cold touch her back. Aquino-san. Lucy whirled around and came face to face with a skeletal hand, its long, claw-like fingers trailing along the ship's railing. A hollow, panting groan echoed from the blood-red sea below. Gray summoned an ice spear, preparing to attack, while Natsu's fists ignited, ready to burn anything in their path. Aquino laughed, seemingly indifferent to the hell that surrounded them. Haha, I guess we're not quite ready for a full tour yet. With another snap of the fingers, the world changed again. The sky turned blue, the ocean cleared, and the warm sun returned as if nothing had happened. Lucy immediately collapsed onto the floor of the ship, hugging herself. What was that? Why did you bring us there? Aquino giggled, her violet eyes sparkling. Oh, just a short excursion. They're learning so much today. I haven't learned anything, except that I need a new pair of underwear. Lucy shouted. Gray, still tense, glared at Aquino. TCH. That place, was it really limbo? Aquino nodded. The border between life and death, where lost souls wander. It was once guarded by two of God's first creations, Alpha and Omega. Guards. Natsu crossed his arms and bowed his head. Why would limbo need guards? Aquino's smile turned mysterious. To prevent anything from slipping out, of course. A heavy silence fell over the ship. Lucy swallowed hard. Wait, does that mean something actually escaped from limbo? Aquino didn't answer. She simply tilted her head with a mischievous smile. Come on, Lucy, focus on what's important. Lucy tried to push away the horrible existential terror that ran down her spine. However, Aquino wasn't finished. She looked at Lucy with an almost conspiratorial expression, and her playful smile softened. Do you miss anyone? Lucy froze. Her face instantly turned red, but she didn't deny it. Aquino's smile widened. Ha ha ha, interesting. Lucy clenched her fists. Why don't I deny it? Aquino had mentioned earlier that Naruto's presence affected her emotions. Was that what was happening? Really? No. Lucy shook her head. It wasn't about that. It was about strength. I just want to prove that I can fight without their help, Lucy murmured. Aquino raised an eyebrow, intrigued. But I feel so vulnerable without him by my side. Lucy clenched her fists. What would she do if Naruto, Aquino, and Gabriel suddenly disappeared? Her magic depended on others, on her spirits, on Naruto. She had no way to fight on her own. If she wanted to be by his side in battle, she had to change. She looked up, her determination reflected in her brown eyes. Aquino, can you help me become stronger? Aquino watched her intently before a slow, knowing smile spread across her face. Ha ha, just like that brat's eyes. Lucy didn't understand what he meant, but she didn't care. She needed strength. Aquino nodded. Well, I'm supposed to do whatever you want. But are you really ready for this? Lucy nodded firmly. I'll do anything. I'll be strong enough to be by his side. She froze, her face burning red. You? In battle? I meant you. Aquino giggled. Era, Lucy. You look so cute when you blush. Lucy wanted to die. Aquino turned her gaze forward, watching as the island drew closer. Your training starts now. Naruto advanced through the dense undergrowth, his boots pressing lightly into the soft earth. The faint crackling of the campfire mingled with the distant whisper of the night wind through the trees. Reaching the clearing, his sharp eyes took in the three tents neatly arranged around the fire. She sighed. Urza. Of course, she'd be prepared for anything. The flames flickered softly, casting dancing shadows across the tent canvas, and she wondered absent-mindedly if Lucy, Aquino, and Gabriel had already arrived on the island. Knowing Gabriel, she probably insisted on the boat ride, eager to experience something new. Naruto silently thanked every god in existence for not being there to endure the endless barrage of innocent, yet painfully obvious, questions she would ask. What makes a boat float, Naruto-kun? Why is water blue, Naruto-kun? What if the ocean is just a giant puddle, Naruto-kun? A ghost of a smile tugged at her lips. I wouldn't admit it out loud, but she liked being near Gabriel. There was something about her, something that reminded her of the past, of herself. The way Gabriel gazed at the world with wonder, how he sought knowledge with genuine curiosity. It brought back memories she had tried to bury. His thoughts changed. Lucia. The more time he spent with her, the more he felt the weight of the past pressing on his chest. It was astonishing, almost unnatural, how much she resembled Layla Heartfilia. It wasn't just her face or her voice, but her gestures, the way she moved, the subtle quirks of her expressions. The same stubbornness, the same determination, the same dreams. That enraged him. Not because he disliked it, but because it made it impossible to forget him. Forget Layla. To forget Zaichan. Naruto clenched his fist, forcing himself back to the present. Naruto. She turned slightly. Mira was standing in the doorway of her tent, the dim firelight reflected in her sapphire eyes. Her silver hair shimmered in the light as she stepped forward, hesitating for a moment before sitting down beside her on the log. "Are you still awake?" he asked, his voice now lower. Mira hugged her knees to her chest, staring into the flames. "I can't sleep." A pause. "I feel the drama from before." Naruto didn't look at her. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the sky, on the endless sea of stars that stretched above them. "Don't worry. You're not the only one who has blamed himself for someone's death." Mira turned to him, her expression shifting. I'm sorry for making you remember something painful." She bowed her head slightly, a hint of guilt in her voice. Naruto sighed, and a sad smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "Like I said, don't worry about it." Mira felt Naruto's warmth on her scalp as he gently placed his hand on her head. She blushed slightly, surprised by the simple and comforting gesture. His touch was firm, reassuring, as if he were telling her wordlessly that she wasn't alone. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then, hesitantly, Mira found her voice again. "Would you mind telling me who that person was?" The heat disappeared when Naruto withdrew his hand. The moment had passed. Her expression darkened, illuminated by the flickering light of the fire. Her lips barely moved as she spoke. "My first contractor." And at that moment, Mira realized. Naruto had also lost someone. Someone important. The salty breeze from Galuna Island swept along the coast, carrying with it the rhythmic crashing of the waves against the beach. The golden sand was warm beneath her feet, but for Lucy Heartfilia, none of that mattered. She was too busy gasping for air, collapsing on the shore after a brutal swim from the boat. Behind her, Akino Asmodia watched with a satisfied smile, her long ponytail swaying as she chuckled. The devilish violet eyes gleamed with amusement at her apprentice's pathetic state. "He made me swim. It's not that bad," Lucy thought. "Good exercise." Then the shark arrived. Lucy had never swum so fast in her life, much less screamed like a madwoman the whole way. She had barely reached the shore when Akino electrocuted the beast with a simple flick of her wrist. Now, the blonde celestial sorceress lay stretched out on the sand, trembling with exhaustion and rage. Meanwhile, Natsu Dragneel had his own priorities. His stomach touched the ground. His fingers gripped the sand as he murmured words of pure joy. "Earth, beautiful, sweet, and unchanging earth." A moment of peace. Then, wham! Gray Foolbuster's foot slammed into the back of Natsu's neck, sending his face crashing straight into the sand. Lucy coughed, shaking herself out of her near-death experience, only to turn her head towards Akino, who was grinning from ear to ear. "Ha ha ha, not bad for a rookie. Now, your next test." Lucy tensed up, bracing herself for a grueling and extreme training session that would push her to her limits. She knew Akino. This was going to be brutal. Her heart was pounding. Her mind was racing with the worst possible scenarios. Will I fight demons? Will I train against Natsu? A jungle survival test. Then Akino clasped her hands together and smiled innocently. "Banned? Huh?" Lucy blinked. She must have misheard. "Your next training is to get naked," Akino proudly announced. The blonde celestial mage stared at her, waiting for the joke. Akino was surely teasing her. But the devil was still serious. "Are you kidding me? What kind of training is that?" Lucy squealed, her face redder than Urza's hair. Akino simply placed a hand on her hip and shook her head. "Ha ha ha, you must learn my golden rule. You can watch, but only Naruto-kun can touch." Lucy felt life slipping away from her body. "That's not a rule." Akino hummed playfully, then placed a finger on Lucy's forehead and gently pushed her. "Tsk. You don't understand, Lucy." Lucy's eyebrow twitched violently. "Understand what exactly?" Akino's expression turned terribly serious. "In battle, you could suffer wardrobe malfunctions. A torn shirt, a ripped skirt, a broken bra strap, one moment of distraction and you're dead. Or worse." Lucy swallowed hard as Aquino leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "You could be captured and raped." Lucy shuddered. She didn't know what frightened her more, Aquino's pragmatic tone or the soft giggle that followed. Aquino stood up straight, clapping her hands. "Golden rule number one for warriors. Seduction is our primary weapon." Lucy frowned. "That's your main weapon, not mine." Aquino shrugged. "You'll thank me someday." Lucy muttered something under her breath, but then turned her head toward Natsu and Gray. The two were still rolling around in the sand, punching each other like wild animals. "Why you expect me to get naked in front of them?" Lucy exclaimed, swallowing hard. Aquino smiled smugly. "Exactly. If you can do this in front of them, nothing will faze you in battle." Lucy wished the earth would swallow her up and she would die. But she realized she stood no chance against Aquino. If she resisted, the devil himself would strip her naked. That would be worse. With trembling fingers, Lucy grasped the hem of her shirt. She was already sweating, not from the heat, but from sheer embarrassment. Slowly, she began to lift it. Aquino bit her lower lip, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Lucy glared at her. "You're the worst." Aquino winked. Lucy sighed, her hands trembling as she braced herself for death from humiliation. "What are you doing?" Lucy and Aquino froze. The voice was unmistakable. Slowly, both women turned towards the shore. Standing there, with his arms crossed and blue eyes filled with a slight disappointment, was none other than Naruto. The devilish blonde slapped her forehead. He observed the scene, Lucy half-naked, Aquino with an expression of excessive amusement, Natsu and Gray still fighting like idiots. How annoying. I worried for nothing. Lucy ripped off her shirt instantly, her face burning with embarrassment. It's not what it looks like." Aquino giggled beside him. "Ha ha, oh, Naruto-kun, your timing is perfect as always." Naruto let out a long, tired sigh. "I should have let them all drown." Sky? The celestial halls of the great Cathedral of Heaven shone with a divine brilliance, and its imposing golden columns rose infinitely toward the firmament. A table of purest white marble, inscribed with sacred scriptures, presided over the center of a great chamber, surrounded by the most exalted warriors of heaven. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, the four great seraphim. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Something terrible had brought them together. Michael, seated at the head of the table, clasped his hands in front of him, and his serene golden gaze swept over his brothers. They were waiting. Raphael was the first to break the silence. "I was in the middle of an important job, Michael," he huffed, crossing his arms in irritation. Her long golden hair cascaded down her back, and her eyes, bright as stars, twinkled with celestial light. She wore white gloves and stockings, both adorned with delicate lace, the very essence of grace and refinement, along with a celestial robe that revealed her divinity. But, despite her frustration, her gaze shifted for a moment to Gabriel, who was shifting restlessly and nervously in her seat. Raphael's eyebrow trembled. "And what," she began sharply, "is that indecent outfit you're wearing, Gabriel?" Gabriel perked up when he heard his name and stood up from his chair with a radiant smile. "My contractor told me I have to wear this to blend in with humans," she exclaimed, twirling around in her new outfit. A pale pink sweater and tight shorts. "Plus, it's super comfortable." Raphael bit his lower lip, barely suppressing the urge to admit that, actually, he did find the outfit attractive. For a brief moment, he even imagined himself wearing it. He immediately pushed that thought out of his head. Uriel, sitting opposite Gabriel, chuckled at his antics. His scarlet hair and piercing blue eyes contrasted sharply with his heavy silver and red armor, whose gleaming steel symbolized his indomitable will. "And how was your stay in the human world?" he asked in a deep, resonant voice, full of genuine curiosity. Gabriel's eyes sparkled with joy. "It was amazing. There are so many things humans have that we don't. So much food, so much music, and Lucy-sama is so kind. She even lets me sleep in her bed." Raphael groaned, rubbing his temple. "You're too trusting, Gabriel." "I'm sorry to interrupt," Michael interjected authoritatively. But this meeting is urgent. Trihexia has had a vision. The atmosphere changed instantly. The relaxed atmosphere was crushed by the weight of Michael's words. The room fell silent as the seraphim straightened, their divine auras intensifying. Raphael frowned. A vision? Michael nodded. She contacted me directly. She foresaw the appearance of a dark angel. The three seraphim stiffened. Uriel's expression darkened. He clasped his hands in front of him and rested his chin on them. A fallen one. No, Michael corrected, his golden eyes piercing. Trihexia was very specific. The figure in her vision had 12 wings and a red halo. A moment of absolute silence followed. Raphael's face paled. A fallen angel with a halo? That's not possible, not even for us. Uriel exhaled slowly as his fingers drummed on the marble table. Oni-sama, Gabriel finally said, concern in his voice. Do we have any suspects? Any leads? Michael's expression remained grim. We only have one logical suspect. The tension in the room reached its peak. A terrible realization gripped the seraphim even before Michael uttered the words. Ourselves. Raphael jumped to his feet, slamming his hands on the table. The entire cathedral trembled at the force of his outburst. What are you saying, Michael? She demanded, golden flames flashing in her eyes. Are you really suggesting that one of us, one of the four seraphim of heaven, has fallen? Gabriel quickly placed a soft hand on Raphael's arm, trying to calm her down. Please, Raphael, listen, she insisted, her expression worried. Oni-sama wouldn't say this without a reason. Raphael clenched his jaw, but reluctantly sat back down, the fury still evident in his starry eyes. Michael sighed, his expression heavy with the weight of truth. Trihexia is already conducting her own investigation, he stated quietly. She's keeping her distance from us. And if she discovers that the dark angel in her vision was actually one of us. Michael closed his eyes. There will be war. A heavy silence filled the chamber. Uriel clenched his fingers into a fist. TCH. So that's his plan. He'll use this as an excuse to unleash a full-scale conflict between heaven and the underworld. Raphael crossed her arms, still furious. Trihexia has always distrusted us. Now she has reason to. Gabriel looked at his brothers, his expression worried. But we don't even know if the figure in his vision is really one of us. Michael nodded solemnly. That's why we must be careful. Any misstep now could be a disaster. Uriel sighed, running a hand through his scarlet locks. So what's our plan of action then? Michael's golden gaze hardened. We're getting ready. What for? Raphael snapped. Michael's voice was somber. Because there is a possibility that the greatest enemy we will ever face will be one of our own. The dim candlelight flickered as Trihexia sat slumped over her desk, massaging her temples with both hands. This was a nightmare. A war against heaven was not something he could afford. Not now. Not when the evidence was so scarce. Not when the consequences could spiral even beyond his control. But above all, not when Naruto was involved. His golden eyes flicked briefly across the stacks of reports on his desk. Each new piece of information pointed to an impending storm. His vision had been clear, a fallen seraph with 12 wings and a red halo. Yet, no record of such an existence existed. No angel, fallen, or demon had ever displayed such features. And in that same vision, he saw Naruto injured. That alone froze his blood. Naruto was strong, too strong, so strong that, if he ever unleashed his full fury, not even she could stand against him. He had been her ace in the hole for centuries, her key piece on the chessboard of the underworld. And yet, in that instant, in that vision, he wasn't fighting. He wasn't fighting to the death. He was begging. That terrified her more than anything else. Damn it, he muttered, banging his forehead against the desk. What was he supposed to do? If war was inevitable, he had to prepare, but if he took the first step, if he even lifted a finger against that girl, Lucy Heartfilia, then he risked losing Naruto. And if I lost it? The very idea horrified her. Problematic, said a tired voice from the doorway. The wooden doors creaked open, and one of the 7 deadly sins walked in. Sloth. Shikamaru. He was the personification of lethargy. His narrow, dull brown eyes reflected a constant indifference, as if everything around him were a tedious task. His spiky black hair was tied back in his usual ponytail, and he wore his usual light brown coat over a black shirt, along with black trousers and worn military boots. One hand rested carelessly in his pocket, while the other lazily scratched his cheek. "What do you need, Sloth?" Trihexia sighed, without even looking up. Shikamaru exhaled, regretting already being there. "The army is ready." Trihexia's fingers twitched. "The strategic invasion points are already marked in the war room," he continued, yawning slightly. "We've identified the weakest entry points to Heaven's defenses. If we act quickly, we can attack before they expect it." His head remained resting against the desk. "Good," he murmured wearily. "Ugh, how troublesome." Shikamaru rubbed his temple. He already knew what was going to happen. There was hesitation. Doubt. That was not like her. Trihexia was the supreme sovereign of the underworld, its unwavering queen. She never wavered. And yet, "Does Ira know?" he asked. Trihexia finally raised her head. Her golden gaze met his with a faint flicker of irritation. Even in her exhausted state, there was something dangerous behind those eyes. "Dismissed." That was all he said. Shikamaru sighed, shoving his hands in his pockets as he turned toward the door. "I figured as much." As he walked away, he muttered under his breath, "Problematic boss." The door closed behind him. Trihexia leaned back in her chair, staring at the ceiling. Naruto mustn't know. Period. Chapter 7. Problems. Somewhere in the darkness. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burnt wax and blood. The faint glow of the green fire cast grotesque shadows on the stone walls, flickering wildly as a low, guttural chant filled the chamber. Hooded figures formed a perfect circle, hands raised, their voices chanting an ancient incantation that exuded forbidden power. The magic emanating from their words felt unnatural, corrosive, wrong. And at the center of it all, a single key floated in the air. A twisted object of silver, black, and green, throbbing with a mysterious light. Its form was elegant, yet unsettling, as if something alive lurked within its metallic interior, waiting, watching. Then the heavy doors creaked open. A man entered the room, his long cloak billowing with each step. In his hands, he held a girl, inert and unconscious, her wrists tightly bound behind her back and her face bandaged. He dragged her forward. Their bare feet scraped against the cold stone, leaving patches of dirt and blood. The sound echoed, soft yet deafening in the stifling silence of the cultists' ritual. The man stopped just before reaching the bright circle and let her go. The girl collapsed to the ground, her fragile body trembling as if she sensed evil in the air. And then, the chanting stopped. A sudden and deafening silence took over the room. The flames intensified, once small and flickering. They now erupted into towering green infernos, bathing the room in a sickly, unnatural glow. The key located in the center of the circle was throbbing violently. The air trembled. Reality itself seemed to twist, bending inwards towards the circle of invocation as the power within detonated. With a violent burst of green energy, a figure emerged. She was small, delicate even. Her long, wavy pink hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a porcelain face, marred only by the empty gaze of her bright pink eyes. She was enveloped in an immaculate white yukata, its soft silk embroidered with intricate motifs of vines and snakes. She was beautiful, and yet, she was terrifying. The hooded figures took a step back. An instinct inside them screamed, "Danger, danger, danger." The girl, no, the devil, slowly scanned the room before speaking. Her voice was soft, innocent, beautiful. But beneath that sweetness, there was something more. Something sharp. "Who summoned me?" A tall man stepped forward, unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere of terror that filled the room. His dark coat billowed slightly as he knelt in deference. Jose Porla, master of the Phantom Lord Guild. Holy Mage. His voice was soft and measured. It is an honor to be before you, Devil of Envy. Envy. A faint smile touched the devil's lips as he finally noticed the girl at his feet. The sacrifice bound. She tilted her head slightly, her pink eyes sparkling with interest. Who is it? Jose's lips curved slightly upward. A sacrifice for the contract. Envy sighed, softly, almost dreamily, as he raised his hand. A knife materialized in his hands. It is not a cursed steel blade. It is not an arcane weapon forged in the depths of hell. A simple kitchen knife. The tension was palpable in the room. Jose's mind raced. Why? Why that? A demon as powerful as her. Why choose something so mundane? But then, he saw the gleam in her eyes. And he understood. It wasn't about the weapon. It was humiliation. It was mockery. The demon of envy didn't just kill. She turned it into a spectacle. Jose swallowed hard as envy slowly slid the knife across his tongue, savoring the cold steel. Then she smiled. And the room became a living hell. Oblique bar. Blood sprinkled. A single clean cut. One of the hooded figures staggered, clutching his throat, but the wound was already too deep. A muffled sound escaped his lips as he collapsed, leaving a crimson pool beneath him. So, other. And one more. The air became dense, heavy with copper and death. The hooded wizards scattered in panic, but there was no time. There was no escape. She was going too fast. One by one, the Phantom Lord's most elite mages collapsed, their lifeblood spilling onto the stone floor. Their bodies twitched for a few moments, silent, futile protests against the inevitable, before finally becoming still. By the time the last body hit the ground, the entire chamber was painted red. And there she was, at the center of it all, unharmed. Her white yukata, now streaked with warm, dripping blood, clung softly to her body. Her pink hair was tangled with scarlet flecks, but she didn't seem to mind. In fact, she seemed delighted. Envy turned to Jose, with a smile that was too wide. The contract is sealed. His pink eyes gleamed with dark amusement as he walked over the corpse of one of his most trusted men. Blood sloshed beneath his bare feet. Jose stared. The image of her standing there, her sweet, playful, lethal expression, would be seared into his mind forever. He had made a pact with the devil. And now, there was no going back. The crackling of the campfire was the only sound that separated them. Its flickering glow cast long shadows over the camp. Mira sat down next to Naruto, her hands resting in her lap, her fingers gripping the hem of her dress as she tried to compose herself. She had stopped crying a while ago, but the weight of Naruto's story still haunted her. She had listened to him silently as he spoke, not about who his contractor was, not about what his contractor had meant to him in technical terms, but about how his first contractor had changed him. There was a melancholy in his voice that even his usual exasperating complaints couldn't match. Could to hide. It was a pain dulled by time, but one that never completely faded away. And as Mira listened, she realized that Naruto wasn't the type to talk about pain so openly. He had long since buried that part of himself, locked it away behind his usual indifference and complaints. He hid it because that's what demons do. They don't dwell on the past. But now, there she was, sharing a wound that time had never healed. Mira wiped her tear-streaked face with the back of her hands, trying to banish the emotions that were oppressing her chest. I'm sorry. Her voice was weak and trembling as she tried to compose herself. Naruto turned to face her, and his normally piercing eyes softened with something unreadable. And then, he smiled. A sincere, genuine smile, not the conceited smirks or the taunts she was so used to. Thank you, Mira, for listening. Mira felt a tightness in her chest. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair that someone like Naruto, so strong, so untouchable, so unperturbed by the world around him, had suffered in silence for so long. It wasn't fair that the only person who had made him feel human was someone he had lost. I'm sure she's happy that you still care about her, Mira murmured. Naruto exhaled through his nose, his gaze lost in the sky, where brushstrokes of orange and pink blended into the approaching night. Yeah. Her voice was soft, but there was warmth in it, a kind of peace that Mira did not expect. She looked at him. She stared at him intently. This wasn't the same Naruto who used to bother her, who acted as if the world itself was his problem. That infuriating. This was someone completely different. He was someone she wanted to protect. Myra's face flushed, and she quickly turned away before her heart could betray her any further. I'll go back to my shop. Thank you, Naruto, for telling me about your past. Naruto hummed in agreement, and Mira wasted no time in retreating to her tent. Once inside, he collapsed onto his sleeping bag, instinctively placing his hand on his chest where his heart was still beating strongly. No man had ever made me feel like this before. It was a thought that should have frightened her. But instead, it made her smile. You know, eavesdropping is a bad habit, Urza. Naruto didn't turn his head as he spoke, but he could sense the presence looming nearby, hidden just beyond the glow of the fire. There was a moment of hesitation. Then, after a few seconds, Urza Scarlet emerged from the shadows, her usual confident stride noticeably slower, more hesitant. He walked over to the fallen log where Mira had been sitting moments before and plopped down onto it, keeping his hands carefully clasped in his lap. Flames danced in her deep brown eyes, but Naruto did not miss the faint pink blush on her cheeks. How did you know? She asked, trying to keep her voice calm. Naruto smiled slightly. I have my methods. A silence fell between them, but it wasn't awkward. It was thoughtful. Urza looked down at her hands and then exhaled through her nose. I must apologize for eavesdropping, she said, her voice lower than usual. Then, with sudden determination, she bowed her head. Please, hit me. Naruto finally turned to look at her, raising an eyebrow. What? I overstepped my bounds, he admitted. I heard something I shouldn't have heard. If it was dishonorable, I must atone for it. Naruto stared at her for a moment, with an unreadable expression. So, a strand of crimson hair slid over her shoulder, catching the firelight just right, and before Urza could react, Naruto reached out. Her fingers brushed against the lock of hair, gently twisting it between them as she examined it. Urza's breath caught in her throat. You know, Naruto murmured, his voice lower and more thoughtful. I really like your hair. Her back stiffened. Why? Naruto shrugged slightly, continuing to twirl the lock of hair between his fingers. I just do it. A moment of silence. Then, realizing what he was doing, he let go and stood up, stretching his arms above his head. I haven't sensed them on the island yet, so I suggest we rest. He glanced at her. You should sleep too, Titania. Urza barely managed to nod her head. She watched as Naruto disappeared into his tent, leaving her alone by the fire. Her heart was still pounding. Her fingers twitched at her sides before she hesitantly reached out and touched the lock of hair he had been playing with. The way he said it, the naturalness with which he said it, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. He closed his eyes and exhaled through his nose. One day I'm going to beat him up for making me act like this. Despite herself, she smiled. Then, without saying another word, he turned around and headed back to his own tent. Tomorrow I had a battle to win. The streets of Eden teemed with life. Angels spent their days in an ethereal city bathed in gold and white. Towering spires of celestial stone rose toward the heavens, reflecting the warmth of the eternal sun. The magnificent fortress at the heart of the city stood like a beacon of divine authority, and its golden gates marked the birthplace of the seraphim. Despite the celestial landscape, Raphael's attention was focused solely on the figure walking beside him. Gabriel, usually a torrent of light and joy, was unusually subdued. The air around him lacked its usual warmth. His movements were slower, less energetic. It was troubling. Finally, Raphael stopped and turned to look at her. She placed both hands on Gabriel's shoulders, her golden eyes filled with concern. Okay, what's wrong, Gabriel? Gabriel blinked, looking confused. Nothing's wrong. Raphael, with an expressionless face, said, Gabriel. His sister tilted her head, still not understanding what they were asking her. I mean, why do you seem so sad? Ah, that's what you meant. Gabriel's face lit up for a moment before his usual smile faded. I think I might be sick, Rafchan. Raphael stiffened. Normally, that affectionate nickname would have made her blush, but the weight of those words overshadowed any embarrassment. Are you sick? Panic gripped her. Come with me immediately. We have to see Michael. You must bathe in the sacred spring. Gabriel let out a small squeal when Raphael tried to drag her back towards the fortress, but she quickly resisted, planting her feet firmly on the ground. And no, I'm not really sick, Rafchan. Gabriel pouted. Raphael stopped and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Of course, common sense had never been his strong suit. So, what kind of illness are you talking about? Gabriel glanced around, noticing the attention his little scene was attracting. Although the angels of Eden never intruded on the privacy of others, the curiosity in their divine gazes was unmistakable. Can we talk in private? He asked. Raphael frowned, still not understanding what was happening, but gave in with a sigh. Fine, follow me. Spreading her 12 brilliant blue wings, she took flight, and Gabriel did the same. Together, they soared to one of the highest points in Eden, the Garden of Souls, a hidden sanctuary at the top of the celestial fortress. The Garden of the Soul. The moment they landed, silence enveloped them. The Garden of Souls was a sacred place, untouched by the chaos of the outside world. In its center stood the Tree of Souls, a sight as beautiful as it was unsettling. Its bark was white as snow, smooth as marble, but its leaves were black as the abyss. It was said to be a fragment of creation itself, a bearer of the whispers of those who had departed. Raphael crossed his arms and turned to his sister. Okay, Gabriel, now we're alone. So, instead of looking at her, Gabriel walked toward the tree, his fingers tracing its ancient surface. A gentle breeze caressed them, carrying with it the scent of blooming lilies. I have a friend in Earthland, she began, in an unusually soft voice. Raphael raised an eyebrow. Gabriel continued, his tone revealing something unfamiliar, longing. It's really interesting. He's always in a bad mood, always complaining, always acting like everything bothers him. Raphael's mood soured instantly. Who dares to treat my sister like that? But, Gabriel said with a soft chuckle, even though he acts like that, he's always there for me. He teaches me about Earth, about its people, about things I knew nothing about. He treats me like a normal friend, not like a divine being from heaven. Her smile faltered slightly, and she gently placed a hand on her chest. But lately, things have changed. He's getting a lot of attention from my friends. Raphael narrowed his eyes. And that bothers you? Gabriel nodded, his expression worried. Every time I see him with someone else, my chest hurts. I don't like this feeling. He turned and looked at Raphael with pleading eyes. Why does it hurt, Rafchan? Raphael was momentarily speechless. Her sister, the most innocent of all the seraphim, was experiencing jealousy for the first time. And the worst part is that she was clearly in love. Raphael clenched her fists. This could be dangerous. If Gabriel had fallen in love with a mortal, it would be disastrous. But before anguish overwhelmed her, she asked, Gabriel, is this friend of yours human? Gabriel immediately shook his head. Raphael let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. It's not that I hatedo humans. He simply didn't entrust them with something as pure as Gabriel's heart. Even so, he could not deny the truth of the situation. Gabriel, what you're feeling is jealousy, she explained gently. It happens when you care a lot about someone and you don't want to share their attention. Gabriel's eyes widened in realization. Jealousy. Raphael nodded. Gabriel lowered his gaze, his cheeks flushed. Jealousy because of him? Her heart raced, and a strange warmth washed over her. The way he always sighed in frustration when she asked silly questions. The way he protected her, even when he pretended not to care. The way he always made her feel safe. I love Naruto, he thought aloud. Raphael groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Did she really only realize it now? Gabriel covered his face with his hands, his entire being glowing bright red. Oh no, what do I do, Rafchan? I I can't tell him that. Raphael sighed, shaking his head with a slight smile. You don't have to tell him right away, Gabriel. Love is something you can take your time with. Gabriel hesitated for a moment. Then, in a burst of emotion, he suddenly hugged Raphael tightly. Thank you, Rafchan. I feel much better now. Raphael blinked, surprised by the sudden show of affection, but then smiled and returned the hug, gently squeezing her sister. You can always count on me, she said gently. After a moment, Gabriel stepped back, his expression suddenly serious. Oh, please don't tell Oni-sama about this, she begged. Raphael smiled sarcastically and made a gesture of zipping his lips. My lips are sealed. Then, with a mocking glint in his golden eyes, he asked, well, who exactly is this guy? And what class is it? Gabriel hesitated. Raphael's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Gabriel. Suddenly, Gabriel took off running, spreading his wings. Look at the time. I have to get back to Earthland. Goodbye, Rafchan. Gabriel, come back here. Midnight intrusion. The night air was cold and imbued with an unnatural stillness, the kind that makes even the wind hesitate to stir the trees. The dense jungle of Galuna Island lay in an eerie silence beneath the pale moonlight. Midnight had long since fallen, and the world should have been at rest. However, Naruto was not. He had waited, trusting that Lucy, Akino, and Gabriel had already arrived, but they still hadn't appeared on the island. A bad feeling washed over him, a feeling he didn't dare define, but one he couldn't ignore. He had to see for himself. With a burst of energy, Naruto vanished from the camp in an instant, teleporting through the dense forest, past the mangled remains of the enormous rodent-like creature he had slain earlier. His footsteps echoed softly on the moss-covered ground as he approached the ancient temple that stood before him like a forgotten relic from a bygone era. A single drop of something fell from above, landing on the stone surface of the temple. Naruto looked up. A silvery liquid, which glowed dimly in the moonlight, dripped from the top of the temple's highest structure. He narrowed his eyes. Moondrip. So that's what these brats are up to, he muttered, watching the liquid sparkle before evaporating. He took a step forward, his boot pressing against a worn stone tile, and a crunch it resonated throughout the temple. Naruto stopped, staring at the cracked ground beneath his feet. He sighed. Old. Very old. Even without using his senses, he could feel it, the faint pulse of dark energy hidden beneath the temple. Something slumbered in the depths, something ancient and powerful. A curse something. Naruto closed his eyes, expanding his perception. There were several signs of life within the temple. A group of faint human presences upstairs, likely those performing the moon drop ritual. But downstairs, one presence stood out among all the others. It was huge. It was dark. Was Vivo. Naruto took a deep breath. So that's how it is. Without hesitation, he stamped his foot. The stone beneath his feet creaked before giving way completely, sending him plummeting into the darkness below. Naruto landed effortlessly in an underground chamber. The air was thick with cold, and the temperature had dropped drastically, so much so that his breath became visible. A soft, eerie glow illuminated the chamber's centerpiece, a massive frozen structure. An ice coffin. Naruto advanced, scrutinizing with his gaze the monolithic slab that enclosed the beast within. Deliura. The demon's hulk froze mid-snarl, its grotesque features twisted with rage even in its lethargy. Its mere presence, even when trapped, was suffocating. Naruto crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. Zirif, you're a complete lunatic. It was not merely a beast, but a testament to Zirif's twisted genius. A creation born from an age of death and destruction, abandoned as a forgotten experiment. Naruto sighed and reached into his pocket. He pulled out a small silver whistle and blew into it. No sound was heard. But in a matter of moments, a dark portal materialized behind him, and from its depths emerged a petite girl dressed in a gothic Lolita outfit. Lilith. Did you call me Naruto-sama? He greeted, giving a slight bow. Naruto nodded, pointing at the frozen demon. Tell me everything you know about this thing. Lilith's crimson eyes gleamed as she examined the ice-encased beast. According to the Book of Riyvelden, Volume 3, page 328, paragraph 4, sentence 3. Naruto sighed. Let's get to the important part. Lilith offered a faint smile before continuing. Deliora was a demon who roamed the continent, leaving destruction in his wake. Entire cities and civilizations fell to his fury. Finally, he was sealed away by a powerful ice mage who used a forbidden technique at the cost of her own life. Naruto raised an eyebrow. And that magician? Lilith tilted her head. I should be dead, but considering who are, I imagine that's a minor inconvenience. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and his hands began to glow with golden energy. All right, if she's still in there, let's get her out. Lilith's expression darkened slightly. Are you going to adopt another one, pet Naruto-sama? Naruto stared at her. I already told them I said that you two are the only ones. Get over it. Lilith pouted before sighing. As you wish. Naruto stepped forward, pressing his glowing hands against the ice. A surge of energy coursed through the frozen structure, its power seeping deep into its core. At first, nothing happened. So, impulse. Under the ice, something moved. Slowly, Naruto pulled. Her hands sank deeper into the ice, clinging to something, to someone. A faint, lingering warmth accompanied her touch. Lilith watched as the demon's prison began to crack, piece by piece. When Naruto pulled harder, a pair of delicate, living hands emerged. Lilith narrowed her eyes. Careful, Naruto-sama. The ice is weakening. If you break it, the demon will be released. Naruto exhaled sharply, and his hands glowed more intensely. Then let's do this quickly. He gave one last tug. A soft thud resounded as a woman collapsed into his arms, alive and breathing. Her skin was cold, her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders. She was beautiful, her body, frozen in time, untouched by the passage of time. But she was also naked. Lilith blinked. Then, with perfect calm, she materialized a cloth and wrapped it around the unconscious woman before Naruto could react. I will await the punishment you promised us, Naruto-sama, Lilith said sweetly before disappearing with the woman into a portal. Naruto exhaled, rubbing his temples. That it infuriates me. Their moment of peace was short-lived. The ice prison behind him cracked violently. A deep, guttural growl echoed in the chamber. Naruto turned around, squinting as the enormous figure of Deliora began to move. Well, this is getting annoying. The demon's enormous eyes snapped open, glowing red with fury. Grah, that bitch. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Huh? His first words after being frozen for years. And with that, are you staying? Deliora's voice was a guttural growl that vibrated throughout the cavern. That I'll destroy her. And you too. Naruto cracked his knuckles. Yeah, get in line. A sudden burst of footsteps echoed from the entrance. He turned his head slightly and spotted a group of wizards running in. One of them was a silver-haired boy with eyes blazing with hatred. You, the boy shouted, his magic unleashed. I'll kill you once and for all, Deliora. Naruto sighed as he raised one hand. A red barrier formed between him and the newcomers, cutting off their advance. Okay, Naruto muttered. No interruptions. Deliora let out a guttural roar. That I'm going to reduce you to dust. Naruto didn't even blink. You can try it if you want. The demon raised its two enormous arms, preparing to attack. But before he could even move, a pillar of blinding light descended from above. A deafening explosion shook the chamber. The immense force completely annihilated the upper part of Deliora's body, reducing it to smoldering remains. Silence fell. Naruto turned around slowly, his eyes wide with surprise. Hovering above the ruined temple, resplendent with a divine light, was a figure he had not seen. Shit, Naruto's voice was a whisper. Ira. The dust settled, and the only sounds in the ruined temple were the crackling of burnt stone and the distant murmurs of confused mages behind Naruto's barrier. The once mighty Deliora had been reduced to a mere smoldering skeleton, its body utterly annihilated by a single divine blow. Naruto's fingers twitched slightly as he lowered his hand, his golden eyes fixed on the source of the devastating attack. There, suspended in the air as if the laws of gravity were under her control, was a figure that radiated celestial power. Her long golden hair fell in elegant waves, shining like the sun itself. Her golden eyes, piercing and sharp, burned with an intensity never before seen. Dressed in an immaculate white and gold uniform and intricately laced gloves, she exuded an air of nobility, power, and above all, judgment. 12 radiant wings extended from his back, illuminating the ruins with their divine light. But what was most striking was the expression on his face. It was pure rage. Naruto blinked. Who the hell are you supposed to be? The angel's elegant lips curled in disgust, his eyes narrowed, as if the mere act of looking at him was an offense. Silence, demon of wrath. Her voice was like ice, calm but full of poison. You will only speak when you are spoken to. The tension in the air became suffocating. The temperature changed, not with heat, but with weight. It was as if the mere force of his presence pressed down on the battlefield, making the air itself resist Naruto's breathing. The silver-haired boy behind Naruto, Lion, if he remembered correctly, stared at him, completely stunned. Angel. A murmur of fear spread among the other wizards, whose bodies instinctively bowed as if in reverence. But Naruto remained standing, completely impassive. He scratched his head listlessly, glancing at the remains of Deliora. Tisich, I was hoping to vent a little, but you had to come and steal my prize, huh? The angel's gaze hardened. Don't act like this is any of your business, demon. You don't belong here. Naruto looked at her with boredom before rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Sure. You're one of those sanctimonious seraphim, aren't you? She did not answer. Naruto tilted his head, mentally reviewing the list of heaven's heavyweights. Let's see. 12 wings, unfriendly attitude, and I don't know you. Michael is the supreme leader. Gabriel is pure joy and happiness. Uriel is the knight in shining armor, so that must make you. He snapped his fingers. Raphael, right? The one obsessed with temperance or whatever. A strong crunchit tore through the air. An invisible force crashed into Naruto, sending him sliding backward across the stone floor. His boots dug into the ground, leaving a mark before he came to a stop. A slight bruise formed on his cheek where he had been hit, even though nothing had physically struck him. Naruto twisted his jaw, testing the waters. That did hurt a little. Raphael descended slowly. His movements were abnormally smooth, as if the wind itself were carrying him. Don't speak of me so lightly, devil of wrath. He practically spat out his title. Naruto sighed. Great. Another angel with a stick up her ass. You speak as if you've forgotten your sins, devil, Raphael continued, approaching him. Every one of his movements was graceful, but his presence was suffocating. Her golden eyes pierced his, filled with something far more personal than divine duty. Did you think you would go unnoticed? That you would corrupt her without consequences? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Who? Her wings, now golden and filled with divine power, flapped violently, releasing a burst of pressure that cracked the stone beneath them. Don't play dumb with me, he growled. Gabriel, my sister, has defiled herself by falling in love with a creature like you. The ruins were plunged into absolute silence. The wizards behind them stared in astonishment. Lion seemed to have lost his mind, and even Happy's mouth was wide open. Even Naruto's brain froze for a second. That. Raphael's lips curled in a gesture of pure disdain that Chaz one would expect from a demon. You seduce and corrupt without even realizing it. Naruto blinked slowly. His mind went over the phrase once more. Gabriel has defiled herself by falling in love with a creature like you. The words were finally processed. Wait, are you telling me? A mental image of Gabriel's bright, innocent smile flashed through her mind. Her hugs, her laughter, her absolute joy in learning new things. He thought about how she constantly clung to his arm, how she always lit up when he paid attention to her. Then a second image appeared. Gabriel, looking at him with admiration, his face glowing every time he called him Naruto-kun. The realization struck him like a divine blow from God himself. Infuriating. A heavy silence. For Raphael, Naruto's expression of astonishment was the most irritating thing he had ever seen. "Did you not even know?" he roared, as his divine aura exploded outward. His immense power sent waves of golden energy through the temple, shattering walls and sending nearby mages flying. Naruto barely managed to stay on his feet, sliding backwards from the force of his temper. "You're a complete idiot," Raphael spat. "Do you have any idea how?" She stopped herself, barely containing her fury. Naruto raised his hands defensively. "Look, I swear I had no idea." She didn't say a word. Raphael clenched his fists, digging his nails into his gloves. Of course not. He's too innocent to realize it. And yet, he's already fallen so low because of you. Naruto frowned. "I never did anything to make her fall in love with me. You simply existed," Raphael blurted out. And that was enough for her to start falling. Naruto's fingers twitched slightly. Raphael saw it, the slight hesitation, the barely perceptible moment of doubt. And that was enough to enrage her even more. "You are wrath, sin incarnate." Her voice was both fury and anguish, and her golden aura shone even brighter. "You are a harbinger of destruction. You are nothing but chaos, ruin, and death. And yet she loves you." Her fingers curled and a long golden blade materialized in her hand, crackling with her divine energy in response to his fury. "I will not allow it," he declared coldly. "I will not allow my sister to fall any further into darkness." He raised the leaf, whose shine intensified. "You will die here, devil of wrath." Naruto stared at her, his golden eyes locked on hers. Her confusion had disappeared. Her hesitation had vanished. There was only understanding. She understood that Raphael was serious. To understand that this was not just an angelic duty. It was personal. Naruto exhaled slowly, cracking his knuckles. His aura intensified, and the air around him distorted as heat radiated from his body. "Just so you know," he muttered, shrugging his shoulders, "this is really stupid." Raphael's golden eyes burned with divine fury. "Then perish, devil." And with a single flap of its wings, it attacked. The air broke when Raphael lunged. His golden sword shone like a miniature sun, and his divine energy warped reality itself. Every step he took left radiant footprints, and cracks opened beneath his feet as the earth struggled to contain his power. Naruto barely had time to duck when she brandished the weapon. The golden blade passed mere centimeters from his neck, but the shockwave alone shattered the temple walls, sending debris flying in all directions. "Damn, she's fast." Naruto spun around and dodged his next attack. Raphael didn't let up, unfurling his wings as he lunged forward again, closing the distance in an instant. "Stop, dodge, and fight me, devil," he growled, as his sword screeched as it cut through the air. Naruto clicked his tongue. "No thanks. I like my head where it is." With a swift movement, he leaped back, narrowly dodging another lethal slash aimed at his throat. He could feel the divine pressure pressing down on him, a suffocating presence destined to eradicate all ungodliness in its path. And yet, Naruto still did not counterattack. Raphael realized it. "You're holding back," she hissed. Her golden eyes flashed with justified fury. "Do you think this is some kind of game?" Naruto exhaled, his expression unreadable. "You're not bound to Earthland by any contract," he stated, dodging another blow. "That means you can't stay here for long, right?" Raphael froze mid-swing. "Ah," said Naruto with a slight, mocking smile, walking away. "So I was right." Her eyes widened. He knew it. He knew she didn't have much time left. She was entertaining. His grip on the sword tightened, his knuckles turned white. Arrogant. He erupted in anger, aiming lower this time, forcing him to react. Naruto barely managed to block the blow, raising his forearm in defense, only to have his entire body thrown backward by the force of the impact. "I It crashed into the temple ruins, sliding across the stone debris. Finally, it stopped, kneeling and letting out a deep sigh. Okay, that's itties that it hurt, he murmured, turning his shoulder. High above him, Raphael floated in the sky, his wings outstretched and golden energy coiling around his body. I will not allow you to play with my sister's heart, she declared, her voice ringing like a divine decree. If I must end you here to free her from your corruption, so be it. Naruto stood up, cracking his neck. Look, I understand that you're angry. You don't understand nothing. The sky above them rippled, golden clouds swirling in a vortex. Spears of light materialized in the firmament, their tips shining with enough power to reduce to dust everything below. Naruto stiffened his fist. Oh, hell no. With a single movement, Raphael lowered his arm. Spears rained down. Naruto's body looked blurry. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact devastated the battlefield, pillars of golden flames rising from the ground, leaving nothing behind but molten craters. But Naruto was gone. Raphael's eyes drifted to the left, blurry. Correct, another residual image. He gritted his teeth, spreading his wings. Stop running. A golden shockwave erupted from his body, dissipating the lingering smoke and revealing Naruto standing unharmed atop a broken pillar. I'm not running, he corrected calmly. I'm just waiting. Raphael's breath caught in his throat. She felt it. His power. It was fading away. His connection to heaven was weakening. Naruto saw understanding reflected on her face and sighed. Like I told you, he murmured. You can't stay here forever. Raphael's fists were trembling. She refused. She absolutely refused to let this be the end. She hadn't finished. She wouldn't leave things like that. She refused. A golden glow enveloped her body as the divine pull of heaven began to draw her back. Naruto watched, arms crossed. I guess this is where we say goodbye, huh? Raphael's eyes burned with hatred. This isn't over, he promised. I'll be back. And next time. His figure vanished in a blinding light. The battlefield fell silent. Naruto let out a deep sigh. Infuriating. The silence that followed Raphael's departure was deafening. Naruto exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, that hurt. The ruins of the once magnificent temple lay scattered around him. The craters from Raphael's divine bombardment still smoldered, and the golden energy slowly faded from the air. Seared marks of light and shadow clashed violently across the battlefield, testament to the forces that had just collided. And in the middle of it all, standing over a now dead Deliora, was Lion Vastia. He froze. Not because of the ice, but because of sheer disbelief. Deliora, she's gone, Lion murmured, his voice barely audible. His hands trembled, and his eyes widened as he gazed at the charred, lifeless corpse of the demon he had spent years trying to free. All of this. It was all in vain. This isn't. Lion clenched his fists, breathing heavily. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. His voice cracked, a mixture of rage and despair. I was supposed to defeat him with my own hands. Prove that I surpassed you are. Naruto, still standing among the rubble, simply stared at him. And that's where you're wrong, brat. Lion spun his head sharply toward Naruto, his expression wild. What did you just say? Naruto held her gaze calmly. Do you think killing Deliora would have proven anything? That bringing back a monster like him was worth it. He took a step forward, his voice low but grave. The Ice Mage froze that thing for a reason, and you were belittling her sacrifice. Lion held his breath. His fingers curled into fists. Naruto let out a tired sigh. Look, I understand. You wanted to prove something, but your pride almost cost several people their lives. He turned away, his gaze fixed on the village in the distance. Speaking of which, there's still work to be done. The battlefield was silent. The golden radiance of Raphael's presence had faded, leaving behind craters of molten stone and the lingering hum of divine energy still dissipating into the night air. Naruto exhaled, turning his shoulders. How infuriating, he muttered, shaking his head. That was close. Even when he was holding back, Raphael was a monster. A direct confrontation would have been a true nightmare, and he had no doubt she would return. But that was a problem for another time. At that time, I had other things to take care of. Like that white-haired bastard who stood at the edge of the ruined temple, staring at it with disbelief and wide eyes. Lion Bastia. His face froze in shock. His whole body trembled as he stared at Deliora's corpse. Or rather, what was left of it. The once fearsome demon, the very monster he had planned to destroy with his own hands for years, had been reduced to a pile of charred, lifeless remains. What? Her voice was hoarse, her pupils trembling. What the hell did you do? Naruto turned around, looking at him with boredom. You're still here. Lion's face contorted with pure rage. Are you still here? His voice rose in a furious shout. You stole my revenge. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Your revenge. Lion clenched his fists, trembling from head to toe. Deliora, she was mine to kill, he hissed, his voice barely audible. Naruto sighed, already tired of the conversation. Dude, I don't know what kind of petty grudge you held against that thing, but it was a threat. I got rid of it. You don't understand. Lion blurted out, his breath ragged. This was my purpose. The reason I trained for years. I had to be the one to finish it. And now you're angry because someone else did it first. Naruto tilted his head. That's pretty childish, don't you think? Lion's blood boiled. Children's? Naruto had no idea what he was talking about. You have no right to speak about this, Lion snapped. You don't even know what Deliora did to us, to her. Naruto raised an eyebrow. At her? And that's when something clicked. The ice mage who sacrificed herself to freeze Deliora. The fact that Lion knew the demon's name and had an unnatural obsession with him. Oh, so that's what it's about. Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. You wanted to kill this thing yourself to reconcile with the past. Lion growled, his hands glowing with ice magic. I trained for years to surpass her. This was supposed to prove I was stronger than her magic. That's the stupidest thing I've heard today, Naruto interrupted. Lion erupted. Shut up. Ice erupted around them, jagged pillars of frost rising from the temple floor. The temperature plummeted instantly as Lion prepared to attack, until a noise, the deafening roar, echoed throughout the island. Lion's fury froze on the spot. Naruto turned around, squinting at the broken ceiling where a gigantic hole led to Raphael's entrance. The moon was cracking. Overwhelming. The people. Naruto clicked his tongue that it was about time. The moon above the demon village began to crack, and the fractures spread like a network of broken glass. Raphael's intervention not only caused destruction but also broke the spell upon entering. Lion took a step back, confusion reflected in his eyes. What's going on? Naruto didn't answer. He already knew what that meant. The lie was about to be exposed. The villagers of Galuna Island had gathered in the central square, watching in amazement as the cursed ice that had covered their village for decades began to melt away. The dark spell, the one that altered his memories, that distorted his perception of reality, was finally fading away. And when the spell was broken, the truth came to light. Their bodies. His reflections. They were not humans cursed to become demons. They had always been demons. A deathly silence fell over the town as they understood the situation. Is this what we've always been? Murmured one of the elders, staring at his clawed hands. We never went cursed, whispered another. They turned to their boss, their expressions filled with disbelief, sadness, and a desperate need for answers. The chief, an old horned demon with wise, tired eyes, lowered his head. It seems that, she whispered, her voice breaking with pain. It seems that we were blinded by the spell for so long that we forgot who we really were. Mira and Urza arrived at the outskirts of the village, both breathing with difficulty. They awoke amidst the chaos of the fight between Naruto and Raphael, only to realize that Naruto had vanished. They followed the destruction, only to end up there. They watched as the curse that weighed on the village dissipated before their very eyes. Mira covered her mouth. Were they Were they demons all this time? Urza frowned. It seems so. A flash of crimson light illuminated the sky. Naruto descended, stopping at the edge of the village, his gaze sweeping over the astonished demons before settling in front of Urza and Mira. "Did we finally catch up with you?" he murmured. Urza crossed her arms and gave him a stern look. "Where were you?" "Fighting an angry angel," Naruto replied bluntly. Mira blinked. "You're not kidding, are you?" Naruto sighed. "No." Before any of them could pressure him any further, a sudden explosion of fire and ice erupted in the distance. Naruto immediately recognized the magical presence. "Great," he muttered. "Looks like the rest of the idiots have finally made it." Urza's eyes hardened. "You mean?" Naruto nodded. "Gray, Natsu, Happy, Lucy, and Akino," he listed. "They just landed." Mira sighed in relief. "Finally." Naruto rubbed his temples. "I swear, if I turn around and see Lucy undressing, I'm jumping into the sea," he said irritably as he prepared to create a portal. The reunion between Naruto's group and Lucy's group was disappointing. At least, from Lucy's perspective. "Are you kidding me?" he shouted, throwing his hands up in the air. "We came all this way, endured Akino's brutal training, nearly drowned twice, and you're telling me we couldn't even fight?" Naruto looked at her with boredom. "Yes." Natsu was furious. "Dealiura's gone. Just like that." His fists burned with frustration. "I was so ready to punch that giant demon." Gray, however, remained eerily silent. His fists were clenched at his sides, and his expression was unreadable. Naruto massaged his temples. "Look, it's over. The moon drop curse has dissipated, the villagers are free, and the demons, well." He gestured toward the village square, where the villagers, now fully aware of their true nature, were conversing amongst themselves. "They have their own problems to solve." Happy landed on Natsu's shoulder, his ears twitching. "So what happens now?" Before Naruto could reply, the village elder stepped forward, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Honorable mages, you have relieved our village of a great burden. For this, we owe you an immeasurable debt." Despite her frustration, Lucy felt a warmth in her chest. "Actually, it wasn't a problem at all." "To show our gratitude," the old man continued, raising his arms, "we wish to invite you to a banquet." Natsu and Happy cheered up immediately. "A feast?" "Yes, sir." Even Naruto, who had been irritated just moments before, perked up at the thought of food. Lucy sighed, leaving her earlier frustration behind. "Well, I guess that we work hard." "You didn't even fight," Naruto reminded him. She kicked him in the shin. The waves gently crashed against the shore, and the cool night air brought with it the scent of salt and the last embers of the village celebration. Gray walked alone, his mind reeling from everything that had happened. Dealiura, the demon who had marked his life, was dead. But it wasn't him, nor even Lion, who dealt the final blow. She had been an angel. He clenched his fists, feeling the weight of it all pressing down on his chest. And then, far away, standing by the water, she saw him. Lion Vastia. His former rival, his blood brother, the boy who once tried to surpass his master at all costs. Now, he simply stood there, staring at the horizon, with the same expression of loss that Gray felt. Gray exhaled sharply and walked to her side. "You're leaving?" Lion didn't react at first. His eyes remained fixed on the endless sea that stretched out before him. "I have nothing left here." Gray put his hands in his pockets. "You could always come back to us." Lion snorted bitterly, a sound heavy with years of regret. "So what? Pretend I didn't spend my life seeking revenge for something that was already out of my control." He clenched his fists. "Pretend I wasn't blind enough to believe I was doing the right thing?" Gray clenched his jaw. "Why, Lion?" His voice wasn't accusatory, but it wasn't gentle either. "Why did you go this far?" Lion finally turned to look at him. His usual arrogance was gone. It had vanished, leaving only exhaustion and an emotion Gray couldn't quite place. "I thought that if I could kill Dealiura myself, if I could finish what you started, I could finally prove that I was stronger than her," Lion admitted, his voice lower than Gray had ever heard him speak. That maybe, if I did, I could justify her sacrifice. Gray's breath caught in his throat. Lion clenched his jaw. But in the end, I didn't even get the chance. After all our preparation, after everything my men and I did, the moon drop, the years of planning, it was all for nothing. His eyes darkened. Because the moment they released Deliora, they didn't even give her a chance to fight. Gray didn't need to ask who. He knew it. An angel, Lion murmured, his voice laden with an indecipherable tone. Some otherworldly being descended and killed him in an instant. As if Deliora were nothing. As if all of this, your sacrifice, my own training, my obsession, was meaningless. He gave a bitter chuckle. I guess I was never going to get over her, huh? Gray watched Lion intently. He was not the same boy who years before had looked down on him, claiming superiority. He was someone who struggled with the weight of everything he had done. It wasn't in vain, Gray finally said in a firm voice. Lion scoffed. Oh, really? So what was it then? Gray took another step closer. You were wrong, Lion. About everything. But at least now you know it. At least now you can fix things. Lion pressed his lips into a thin line. How? Gray sighed, looking up at the sky. Yuar would tell you to keep going. He turned to Lion with a slight, mocking smile. So what do you plan to do about it? Lion exhaled, relaxing his shoulders slightly. I don't know. Gray gave him a half smile. Well, find out. And when you do, he extended his fist. We'll fight. Lion blinked. Then, after a pause, her lips curved into a slight, mocking smile. TCH, you still think you can keep up with me? Gray's smile widened. I know I can. Lion chuckled, bumping his fist with Gray's. Good. The moment passed between them, tacit but understood. It's not goodbye. Just a promise. For next time. The banquet lasted until morning. Naruto leaned against a tree, watching his city its fellow guild members ate and drank as if they hadn't been shouting that they wanted to fight just a few hours before. Mira and Urza finally joined forces, although Urza kept a close eye on Akino, who had been approaching that suspicious Lido Naruto throughout the night. Lucy had finally stopped being in a bad mood, although she made it very clear that she was still angry about having lost a battle. Naruto sighed, tilting his head towards the stars. Problem solved. 1,000 more are waiting. The fate of this world was changing, and Naruto wasn't sure if he liked it. The mirrored waters of a secluded lake reflected the silvery light of the moon, but Altair Milkovich was not admiring the view. He stood at the water's edge, arms crossed and fingers gripping his sleeves. She had felt it. The change, the disappearance. Deliora had left. The moment her presence vanished from this world, a rift opened in the future she had envisioned. Calculations, contingencies, everything now seemed meaningless. His mind was racing. It wasn't Gray. It wasn't Lion. Some other force had done this. Who? She whispered to the empty night, but she already knew the answer. The wave of divine energy, the unmistakable clash between celestial and demonic power. This was no ordinary battle. This was not something orchestrated by mere mortals. Their hands clasped together more tightly. This wasn't supposed to happen. I had it all planned out. Deliora's resurgence was meant to be a preliminary step, one that would grant her control over time itself. With Deliora's power, she could alter fate, reverse tragedies, and alleviate the suffering of those she loved. Now that future had been taken from him. His breathing was shallow and irregular. She needed that power. Without it, what would happen to his plans? To everything he had built in Grimoire Heart? Towards the future he was trying to protect? His fingers trembled before he managed to keep them still. No. Lamenting what's lost wouldn't change anything. Altair looked up at the night sky. If a power strong enough to erase Deliora had interfered, then she needed to find it. To control it. To bend him to his will. Because if she didn't, if she allowed unknown forces to dictate her fate, then her dream of transforming the world into one where she and her loved ones could be free. It would be nothing more than a fantasy. And Altair Milkovich refused to accept it. He took one last look at the water before turning around. Their path had changed, but their destiny remained the same. A soft buzzing filled the air, delicate but unsettling. Seated in front of a large silver mirror, Gabriel absent-mindedly brushed her golden waves, her fingers gliding through the silky strands as she hummed a song older than time itself. It was a tragic song, a war song, a song about a hero who fought against the world to protect a goddess who had been considered a threat, feared by all. How ironic, he thought. Her lips curled into a soft pout as she gazed at her reflection. The gleam of her pristine halo flickered delicately, casting a divine light upon the luxurious room. Her prison. From his balcony, he could see Eden, the capital of heaven. The golden city stretched endlessly beneath the firmament, an eternal paradise untouched by war. And yet, she had never felt more trapped. A soft knock pulled her from her thoughts. Forward. The door opened, revealing Michael. Gabriel smiled brightly. Oni-sama, you should have told me you were coming. I would have made you tea. Michael didn't return her smile. Instead, he walked in, his silver cape billowing gently as he closed the door behind him. We need to talk, he said. Gabriel tilted his head, noticing the deep tone of his voice. What's wrong, Oni-sama? Michael watched her for a moment. His sister, his beloved Gabriel, the purest of them all, was so happy, so oblivious to the storm brewing on the horizon. For a moment, he considered lying, but the weight of leadership had long since robbed him of the ability to sugarcoat the truth. Your contractor, Lucy, how is he treating you? Gabriel's face lit up instantly. It's wonderful. I've met so many people, Oni-sama. Lucy-sama is strong and kind, and Akino-san is a little mischievous, but very funny. And Naruto-kun. Michael's face hardened. Gabriel. Her voice lowered, heavy with authority. These demons. He frowned. What about them? Their names are Naruto-kun and Akino-san, not just demons. Michael clenched his jaw. He hoped she wouldn't get so attached. But I should have known. Of course, it had to be Naruto. Michael exhaled slowly, bracing himself for the pain he was about to inflict. I want you to stay away from them, he declared, especially from that Naruto. His words shattered the warmth of her expression. Gabriel blinked. What? Michael turned his back on her, gazing at the elaborate carvings on the walls of his room. You will not return to Earth. Until the situation with Trihexia is under control, you will remain in heaven. Gabriel jumped to his feet. But Oni-sama, what about Lucy-sama? What if she needs me? Michael's expression softened. He hadn't expected her to beg. He hesitated, but only for a moment. There will be no further discussion. His voice was the last. And then he left, the door closing behind him with a soft click. Gabriel froze, her chest rising and falling erratically as her whole world crumbled. His hands were trembling. It wasn't fair. Just when she had finally found friends, people who treated her as more than just a sacred being, people who laughed with her, played with her, made her feel human, they snatched her away from there. Her eyes burned. She clutched her chest with her fingers as an unfamiliar pain washed over her. It hurt me. It hurt more than anything he had ever felt before. Naruto-kun. She whispered his name, longing for his warmth, his presence. I had never been away from him for so long before. And she hated him. She hated him. A faint shiver ran through her body. Her golden wings trembled, and for the first time, her halo flickered. Michael, who was still standing just on the other side of the door, exhaled heavily. Hearing her cry devastated him. But this was for his own good. Or so he told himself. After taking one last look at the closed door, he turned around and left. He never saw it. The instant her pure white halo flashed red. The next morning, the sunlight bathed Galuna Island in a golden light, signaling the beginning of a new day and its departure. Lucy stretched out her arms, inhaling the cool sea breeze. Finally, we're going home. Yes, back to fairy tale. Natsu exclaimed with a grin, stretching his arms wide. I need a real bed after all this. Yes, sir, exclaimed Feliz, flapping his wings enthusiastically. I can't wait to eat fish again. The atmosphere was relaxed, but Naruto felt uncomfortable. Her ice blue eyes turned towards the sky, scanning the horizon. Something was missing. Someone. With arms crossed and a frown on his face. Where is Gabriel? She should have returned by now. Normally, she was the type to say goodbye to everyone with a radiant, angelic smile. But now, there was only silence. Hey, Lucy, Naruto finally said. Where's the angel? Lucy blinked, surprised by the sudden question. Gabriel. She hesitated for a moment before sighing. Of course, you weren't there when it happened. Naruto raised an eyebrow, completely unconcerned. What happened? Lucy looked at Akino, who, for once, was silent. The demon of lust simply smiled. Lucy took a deep breath. Michael called her back to heaven. That's why he disappeared. She exhaled, forcing herself to relax. At least she wasn't hurt. That meant that Raphael's sudden attack last night was not a random act of aggression, but something personal. Naruto clicked his tongue. How annoying. He rubbed the back of his neck, putting two and two together. So that's why his conceited sister was furious with me. Lucy nodded. I guess so, but she didn't say much more. Naruto looked up at the sky again. Something still wasn't right. If Raphael came down here just to fight him, then something was wrong. Completely wrong. But Gabriel was in heaven. That was certain. Good? Akino's voice interrupted her thoughts. Well, in any case, I'm sure your little angel is thinking about you right now. Naruto rolled his eyes. Shut up. Still, that feeling of unease in my stomach didn't go away. And Naruto never ignored his instincts. A storm was brewing over the Phantom Lord Guild's fortress. Black banners fluttered in the wind, and their ominous insignia loomed over the city. Inside, an atmosphere of unease reigned, a tension palpable in every corner. In the center of the great hall, seated on a high throne, was Jose Porla. His fingers drummed on the armrest, the rhythm of the taps echoing like a countdown. His piercing gaze swept over the assembled magicians, kneeling before him. The elements four, their strongest warriors. And next to them, apart from the rest, he had an ace up his sleeve. A girl with bubblegum pink hair, dressed in an immaculate white yukata. Her cold pink eyes sparkled with amusement, but there was something deeply unsettling about her presence. She smiled sweetly, too sweetly, a smile that sent shivers down your spine. The demon of envy. Even her own men refused to look at her directly. They had seen what she was capable of. However, Jose wasn't worried. No, he was delighted. Fairy tale, he muttered, his tone heavy with contempt. Those fools have become arrogant. A messenger hurried forward, bowing deeply. Master, we have confirmed it. Lucy Heartfilia is with them. Silence fell. Jose's lips curled into a malicious smile. Then it's time for us to make our move. A low giggle echoed in the hallway, soft but unsettling. Finally, purred Envy, tilting his head. I was getting bored. Even the element four got tougher. They had seen her play before. They knew what fairy tale was about to suffer. As Phantom Lord's dark banners fluttered in the wind, the shadows lengthened. And war loomed over Magnolia. The streets of Magnolia were bustling as usual, and the inhabitants went about their daily routines, completely unaware of the storm that had hit Fairy Tail in their absence. But as Naruto's group turned the last corner leading to the guild, the excitement of going home froze in their throats. The once proud Fairy Tail lay in ruins. The building was almost unrecognizable. Its iconic structure had been desecrated, walls shattered, windows broken, and massive iron pillars driven into the foundations. Some still remained embedded in the rubble, like tombs that served as a reminder of the humiliation of Fiori's most powerful guild. Lucy gasped. What? Natsu clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. Who the hell did this? Happy trembled beside her, his wings folded against his body. Our home. Urza took a slow, deliberate step forward, her usual imposing presence overshadowed by the gravity of what lay before her. For the first time, Titania seemed uncertain. He turned abruptly towards the nearest person, Kana. The brunette sat on a fallen beam, her usual relaxed demeanor gone. A barrel of alcohol lay beside her, untouched. Urza's tone was sharp, controlled, barely concealing the fury simmering beneath. What happened? Kana looked up. The instant her empty eyes met Urza's, everything became painfully clear. This wasn't just an attack. It was a message. Mr. Ghost. The mere mention of the name caused a stir among the returning members. Gray muttered under his breath. Natsu's magic unleashed instinctively. Lucy took a hesitant step back, feeling a chill of dread in her stomach. They arrived in the middle of the night. Kana continued, her shoulders tense. Without warning. Without provocation. Simply, her lips curled in disgust. They desecrated our guild while we were away. And nobody stopped them. Natsu growled, barely containing himself. There was nobody here. The voice that answered was not Kana's. The group turned to see Mikao and Wakaba, standing among the rubble, their usual carefree personalities replaced by something much more serious. They attacked us when the guild was empty, Mikao explained. And when we got here, they were already gone. A cowardly attack. Urza's eyes darkened. Then we will retaliate. But before anyone could answer, a loud, thunderous laugh echoed through the air. Bah! Why is everyone so upset? They turned towards the entrance steps, where Makarov Dreyer, the master of the fairy tale guild, was sitting casually with a half-empty beer mug in his hand. He seemed carefree, free from worries. As if this hadn't meant the total destruction of his guild. Lucy stiffened. Master. Makarov sighed deeply, scratching his head. They were just a bunch of hooligans throwing a tantrum. It's over now, so there's no need to make a fuss. The silence that followed was deafening. Even Natsu, who normally never shuts up, was speechless. Master. Urza's voice was dangerously low. Are you saying we shouldn't do anything? Makarov took a long swig from his mug and then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. I say we didn't start a war over something as trivial as a ruined building. We're fairy tale, he said, thumping his chest with pride. We don't cry over a spilled beer. Naruto, who had been silently observing, exhaled through his nose. He felt no attachment to fairy tale, no deep loyalty. To him, this was nothing more than another power struggle, one in which he had no personal stake. But when he looked at Lucy, he saw how her hands were trembling at her sides, how she was biting her lower lip, torn between anger and sadness. That was all it took. Akino hummed, unfazed by the destruction. Ha ha ha, you humans are so dramatic. She turned to Lucy with a mocking smile. So, what's your plan? She and Naruto didn't care about fairy tale. They weren't as emotionally invested as Natsu, Gray, or Urza, but they still asked her what she wanted to do. Because, after all, this was something personal. The remains of fairy tale stood in the dim afternoon light, a haunting reminder of what had transpired. The iron pillars that once pierced the guild like mocking tombstones cast long shadows across the rubble. Natsu's fists trembled, his knuckles white as he surveyed the destruction. We can't let this go. His voice crackled with barely contained fury. We have to go after them. Gray, with his arms crossed, seemed somewhat calmer. They didn't just destroy the guild. They wanted to humiliate us. This was a declaration of war. Urza, standing in front of them, her scarlet hair catching the light of the setting sun, remained serene. We are not retaliating, he said firmly. The words landed like a slap in the face. Natsu turned to her, incredulous. Urza, are you kidding me? We don't know the reason for Phantom Lord's attack, he replied calmly, without giving in. Until we know, attacking recklessly will only cause more problems. They attacked us first. That's all the reason I need. Gray clenched his jaw. For once, I agree with Natsu. If the master says we should do nothing, then we do nothing. Urza's tone left no room for argument. Natsu stepped forward, his fists clenched. Are you seriously okay with this? Our house is in ruins. Urza's expression didn't change. Buildings can be rebuilt. That's not the point, Urza. That's precisely the point, she retorted sharply. This isn't just about pride, Natsu. If we retaliate without understanding why this happened, we risk something far worse than a few walls being torn down. Do you think Phantom Lord will let us in without consequences? Do you think his master, Jose Porla, doesn't have another plan? The fire in Natsu's eyes burned even brighter, but he had no response. Urza crossed her arms. We wait. And that was the final straw. The tension in the air was suffocating. Lucy, who was standing a little behind them, felt completely out of place. She had just become a fairy tale mage. She hadn't been present during the conflicts of the past. She hadn't grown up in the same chaos as Natsu and Gray. For her, fairy tale was still something new. And yet, I had never seen them like this before. It was like watching a family on the verge of disintegration. Lucy, Urza's voice was now softer. She turned to the blonde girl, recognizing the confusion in her expression. This isn't your fight. You shouldn't feel obligated to get involved. Lucy bit her lip. But, I'm involved, aren't I? I chose to be here. Urza nodded. Yes, but you're still new. You don't need to carry this burden yet. Still. Lucy didn't know why, but that word didn't sit well with her. She didn't want to be treated like a stranger. She did not want to be protected from the conflicts of the guild. Fairy Tale was now also his home. Lucy couldn't shake the unease that had settled in her chest. She wasn't indifferent to what had happened, seeing the ruins of Fairy Tale, the iron pillars piercing her heart, but she wasn't able to feel the same visceral fury that burned in Natsu's eyes, nor the silent intensity that hid behind Gray's clenched jaw. She was still new to Fairy Tale. She hadn't spent years of hardship with them. Why, then, was she the one who felt like an outsider? Her fingers curled slightly as she glanced at the two figures beside her. Naruto, as always, seemed indifferent. His icy blue eyes barely reflected the tension surrounding them. Akino, on the other hand, was amused. In fact, she was enjoying the conflict. Neither of them had any emotional ties to Fairy Tale. However, they supported her. That thought gave him a little strength. The trio arrived at their destination, the mansion that Ophis and Lilith had built for Naruto, an imposing property that clashed with Magnolia's rustic charm. The extravagance of the place still astonished Lucy, who had grown up surrounded by wealth but had chosen to live modestly. However, upon entering, they encountered a very unfamiliar sight. Hey, where's the food in this place? Gray, get dressed. Yes, this place is so elegant. Lucy blinked at the sight of Natsu, Happy, Gray, and Urza as if they were in their own home. Gray shirtless as usual, Natsu ransacking the kitchen, and Happy curled up on one of Naruto's absurdly large sofas. What the hell is this? Naruto muttered, clearly disgusted. Urza, sitting quietly with a cup of tea, glanced at him. The Ghost Lord might try something again. We decided to stay together as a precaution. Lucy frowned. Wait, so everyone's having sleepovers? Urza nodded. Yes, the guild is divided into small groups, each staying in a different place tonight. If Phantom tries anything again, they won't catch us off guard this time. Naruto let out a tired sigh. Fine, whatever. She started climbing the stairs. I'm going to sleep. Try not to wreck the house while I'm gone. Fufu, wait for me. Naruto-kun, Akino smiled, as she prepared to follow him. But before she could cross the corridor, two figures appeared in front of her, blocking her path. Ophis and Lilith. Their gray eyes were emotionless, and their small figures somehow radiated authority as they stood firm. Akino raised an eyebrow. Era? Is something wrong? Ophis's tone was flat and cold. You're not allowed to enter. Akino pouted dramatically. Why not? This is my house too. She tilted her head and smiled knowingly. Era, you're all so cute when you're jealous. Ophis ignored the comment. The master needs to rest. You're an obstacle to that. Lilith simply added, you speak very loudly. Akino smiled sarcastically, but didn't press the issue. Instead, she leaned forward and lowered her voice to a whisper. One day, I'll have Naruto-kun all to myself in that room. And when that day comes, I'll make sure they both hear every single thing. Ow! They both shouted in unison. Akino laughed as the twins practically pushed her back into the living room. Naruto, who had been observing everything, simply pinched the bridge of his nose. How annoying, she muttered, before finally disappearing upstairs to go to sleep, something she desperately needed. After everything that had happened, Naruto finally allowed himself to rest. He lay down, staring at the ceiling of his room in the luxurious mansion that was now his home in Magnolia. The dim light from the bedside lamps flickered, casting shadows on the walls. His body felt heavy, not from exhaustion, but from the weight of everything that had occurred. Deliora is dead. Phantom Lord is moving. Gabriel has left. He exhaled slowly, squinting his icy blue eyes, lost in thought. He knew he needed to rest, especially with what was coming, but something still troubled him. With a snap of the fingers, the purple vortex of hellfire and shadows vanished, leaving behind Ophis while Lilith, their small figures kneeling before him, but expressions remained expressionless as always. But there was something different. A glimpse of uncertainty, barely perceptible. Naruto-sama, they said in unison. Naruto sat up, resting an arm on his raised knee. How is she? The twins exchanged a glance before Ophis answered first. She's stable. Lilith continued, but unconscious. The ice magic that trapped her prevented her from aging, but her body is still recovering from being frozen for so long. Naruto exhaled through his nose, leaning back slightly. I see. You're protecting her. Lilith nodded. She is in your domain in the underworld, under our protection. Wani-sama is making sure her vital signs remain stable. For a moment, Naruto remained silent. His thoughts returned to Gray Y Lion, to his reactions upon realizing that Uar was gone forever, only for him to would seize his destiny and bring her back. The spell used was a one-way trick. Lilith's words echoed in his mind. But with you here, you can undo the spell. Naruto's fingers drummed on his knee. He wasn't sure how he felt about it. Saving someone who was supposed toted part of him had done it because power meant nothing if you couldn't use it when it mattered. But another part of him knew that he never was so simple. How long until he wakes up, he finally asked. Ophis tilted her head. A few days, at least. The body must readjust to the times. Lilith added, do you want us to bring her here when she wakes up? Naruto was silent for a moment before shaking his head. No, not yet. Lilith and Ophis didn't ask him anything. They simply bowed their heads. If anything changes, let me know, Naruto said before lying back down. As you command, the twins whispered before vanish in a whirlwind of shadows and fire. Naruto exhaled slowly, his gaze once again directed to the ceiling. Another problem for another day. For now, she closed her eyes. Finally, sleep overcame him. The morning sun had barely risen when the piece of fairy tale was shattered. A scream tore through the quiet streets of Magnolia. Lucy, still dazed from waking up, barely had time to process it before she saw Urza already putting on her armor. Natsu had left, ahead of them. What's going on? Lucy shouted as she rushed out into the town square, where a crowd of people and the others were gathering. The answer hit her like a punch to the stomach. In the center of the village, 3 figures lay tied to a tree, bloody, beaten, and humiliated. Exact. Jet. Troy. Their clothes were torn, their faces swollen with bruises, and worst of all, the Ghost Lord's emblem was branded into their skin. A cruel mark of ownership. Lucy gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Who did this? Naruto, standing beside her, frowned. Even he felt a pang of irritation. Levi was just a child compared to him, and seeing someone treat her like property didn't sit right with him. Akino, for once, was not smiling. The union maintained a deathly silence. Until a small, familiar figure arrived. Makarov. The moment the guild master saw his children, his precious fairy tale wizards, battered, broken, and scarred by the enemy, something inside him broke. A wave of magical pressure emanated from him, so powerful that even Naruto had to raise an eyebrow. Natsu clenched his fists, and fire erupted from his skin. You damn bastards. We're going to get them back, Makarov said in a cold, deadly voice. Then, for the first time in years, the fairy tale master gave the order. Fairy tale, prepare for war. The guild erupted in cheers, war cries, and fury. The time for moderation is over. And Phantom Lord was about to find out what it meant to make Fairy Tail his enemy. Chaos reigned within the devastated fairy tale guild. The wizards hurried to prepare for battle, sharpening weapons, reforging spells, and feeding on burning anger. Natsu grinned from ear to ear, cracking his knuckles as flames flickered around his fists. I really want to smash Phantom into the ground. Grace smirked, shrugging. TCH, don't go burning the whole city down, you blockhead. What did you say, stripper? Do you want to fight? You. Enough. Urza's authoritative voice cut through the din, the echo of her armored boots resonating in the room. She crossed her arms, a smug smile playing on her lips. With Naruto and Akino on our side, Phantom Lord won't stand a chance. In response, a murmur of approval spread throughout the guild. Yes, we have a demon who can crush mountains and a sadist who shoots lightning bolts at people for fun. We could just let them handle this. Perhaps Phantom will give up as soon as he sees those two. All eyes turned towards Naruto and Akino, who were leaning against a nearby wall, watching the guild as if they were spectators at a festival. Naruto had his hands in his pockets, with his usual impassive expression. Akino, on the other hand, smiled mischievously, amused by the faith those magicians placed in them. Lucy, who was standing next to them, laughed uncomfortably. They're here because of me, she thought, feeling both guilty and flattered. But she wasn't going to say it out loud. That's when it happened. A vortex of shadows and hellfire collapsed inwards, leaving behind a man in a brown coat, his hands lazily tucked in his pockets. A figure materialized, standing with a carefree air and hands in pockets. Shikamaru Belphos, Sloth, the devil of indolence. Her almond-shaped brown eyes scanned the room with a bored air, unfazed by the sudden shift in attention. Her black hair, tied back in a spiky ponytail, barely moved as the weight of her presence loomed over the room. Me, he greeted curtly. Silence. So, who the hell is this guy? Demanded Natsu, as flames erupted from his hands. Shikamaru let out a long, tired sigh before scratching his head. Ugh, what a drag. I don't have time for this. His gaze shifted towards Naruto and Akino. We need to talk. The moment he uttered those words, Naruto and Akino tensed up. They exchanged a knowing glance before silently moving away from the wall. Excuse me, Akino said with a sweet smile directed at the guild, but with a curt tone. We have some matters to attend to. Without waiting for a response, the three demons disappeared. The moment the doors of Sathanas Mansion closed behind them, Sloth slumped down on the sofa. We have a problem. Naruto crossed his arms, his gaze piercing. Explain yourself. Sloth exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck. Look, I shouldn't tell you this. Trihexia ordered me to keep quiet, but, he sighed, this is too complicated for me to handle alone. Akino raised an eyebrow, and for once her playful smile had vanished. Are you acting behind Trihexia's back? Sloth shrugged. What she doesn't know won't kill me. Probably. Naruto's patience was wearing thin. Get to the point, Shikamaru. The devil of Sloth sighed. Trihexia is assembling the army of the underworld. Naruto and Akino froze. Why? Akino asked, narrowing her violet eyes. Sloth shook his head. That's the problem. I don't know. He's keeping it a secret, even from us. Nobody knows why he's preparing for war. Naruto clicked his tongue. Something was wrong. If Trihexia was mobilizing its armies, that meant it was preparing for a large-scale conflict. But against whom? Akino crossed her arms. And the Sky faction? Have they made any move? Sloth sighed. Not that I know of. But with how quiet they've been, I'd bet my life they're cooking something up too. Naruto exhaled slowly. Infuriating. Akino glanced at him sideways. What's the plan, Naruto-kun? I'm going to talk to Trihexia, he said in a calm but firm voice. Whatever is going on, I need to hear it directly from her. Sloth snorted. Good luck with that. He's been in a terrible mood lately. Naruto did not respond. Because something inside her told her that this was only the beginning. Naruto stood in the doorway, arms crossed, staring at the two figures in front of him. Ophis and Lilith, their supposed pets, wore identical expressions of stubborn rebellion. "You're staying," Naruto stated firmly. The twins frowned. "Nae-sama, Nae-sama, the master is abandoning us." "Indeed. We should kill those big-tit bitches and go with him instead." Akino sighed, rubbing her temples. "Ha ha, I'd almost admire your loyalty if you weren't so unhinged." Naruto ignored their comments, his icy blue gaze remaining unwavering. "This is not up for discussion. You stay back and protect Lucy." Lilith narrowed her eyes. "That weak human?" Ophis frowned slightly. "Why should we protect the master's property?" "Because I said so," Naruto replied coldly. "And because Akino and I won't be here." The weight of his words finally sank in. The twins froze. "Are you leaving Earthland?" Ophis whispered in an unusually soft voice. Lilith's usual expressionless face transformed into an expression dangerously close to panic. Naruto sighed. "We need to find out what Trihexia is planning. Whatever it is, it's beyond us, and right now I can't afford to be tied down by anything." The twins disliked this. But Naruto had already made a decision. "Protect Lucy," he repeated in a determined tone. "Even if she tells you not to. Even if you have to fight Fairy Tail, not let him die. Understood?" Ophis and Lilith exchanged glances, their silent communication lasting for several seconds. Finally, they turned to him and bowed their heads. "As you wish, Naruto-sama." Naruto exhaled. "Okay." He turned to Akino. "Let's go." Akino smiled, approaching him. "Ha ha ha, this is going to be fun." And with that, a vortex of hellfire and shadows collapsed inwards, swallowing them both. Leaving Ophis and Lilith alone, Lucy sat in the luxurious common room, staring at a cup of tea she wasn't drinking from. He had just returned from the guild, still thinking about the next assault on Phantom Lord. Despite the seriousness of the situation, she wasn't too worried, not with Naruto and Akino on her side. But when Ophis and Lilith appeared before her, she knew immediately that something was wrong. The twins seemed disgusted. "What is it?" Lucy asked cautiously. Ophis wasted no time. "Naruto-sama and Akino have left." Lucy blinked. "Wait, what?" "They have departed for the underworld," Lilith added. "They will not be able to return soon." Lucy froze. She slowly put down her teacup. "You're joking, right?" The twins said nothing. A bad feeling filled his stomach. Naruto and Akino had left. They cannot be invoked. Without support. And they hadn't even told him before he left. Lucy gritted her teeth, trying not to overreact. He took a deep breath, calming himself. "Okay, fine. It's not like I can't fight without them." Ophis looked at her expressionlessly. "You were counting on them." Lucy shot him a slightly glared look. "I still have my celestial keys." Lilith tilted her head. "However, you're worried." Lucy clenched her fists. She hated that the twins were right. She had felt safe with Naruto and Akino around. But now they weren't here. And Phantom Lord was yet to come. After taking another deep breath, she forced a smile. "Well, I guess it's time to prove I can defend myself." Ophis and Lilith watched her closely. Finally, Lilith smiled slightly. "Good answer." Lucy let out a long sigh, staring at the now empty guild hall. Everyone had left. Fairy Tail marched towards Phantom Lord, filled with righteous fury and determination, ready to avenge what had been done to Levi, Jet, and Droy. She wanted to go with them, she really did, but deep down, Lucy knew she wasn't as angry as the others. She was new. This was not their fight from the beginning. And yet, she clenched her fist, standing alone in the now quiet streets of Magnolia. "They really left me here," he murmured. "It's not that I was completely alone." The twins, Ophis and Lilith, watched her from the shadows like two silent sentinels, never too far away. Naruto had ordered them to protect her. Even against their protests, they obeyed, because despite their complaints and laments, they would never disobey a direct order from their master. Lucy sighed again. "At least the town is peaceful." She froze. A sudden shiver ran down his spine. Something wasn't right. The wind had changed. The air around him grew thick, as if a storm were approaching. His heart was beating fast. Something was. Oh my God, what a pitiful scene. A chilling voice tore through the air. Lucy turned around abruptly, her eyes wide. A woman stood a few feet away. Her long blue hair cascaded down her back. Her skin was pale, her expression serene yet unsettling. The air around her was humid, and her mere presence sent shivers down Lucy's spine. A magician, Mr. Ghost. Behind her, a tall man, strangely shaped and with an exaggerated posture, smiled, bending his body unnaturally as he bowed deeply. Son of the earth, at your service, lady. Lucy stepped back, her pulse racing. OM's dash. Juvia of the Rain. The blue-haired woman introduced herself, tilting her head slightly, her gaze distant but fixed on Lucy. Juvia doesn't like this weather. It's too sunny. A single drop of rain splashed Lucy's feet. Lucy's breathing became shallow. Rain? The sky was clear just moments ago. But now, clouds had begun to form, swirling unnaturally above them, plunging Magnolia into an eerie gloom. Lucy knew it instantly. She was in danger. The master has requested your presence. Heartfilia, Soul said gently, her smile widening. Come with us and there won't be any problem, okay? Lucy gritted her teeth. Yes, no thanks. She took her keys. Only for a giant wave to emerge from nowhere, crashing down on her at terrifying speed. She got ready. But before the wave could reach her, the air itself vibrated, and a pulse of black energy shattered the water. Juvia's eyes opened slightly. Soul stiffened. A new presence had appeared. No, too. Despoiling private property. Unforgivable. A cold, lifeless voice echoed in the square. Two figures emerged from the shadows. Ophis and Lilith. Their identical faces displayed empty, expressionless faces. However, the enormous pressure they emanated caused even experienced mages like Juvia and Soul to feel an unsettling chill. Master's orders, protect the cow. Lilith's crimson eyes rested fleetingly on Lucy, with a flat and indifferent tone. Lucy's eye twitched. EY dash. But before he could reply, the battle began. Ophis Lilith contra Juvia Soul. The sky over Magnolia darkened, clouds swirling unnaturally as rain poured down on the streets. The air crackled with magic as two forces clashed, their powers invisibly colliding in a tense confrontation. Juvia Loxer and Soul from Phantom Lord, two of their strongest warriors, were ready. Facing them were Ophis and Lilith, the twin dragons, Naruto Sathanas' personal guards. Silent, unwavering, relentless. Even in the downpour, the twins didn't get wet. The water simply refused to touch them. Juvia's stomach turned. She knew it. She could feel it. Those two were monsters. Last warning, Ophis said in a flat, emotionless voice. Leave, Lilith added, narrowing her red eyes. Before we erase you from existence. Juvia clenched her fists and stepped forward. Juvia can't do that. Lucy Heartfilia must come with us. Soul waved her hands dramatically. Yes, yes. It's nothing personal, ma'am. A mission is a mission. The twins did not respond. Juvia was the first to attack. His entire body liquefied, swirling into a gigantic whirlpool before crashing into a monstrous giant wave that hurtled straight toward the twins. The street was flooded in seconds. The force of the wave was enough to shatter stone and steel as if they were made of paper. Soul, using Juvia's water as cover, sank into the earth, disappearing completely. It was a well-coordinated attack. But, at the moment the water collided with Ophis and Lilith, it simply ceased to exist. Juvia's eyes widened in surprise. Her magic, all her energy, had been nullified. Useless, Ophis muttered. Before Juvia could react, Lilith was moved. Faster than expected. In an instant, he became motionless. The next, she was in front of Juvia. And then, crack. A devastating palm strike hit Juvia in the stomach, splitting her in two. The impact created a shockwave that sprayed water in all directions as Juvia was flung backward, through buildings, skidding down the flooded street before crashing into a stone wall. Ah, he coughed, struggling to stand up. That single was a hit. He felt as if his entire body had been crushed. Before she could even catch her breath, a shadow loomed over her. Lilith's red eyes shone in the rain as her foot descended towards Juvia's head. Juvia rolled backward, narrowly avoiding the stomp. Just to realize, Lilith's foot had completely shattered the stone pavement beneath her feet, creating a deep crater where Juvia's head had been. Juvia's heart was beating strongly. This is not normal. He turned towards the water, trying to retreat. But Ophis appeared behind her, moving with unnatural grace, her hand slicing through the rain like a blade. The dragon's restriction. Juvia screamed as an invisible force crushed her body, leaving her completely immobile. He couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. The pressure that oppressed her was heavier than an ocean. Weak? Ophis murmured, looking at the struggling water mage. Disappointing. Juvia gritted her teeth, her vision blurring as the crushing force intensified. Damn, I felt like I was about to faint. But before the twins could finish her off, the ground beneath his feet exploded. Sol emerged from the earth like a specter, his body twisting unnaturally as he lifted a huge chunk of stone, imbued with earth magic, and swung it like a warhammer directly at Ophis. Graveyard. The stone collapsed on Ophis, burying her under tons of enchanted rubble. Lilith turned sharply, squinting. Sol smiled sarcastically. One less yes. Incorrect. Sol's blood ran cold. The rubble shook. And then he disappeared. Ophis remained unharmed, dusting off her dress with a bored expression. Useless, he muttered. Sol barely had time to react before she moved. Requiem of the Infinite. A simple flick of Ophis's finger collapsed the space around Sol, launching him into a vortex of spiraling force that made him raise building after building before finally crashing into the cathedral's bell tower. Juvia watched in horror as Sol's body fell lifeless from the ruined structure, landing on the ground with a dull, disgusting thud. He didn't move. She turned around. Lilith was already in front of her again. Juvia's heart stopped. Juvia from Phantom Lord, Lilith stated, staring at her with her soulless crimson eyes. Prepare to die. Juvia prepared for the final blow. But then, a new voice filled the air. Era that won't do any good. A chill ran across the battlefield. A new presence. A monster. The temperature dropped. The rain subsided. The wind itself wavered. Ophis and Lilith turned around in unison. And there, standing in the middle of the ruined street, was a girl wearing a white yukata. Her pink hair framed her face, and her killer pink eyes glittered in the moonlight. The air around him was heavy with something unnatural. Something twisted. Something corrupt. A kitchen knife twirled between his fingers, and blood-red energy crackled from its blade. You're being very unfair to my new little friends, he said, a sadistic smile spreading across his lips. Lilith narrowed her eyes. Ophis's expression darkened. They knew who she was. Envy. A sin. A real demon. A being on par with the 7 virtues themselves. Lucy watched in horror as the pink-haired girl bent her head and licked the edge of her knife, her eyes gleaming with sadistic amusement. Let's level the playing field, okay? The underworld trembled. The capital of the underworld stood majestically, an ominous fortress of obsidian and crimson, floating above a sea of billowing black mist. Its jagged, pointed towers seemed to throb with life. The sky above the citadel was dark, swirling with storm clouds crackling with violet lightning. Inside the throne room, Trihexia sat lazily on her large throne, a goblet of dark wine in one hand, her blue eyes scanning the mountains of reports in front of her. So, she felt them. 2 intruders. No. 2 demons. 2 exasperating demons. TCH, problematic. Her fingers clenched, shattering the chalice she held. She clicked her tongue in annoyance as she felt his presence deeper within the fortress. Lazy little mouse. She clenched her jaw, feeling irritation rise within her. That lazy bum had disobeyed her, after she'd expressly ordered him not to tell them. And now, they were here. Naruto Sadness, Akino Asmodeus. Both remained inside their fortress. Her golden eyes shone dangerously. Very well then, he said, standing up, black lightning crackling at his fingertips. If you want answers, I will give them. Trihexia's expression is unusually tense. In my vision, you weren't fighting Naruto. You were kneeling, injured, looking up at something, pleading. Naruto clenched his fists. Begging? Him? That didn't make sense. Trihexia's lips pressed into a thin line. That's why I'm preparing. Whatever it is, it has the power to put you in that situation. Akino looked at Naruto and noticed a slight change in his posture. For the first time, she saw something unusual about his face. Hesitation. Naruto was a warrior, a conqueror. He had fought gods, monsters, and demons alike. And never, ever, had he begged in battle. What on earth could have made him do that? Akino's mocking attitude vanished. Are you assembling an army to protect him? Trihexia's gaze met Naruto's directly. Yes. Naruto clenched his jaw. I don't need your protection. Trihexia slammed her fist against the armrest of her throne, her energy exploding. You're so stubborn. You didn't even oppose me in my vision. Naruto held his breath slightly. That detail. That one detail. Why wasn't he fighting? Why didn't she resist? What made him stop? For the first time in centuries, Naruto Sathanas felt uncomfortable. The tension in the throne room was palpable. Trihexia leaned forward, resting her chin on her knuckles as she studied the two demons before her, Naruto Sathanas and Akino Asmodeus, wrath and lust. Two of the most powerful warriors of the underworld. They stood before her with suspicious expressions. That irritated her. But I couldn't blame them. He had kept them in the dark for too long. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. I understand. You think I'm preparing for war out of paranoia, or worse, out of some selfish ambition. Naruto snorted, fixing his icy blue gaze on her. That's exactly what it looks like. Trihexia's fingers drummed against the armrest of her throne. You don't understand, Naruto. I'm not preparing for war because I want to. I'm getting ready because I have to do it. Akino crossed her arms, her electric aura crackling faintly. Do I have to do it? Against whom? The sky. Trihexia exhaled sharply, narrowing her golden eyes. If it comes down to that, yes. Naruto clenched his fists. TCH, you want a war with heaven just for a vision. Trihexia's aura intensified, making the throne room tremble. No. The raw intensity of his voice made Akino's usual playful smile vanish. Trihexia rose from her throne, her black cloak billowing as power enveloped her. I do this because I have no other choice. Her voice softened, but her eyes still held a dangerous glint. If I can't protect you, Naruto, then I'll make sure no one is left behind. Nothing that could hurt you. Naruto's eyes opened slightly. What? Akino blinked, surprised. Trihexia's expression was unreadable, but his voice resonated powerfully. You're not just a demon to me, Naruto. You're one of me. And if I have to bring down heaven itself to keep you alive, I will. For a moment, there was silence. Naruto's emotions were a confusing jumble. Anger, confusion, and something he didn't want to admit. Akino, who was usually the first to mock or provoke, found herself looking at Trihexia with something akin to admiration. This woman, this ruler of the underworld, she wasn't just another ambitious leader. She cared not really. Trihexia sighed, forcing herself to relax. To prove I'm not acting irrationally, I'll show you something. He raised his hand, summoning the same glowing orb he had used earlier to contact Michael. Akino raised an eyebrow. Michael, have you been working with heaven? Trihexia smiled ironically. Please, I'm not stupid. The underworld continues, existing, only because I don't blindly rush into wars that are lost from the start. I knew that if something was coming and could threaten me, it could also threaten them. He placed the palm of his hand over the orb, sending a pulse of magic through it. Michael, Answer me. The sphere twinkled. Naruto and Akino leaned forward, watching the light flicker inside. But there was no response. Trihexia's eyes darkened. Michael, it's me. Answer me. Even so, nothing. Akino frowned. That's strange. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He always answers quickly, doesn't he? Trihexia did not like this. He tried again, his voice firmer. Michael, if you ignore me, I swear that. A creaking sound interrupted her. The orb flickered violently, and static disturbed the light within. Then a distorted voice, Ion. Trihexia frowned. Michael. The voice was unintelligible, but through the distortion, they could hear the urgency. Akino's fingers twitched. That doesn't look good. Naruto stepped forward. Increase the signal, Trihexia. Something's wrong. Trihexia gritted her teeth, channeling more power into the sphere. The image inside became sharper for an instant. A golden city, Eden, the heart of heaven. But it was wrong. Dark clouds swirled above her, and fissures of golden energy ripped through the sky itself. The towers that once stood majestically crumbled. The static disappeared for only a second. A voice gripped by panic echoed. The sky is falling. Then, silence. The throne room went dark, and the echoes of those last words lingered in the air. Naruto, Akino, and Trihexia were paralyzed. Naruto's hands slowly closed into fists. His mind was already racing, trying to piece things together. The sky was plunged into chaos. Something terrible had happened. And Gabriel. His stomach turned. Gabriel was up there, alone. Naruto exhaled sharply, trying to ignore the unsettling feeling that ran down his spine. Shit. A soft knock echoed in the great hall of the Seraphim mansion. Raphael stood in front of Gabriel's room, a frown on his usually serene face. She had felt it. Something had changed inside Gabriel. Something was wrong. Pushing open the ornate door, Raphael entered, and what he saw pierced him like a spear to the heart. Gabriel, the brightest light in the sky, was curled up on the edge of her luxurious bed, her golden hair tangled over her shoulders. Its halo, which once shone brightly, was now dimmed. Her wings, usually flawless and thick, hung lifelessly behind her. And worst of all, her eyes, always full of warmth, were red and swollen from crying so much. Gabriel, Raphael whispered, approaching. Upon hearing his sister's voice, Gabriel sat up abruptly, and his expression immediately changed to one of anguish as he ran forward and threw himself into Raphael's arms. Raf-chan, she sobbed, clinging tightly to her sister. Raphael instinctively caught her, hugging her tightly as Gabriel's body trembled in pain. Gabriel, Raphael hesitated, running his fingers through his sister's golden hair in an attempt to calm her. What's wrong? What happened? I can't. Gabriel sobbed, burying his face in Raphael's shoulder. I can't go back. Raphael's grip on her intensified. She already knew. Michael's decree. He had isolated his sister from Earthland, cutting off any possibility of her return. You should be grateful, Raphael murmured, his voice strained as he hugged Gabriel. Earth is dangerous, Gabriel. That world is full of corruption. You don't belong there. But my friends, Lucy-sama, Naruto-kun. Gabriel stepped back a little, despair reflected in his tear-filled eyes. I finally had friends. I learned so much about the world, I was happy. And now Oniai-sama says I'll never be able to see them again. Raphael's expression hardened. You are a seraph, he stated firmly. Your place is here, in heaven. But why? Gabriel cried, clutching Raphael's robes tightly. Why does being an angel mean I have to abandon the people I love? Raphael's entire body tensed up. Love? She repeated in a disturbingly calm voice. Gabriel nodded. Yes, I love Lucy-sama. I love my friends. She hesitated. Then, almost in a whisper, I love Naruto-kun. Something broke inside Raphael. Because Gabriel shuddered at the sudden change in tone. Raphael's golden eyes, so often filled with temperance and patience, now burned with barely contained fury. You fell in love, Raphael murmured, as if saying that out loud disgusted him. Gabriel hesitated. I. With the devil of wrath. Raphael's voice was cold, sharp enough to cut through steel. Gabriel opened his mouth, but no voice came out. Raphael clenched his fists. You don't even know what it is, do you? He spat. Do you have any idea of the monster you've given your heart to? Gabriel gasped softly. He's not a monster, she exclaimed, her voice firm despite the trembling in her hands. Raphael exploded. You're a fool, Gabriel. She shoved him, spreading her wings in fury. Naruto Sathanas is a plague on this world. He is destruction incarnate. His very existence is a stain on creation. Gabriel staggered backward, his eyes wide with surprise. How can you say that? She whispered, her voice trembling. Raphael gritted his teeth. Because I went down there myself to kill him. Silence. A long and deafening silence. So. Gabriel froze. The pain in her heart. It was unlike anything I had ever felt before. She stared at Raphael, unable to breathe. Did you fight against Naruto-kun? His voice was barely audible. Raphael did not respond. Gabriel's halo flickered. Did you try to kill him? A crack formed inside. And for the first time, I felt empty. The warmth of heaven. The kindness of his family. The love she always believed in. He was gone. His breathing became shallow. Her hands trembled as she pressed them against her heart. You hurt him. Her vision became blurred. I felt as if the world was falling apart. His brother. His family. The same angels she had believed in all her life. They had turned their weapons against him. For no reason. In vain. A cold shock wave emanated from Gabriel's body, making the room tremble. Raphael stiffened. That. The golden light in the room dimmed. The air became thick and oppressive. Gabriel's halo, which once shone with pure light, flickered. Not white. It's not gold. Red. Raphael stepped back as something strange grew within Gabriel's once pure presence. Something twisted. Something private. Something empty. Gabriel slowly raised his head. Her face, streaked with tears, was unreadable. Her golden hair moved, revealing crimson glimmers at the tips. She parted her lips slightly, and her voice sounded hollow. Why owe you? You? Raphael's eyes opened wide. Gabriel. Why owe you being? You betrayed me. Raphael took another step back, his heart racing. This feeling. It was the same feeling he had when he faced Naruto. But how? How could it come from Gabriel? Gabriel clutched his chest, a pulse of pure energy trembling beneath his fingers. Everything hurt. The love she treasured. The faith she professed. Everything was falling apart. She wasn't falling. No. This was even worse. They were emptying it from the inside. A part of her had died. And something new was taking its place. Raphael watched in horror as the red glow of Gabriel's halo shone with greater intensity. A deep and heavy silence filled the room. And at that moment, something inside Gabriel shattered. Gabriel was different from his brothers. If Michael was a leader, tempered by duty, and Raphael a warrior, hardened by battle, Gabriel was the embodiment of pure, unconditional love. She was the warmth of celestial light, the gentle whisper of the wind, the voice that soothed the hearts of mortals and angels alike. She did not fight any wars. She didn't judge. She didn't hate. She only loved. Among the seraphim, she was the most radiant. Her 12 white wings shone with an incomparable light, her presence capable of bringing peace to even the most tormented souls. Her voice alone could calm storms, and her touch purify even the darkest hearts. But there was a truth about her nature that even she didn't understand. Gabriel should never have experienced pain, suffering, or loss. For love to remain pure, it must not be tainted by sadness. For the light to remain bright, it must never fall into shadow. The highest-ranking seraphim knew the risks. If Gabriel were to feel true hatred, despair, or betrayal, she would fall, neither like a fallen angel, nor like a demon, but as something much worse. A being created entirely from love could not simply change course. If love were to break within it, only destruction would remain. She would become a calamity, a walking, pulsating paradox. Love turned to ruin. Light turned to shadow. The moment Michael forbade him from returning to Earth. The moment Raphael admitted that he attacked Naruto for no reason. The moment she realized that her own family was willing to harm those she loved. Gabriel was devastated. It was not a dramatic descent into anger. It wasn't an instant outburst of fury. Silence fell. The breaking of something so delicate, so fundamental, that it could never be repaired. And at that moment, for the first time in all of existence, the halo of a seraphit turned red. Chapter 9, Storm. The air crackled with tension. Ophis and Lilith stood side by side, their energy fluctuating in perfect synchronicity. Their once playful and mischievous auras had vanished, replaced by the cold, suffocating presence of two beings who knew exactly what kind of monster they were facing. Envy twirled the blood-red kitchen knife between her fingers, her pink eyes twinkling with amusement as she watched the twins. "Era, I expected you to react like this." Lucy, still bound by unseen forces, could barely breathe under the suffocating weight of Envy's presence. The air itself grew denser, distorting like a mirage. Lilith's fingers twitched, and shadows formed around her hands like twisting tendrils. Ophis, always silent, barely moved. Her piercing eyes were fixed on her opponent. Then the battle began. A sudden lightning strike. The ground beneath Ophis's feet cracked as she propelled herself forward at a speed impossible to follow with the naked eye. A bluish trail followed her as she closed the distance in a fraction of a second. Envy barely blinked before receiving the first blow. Crack. The impact generated a shockwave that rippled throughout the forest. Trees bent and snapped as the force of Ophis's blow struck Envy in the stomach, sending the sin flying through the air like a cannonball. But she was smiling. Ouch, that did hurt a little. Even before touching the ground, Envy spun in the air and did a somersault, plunging his knife into midair. A wave propagated from the leaf, and, suddenly, gravity reversed. Ophis's eyes widened as her feet involuntarily lifted off the ground. That. Lilith reacted instantly. With a swift flick of her wrist, the shadows around her lunged forward and coiled around Ophis's ankle, pulling her down before she could be absorbed by Envy's distortion. Envy landed gracefully, laughing as if she were playing. I always wondered how the twins fought together. So synchronized, so dependent on each other. How cute. His knife disappeared in a flash of green light, only to reappear in his other hand, now deformed and grotesque, like something that had melted and transformed into a toothy monstrosity. Let's see what happens when I break that little bond of yours. Separating the twins. /bar. The moment Envy moved, the world distorted. One moment I was several meters away, the next, I was right in the middle of them. A distorted pulse of magic erupted from her body, throwing Ophis to the left and Lilith to the right, forcibly separating them. Envy's voice resonated unnaturally, as if she were speaking into both of their ears at once. We'll see how strong they are when they can't count on their precious sister. Ophis fell heavily to the ground, sliding across the earth. She immediately tried to teleport back, but he couldn't. Lilith, on the other hand, was suspended in the air, unable to land. Something invisible enveloped her, keeping her suspended like a puppet. Envy, standing between them, bowed his head, and a malicious smile spread across his face. "Oh, really? Are you having trouble? How adorable." She raised a finger, and Lilith screamed. Black veins spread across his body as intense pain, something no ordinary force should be able to inflict, tore at his nerves. Ophis's face darkened. "Let her go," he ordered in a dangerously low voice. Envy laughed. "Make me." Crack. The air cracked as Ophis pierced through space itself to reach Lilith. His body vanished, reappearing above Envy in an instant, his fist already descending. Envy, instead of dodging, smiled even more. "I've got you." In the last second, her body blurred and Ophis's attack failed, hitting only empty air. Before I could react, Chilatazo. A small, almost inaudible sound. Ophis's eyes opened wide. She lowered her gaze. The tip of Envy's twisted knife was embedded in his stomach. For the first time in a long time, Ophis felt pain. Pow dash. A deep, nauseating pain spread from the wound, weakening his entire body. Envy approached and whispered in her ear, "You little devils, you really don't know how to fight properly, do you?" He yanked the knife out, and Ophis staggered back, clutching her wound as blood dripped to the floor. "Ophis!" Lilith's eyes widened, and she struggled against Envy's magic. But it was useless. Envy licked the blood from her blade and sighed dramatically. Not as delicious as Wrath's, but almost. Ophis gritted her teeth. This isn't working. They couldn't fight her like that. They needed to be together. Lilith closed her eyes, concentrating all the power she had left. An opportunity. The final play. Envy was about to laugh when the sky darkened. A pulse of energy emanated from Lilith's body, and the air vibrated with a raw, chaotic magic. Ophis, despite her injury, instantly recognized what Lilith was doing and matched her energy. The twins' eyes shone, their energies resonating as one. Envy froze, and her smile faltered for the first time. "Oh." The moment she hesitated, Lilith broke free. The twins disappeared, reappearing on either side of Envy in an instant. The wrath of the twin dragon. A black and blue explosion of pure destructive energy erupted from his hands, engulfing Envy completely in an unstoppable torrent of power. The shockwave was so powerful that trees were uprooted, the earth was torn apart, and the air itself burned. Lucy covered her face as the force of the attack threatened to push her back. Envy's cry of pain echoed across the battlefield. And then, silence. The dust settled. The place where Envy had been was nothing more than a crater. The twins stood up, breathing heavily, as their wounds healed rapidly as their energies rebalanced. Lucy, still dazed, breathed shakily. Did you get it?" A moment passed. Then applause. Slow, deliberate, and mocking applause. A shiver ran down Lucy's spine. She turned around, and her blood ran cold. In the heart of the destruction, amidst the rubble and devastation, Envy remained standing, completely unharmed. He tilted his head, and his usual mocking smile transformed into something horrifying. "Good." He lifted the knife, running his finger along the edge. "That was fun." And then, she moved. Faster than before. Stronger than before. Too fast. Ophis and Lilith barely had time to react. And this time, they weren't the ones who won. "Era," she sighed, twirling the knife between her fingers. "That was impressive. It really was. But..." Her pink eyes blinked, a deep, ugly emotion swirled beneath their brightness. "You too drive me crazy." A pulse of sickly green energy emanated from his body, distorting the space around him. The air itself twisted, becoming denser, as if gravity were bending to his will. Lucy, still bound by invisible forces, felt her lungs contract. Something primal told him to run. Ophis and Lilith, despite their exhaustion, stepped forward without hesitation. Her hands were brimming with energy, ready for another round. The laughter of Envy was hollow. "A perfect couple," he murmured in an almost bitter tone. And then, she moved. The changing tide. Crack. Ophis barely registered the attack before her vision blurred. Her body jerked violently, and she was flung through several trees, each of which shattered on impact. Lilith's eyes opened wide. Before he could react, a hand grabbed his throat. Her breath caught in her throat as she was lifted from the ground. Envy's fingers tightened like a vice. Sin, the one with pink hair, had an expressionless face. Her grip was firm as she looked at Lilith as if she were an insect. "You have no idea how much I hate seeing brothers work together," Envy whispered, his voice dripping with venom. Lilith struggled. Her shadows came to life, but they did not respond. The corrosive magic of envy had infected them. "Why do you two have something so perfect?" Envy continued, tightening his grip. "Why do you have each other, while I have no one?" Lilith's vision darkened. Ophis, despite the immense pain that coursed through her body, forced herself to stand up. Her entire left arm hung limp from the force of the blow she had received. Her ice-blue eyes burned with fury. "Let her go." Envy smiled maliciously. And then, he broke Lilith's wrist. "Oh!" Lilith's scream pierced the sky. Ophis's mind went blank. He moved without thinking, shortening the distance in an instant. His remaining hand glowed with divine energy, poised to shatter envy. But the moment he reached them, envy twisted his body unnaturally, striking Ophis's ribs directly with his knee. Crack! The shockwave from the impact tore through the ground, causing Ophis to slide across the earth. She barely had time to register the pain before envy appeared behind her. His hand sank into Ophis's back, not piercing the skin, but sending a pulse of corrosive magic straight into her bloodstream. Fall. Ophis collapsed, her body completely inert. Lilith, still panting, weakly extended her hand. "Sister Dash." Envy gave him a kick in the stomach. "Stand." Lilith choked, coughing up blood as her body crashed against a nearby rock. Neither of the twins got up again. For the first time since the battle began, the battlefield was silent. The fall of the Guardians. Lucy's heart was beating strongly. They lost. So, Ophis and Lilith, demons who could challenge the holy magi, had been dismantled as if they were nothing. Envy sighed, shrugging as if the battle had been merely an annoying exercise. "Honestly," he murmured, shaking off the remaining blood from his knife, "I expected more from Wrath's so-called pets." He knelt beside Ophis, grasping a handful of her long, dark hair, and gently lifted her limp body. "But I suppose," he whispered mockingly, "that even the strongest dogs break when you put them down properly." Lucy struggled against her restraints, her whole body trembling with rage. "Why, you monster?" Envy tilted her head, as if she had forgotten that Lucy was there. "Oh, really? You still have some fighting spirit left?" Lucy gritted her teeth. "I won't forgive you." Envy's smile reappeared. "Oh, how adorable." He released Ophis, letting her fall to the ground like a discarded doll, and walked purposefully towards Lucy. "You're lucky, you know," Envy murmured, extending his hand. His cold fingers traced Lucy's cheek. "I was going to kill you." Lucy froze. Envy moved closer, his warm breath against Lucy's skin. "I envy your beauty, but someone wants you alive." His fingers tangled in Lucy's hair, pulling her head back. Lucy bit her lip, refusing to scream. Envy smiled victoriously. Then, with a swift movement, he threw Lucy over his shoulder, as if she were nothing more than luggage. Juvia. From the shadows emerged Juvia, dragging behind her a beaten and unconscious son. "The mission is accomplished," Envy declared. Juvia hesitated, looking at the two fallen twins, before nodding. "Understood." A portal of green and black flames opened behind them. Lucy struggled, desperate to break free, desperate to fight back. But it was too late. With one last mocking glance at the unconscious twins, Envy crossed through the portal. The flames engulfed them whole. And then, they had left. The forest was silent. The twins remained motionless. Why Lucy? Lucy Heartfilia had been kidnapped. The golden halls of the sanctuary of the seraphim trembled. "No," they shouted. A wave of inconceivable power tore through the once sacred domain, splitting divine constructions, destroying halos and destroying the very harmony that had reigned for millennia. The sky, that eternal and celestial blue, it fractured like glass under the weight of a power it should never have held. Michael stood at the edge of the ruined platform, blood staining the pristine white marble, his hand pressed against a wound he never thought he would suffer. Beside him, Raphael, she had collapsed to her knees, her golden eyes wide open, glassy with tears she had not shed. And above both of them, she was floating. Gabriel. But not the sister they once knew. Not the seraph born of light, of compassion, of unconditional and unwavering love. Gabriel had left. What was looming there now was a storm, a divine paradox. Her once lustrous golden hair now whipped violently in the invisible wind, streaked with black. Her clothes, torn and crimson, seemed soaked in blood. Her wings, 12 in all, were no longer feathers radiant with light, but enormous structures of shadow and flame, throbbing with a power both sacred and profane. And above her forehead, a twisted halo of dark red, like lightning crackling around her, pulsing erratically with every beat of her fractured soul. Raphael let out a strangled cry, his hands trembling. Gabriel, no. No, this isn't. She looked at Michael, her voice breaking like a child's. This wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't. Michael remained silent. The weight of failure choked his voice. He had led the celestial hosts for eons. He had quelled wars. He had defied cosmic entropy. But he couldn't help it. I should have let her go, she whispered, shame reflected in her eyes. I thought I was protecting her, but all I did was hurt her. A flash of white light tore across the sky as another figure appeared. Uriel, the seraph of diligence. Tall, radiant, imposing. His long red cloak billowed behind him like a war banner. His sword, Godslayer, forged in the first breath of creation, was already in his hand. He arrived too late. Miguel, Raphael, what is that? He froze when he saw her. Gabriel, once the most innocent of all, now radiated an energy that even made him doubt. Uriel clenched his jaw. What have we done? Raphael stood up, tears burning his face. We did it, Uriel. We all did it. Gabriel descended slowly, and the air vibrated around him. Wordless. Only silence. And that made it worse. Because he had always spoken kindly. Now she said nothing. She no longer considered them family. Gabriel. Michael stepped forward despite his injury. You don't want this. Finally, her gaze fell upon him. Empty, relentless. A voice, not her own, emerged from her lips. A deeper, hollow, broken voice. YOWHOID wish me. And then, Gabriel had left. And then she was there, in front of Michael. His crimson spear was already piercing his side. Crunch. Blood splattered. Divine essence spilled out like stars falling from the sky. Michael screamed, not from pain, but from understanding. I had lost her for good. His back slammed against the sacred walls of the sanctuary, shattering marble older than the world itself. Raphael shouted. Uriel took a step forward, but hesitated. This was not Gabriel. This was senseless rage, shapeless pain, love, warped by despair. Gabriel then turned around. Her lifeless eyes found Raphael. The sister who doubted her. The sister who tried to keep her away from Earthland. The sister who hurt the man she now loved. The crimson spear rose again. And before the blow could come, a pulse of chaos. A portal suddenly opened. A fusion of hellfire and heavenly black. It spiraled deeper into the sanctuary, distorting the laws of this world. And through him he entered. Naruto, Akino, Trihexia. They froze. Naruto's ice blue eyes opened wide. And her heart stopped. Gabriel. The little girl who laughed innocently, who admired the human world like a child with bright eyes, who clung to it for so long that the nights and sang lullabies to the wounded animals. Now she was standing in front of him. Red halo, lifeless eyes, contaminated wings, and wielding a gun pointed at his own sister. Gabriel, she whispered, her voice breaking. She did not answer. He couldn't. Because the love that once defined her was now precisely what had destroyed her. The once thunderous battlefield of the Phantom Lord Guild had fallen into a deathly silence. The echo of retreating footsteps resonated as Fairy Tail fell back, morale at rock bottom. Makarov, their unwavering pillar of strength, had fallen, not in combat, but to a single, invisible attack from Arya of Element 4. As the surviving mages regrouped outside Phantom Lord's territory, the weight of their defeat became apparent. Urza stood tall, her armor battered and cracked, but her voice remained firm. We have no choice but to retreat. The Master needs treatment, and we must rethink our strategy. Natsu clenched his fists, trembling with barely contained rage. Lucy had been kidnapped. He'd heard Jose boast about it, his voice dripping with arrogance. Just thinking about Lucy, trapped in enemy hands, made his blood boil. I'm going after her, he growled, turning around. Before he could take a single step, Urza's steely grip secured his shoulder. You're not going anywhere, he said in an iron voice. Natsu whirled around, fixing her with a furious glare. They took Lucy, and you're telling me to just stand here and do nothing? She's our friend, and we'll save her, Urza said firmly. But we won't rush in blindly. The Master has fallen, and the Phantom Lord is no ordinary enemy. He's already defeated us once. Natsu grunted in frustration, but deep down he knew she was right. Before they could utter another word, a blinding flash of violet light erupted in the sky above them. A swirling vortex, engulfed in hellfire and shadows, tore its way through the fabric of reality. And two figures fell as a result. Ophis and Lilith fell to the ground, their bodies bruised and their elegant Gothic dresses torn and bloodied. Despite their injuries, they landed gracefully, though they could barely stand. Urza, Gray, Natsu, and Happy instinctively assumed defensive stances. The twins looked terrifying. Ophis, usually serene and impenetrable, was breathing heavily. Lilith, her usual empty gaze now tinged with exhaustion, struggled to remain upright. What happened? Demanded Urza, gripping the hilt of her sword even tighter. Lilith wiped the blood from her lips, her voice as calm as ever. We lost. A heavy silence fell over them. Gray narrowed his eyes. Who did this? Ophis finally looked up. Her icy blue eyes shone faintly in the moonlight. The sin of envy. Urza gasped. A sin. A true demon. Ophis continued, her expression unreadable, but her tone bordering on frustration. Envy got the better of us. Lilith frowned, clenching her fists. We underestimated her. That mistake cost us Lucy. Natsu's flames erupted around his fists, his fury setting the air ablaze. Where is he now? Ophis shook her head. They took her through a portal, probably to Phantom Lord's base. Gray crossed his arms, his mind racing. Phantom Lord was already strong enough on his own, but now they have a sin on their side. Urza closed her eyes briefly before opening them again. Determination burned in her gaze. Then we'll have to become stronger. We need a plan, Gray stated. Acting rashly will only lead to our demise. Urza nodded. They say the Ghost Lord's headquarters is a mobile fortress, and with envy there, we'll have to be very cunning. Forget about intelligence. Let's just punch our way through and get Lucy back. Natsu barked. Idiot. Gray sneered. That's exactly what they'll be waiting for. Gray's right, Urza said. The Phantom Lord's base isn't just a guild, it's a weapon. Jose is a holy mage. If we attack directly, we'll be overwhelmed. Natsu, still furious, gritted his teeth. So what do we do? Urza's gaze was unwavering. We infiltrated. We defeated them from within. Gray crossed his arms. Easier said than done. That's why we won't go alone, Urza continued. Fairy Tail may have retreated, but we're not defeated. We'll warn the others. We'll move tonight. Lucy is waiting for us. Natsu cracked his knuckles. Then let's go find her. Ophis and Lilith, despite their pride, were forced to acknowledge their exhaustion. They knew Naruto would be furious when he learned of their failure. They could feel it, a distant, burning rage simmering within their bond. But they still couldn't return. They needed to recover. Without saying a word, the twins withdrew from the conversation. Then, to everyone's surprise, their bodies began to glow. A dense cocoon of energy enveloped them, throbbing like a heartbeat. Their small forms were enclosed in what appeared to be dragon eggs, of an intense crimson and sapphire, with veins of power running through the shells. Urza, Gray, and Natsu stared in disbelief. "Are they hibernating?" Happy asked, tilting his head. A self-imposed pause, Urza deduced. "They're recovering." Gray exhaled. "Good. We'll need them at full capacity when we finish off Phantom Lord." As the wind howled across the battlefield, Lucy Heartfilia's fate hung by a thread. The rescue mission had begun. In the Phantom Lord Guild, an atmosphere thick with malice and ambition reigned. The Great Hall, once a meeting place for warriors preparing for conquest, now stood silent, save for the flickering torches along the walls and the slow, calculated footsteps of Jose Porla. In the center of the dimly lit room, Lucy Heartfilia sat in a chair, her wrists bound with chains engraved with anti-magic runes. The cold metal dug into her skin, but it wasn't the bonds that made her shudder. It was the man who was standing in front of her. Jose's presence was suffocating, his magic oppressive, but what unsettled her most was the key that dangled from his fingers. A perverse mockery of the heavenly keys she cherished so much. The key to envy. Its silver, black, and green metal gleamed ominously in the torchlight, pulsing with a sinister energy. Just seeing it made Lucy's stomach churn. Jose smiled sarcastically when he noticed her gaze. "Ah, I see my new trump card has caught your eye," he mused, twirling the key between his fingers. "I must admit I never expected a devil's key to fall into my hand so easily." Lucy swallowed hard, forcing herself to meet his gaze. "What do you want from me?" Jose let out a sinister chuckle and took a slow step forward. "Oh, Lucy Heartfilia, what I want is simple." He leaned towards her, fixing his piercing yellow eyes on hers. "You are the check your father is writing." Lucy's breath caught in her throat. "No." Jose smiled even wider at her reaction. "Did you really think this was just a simple union rivalry? Please, I couldn't care less about you, girl. But your dear father? He certainly knows how to pay for what he wants." Lucy clenched her fists. "You're lying." Jose just laughed, taking a step back. "Oh, really?" His smile turned cruel. "Jude Heartfilia has offered me a fortune to get you back. And me? Well, I'm a businessman first and foremost. If I happen to wipe Fairy Tale off the map along the way, consider it a bonus." Lucy's heart was beating strongly in her chest. Was your father responsible for all of this? After all these years, after everything she had to go through to escape. He keeps trying to control me. Her anger overcame her fear, and she glared at Jose. "And you think I'll go with you without doing anything?" Jose smiled sarcastically, raising the key of envy once more. "I think you have no other choice." Before Lucy could speak, the key began to glow and a familiar, terrifying voice echoed in the chamber. Era, you're calling me so soon, master?" A crimson vortex of energy suddenly surged, and envy materialized before them. The pink-haired devil's piercing gaze fell upon Lucy, and a sadistic smile spread across her lips. "Oh, dear, you're still alive," he purred, twirling the kitchen knife between his fingers. "I was hoping it would at least be fun chasing you again." Lucy gritted her teeth. "You?" Jose chuckled. "Magnificent, isn't it? A true demon of sin, completely under my control." He turned to Envy, radiating confidence. "Tell me, my dear summon, what do you think about destroying Fairy Tale?" Envy's smile widened. His eyes gleamed with hunger. "Oh, master," she whispered, licking the edge of the knife. "That sounds absolutely delicious." Lucy felt a knot in her stomach. Jose wasn't bragging. He had a sin under his control. And Fairy Tale was headed straight for a massacre. Lucy clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her palms. She needed to get out of there. She had to warn them. But when Envy turned to her, fixing those cruel pink eyes on hers, Lucy felt the growing certainty of how powerless she was. And how little time they had left. A heavy silence filled the war room of the Trihexia fortress. A tension so dense it seemed as if the air itself had solidified, oppressing all those present. Naruto stood in the center, his ice-blue eyes burning with determination as he adjusted his coat, preparing for what was undoubtedly going to be a battle. I'm leaving, he said simply. Trihexia, seated on her throne, massaged her temples, frustration reflected in her lowly nun form. She had foreseen this from the moment Naruto stopped asking questions and began preparing to move. That damned stubbornness of his. It was both his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. You're a real idiot, she sighed, looking at him. Do you even realize what you're saying? Yes, Naruto replied firmly. Gabriel is in danger, and I'm going to get her out of there. Akino, standing beside him, smiled mischievously, though her eyes held a spark of amusement. Oh, Naruto-kun, you really know how to get into trouble, huh? She touched her chin before shrugging. Well, wherever you go, I go. Trihexia gritted her teeth. This isn't some damn field trip. She rose from her throne, a pulse of dark power emanating from her that shook the entire fortress. Do you have any idea what heaven is like right now? It's chaos. And that's not even our war, Naruto. Naruto looked at her with narrowed eyes. And since when do I care if something is our war or not? His voice was colder than usual, more controlled, but full of resolve. Gabriel isn't just an angel. She's my friend. Trihexia groaned, throwing her hands up to her head. It's infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. She glared at Akino. And you, Lust? Are you just going along with it because it amuses you? Akino giggled. Sure, but the most important thing. She leaned toward Trihexia, her violet eyes gleaming with something unreadable. If Naruto-kun has already decided something, why argue? You know he never backs down. Trihexia clicked her tongue in annoyance. She knew it. Of course she knew it. Naruto was a force of nature, unstoppable once he set his mind to something. And if she wasn't going to stop him, then… Damn it, he muttered under his breath before glaring at him. Fine, I'm going too. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say this wasn't our war? Trihexia snorted, crossing her arms. Yeah, well, if you die, I'd rather be there to drag you back. Akino chuckled again, clearly enjoying the exchange. Naruto sighed. Fine. If Trihexia wanted to come, she could. He wasn't going to waste his time arguing. He stepped away from them and raised his hand as a dark energy swirled, preparing a portal. Unlike his usual cracks, this one glowed with celestial energy, a gateway to heaven itself. Trihexia muttered, TCH, heaven's security is going to be a nightmare. The swirling vortex expanded. The room's temperature dropped as an overwhelming sense of divinity seeped in. And then, everything stopped. The three demons were paralyzed as they felt a presence like they had never experienced before, which completely overwhelmed them. The air grew thick, as if the entire world were bowing before an invisible force. The swirling, golden skies of heaven had darkened. A black shadow loomed beyond the portal. Tall, monstrous, divine. 12 black wings spread wide, each feather crackling with black lightning. And above the figure's head, a crimson halo, sparking with red and black electricity. A shiver ran down Naruto's spine as he finally saw the being from Trihexia's vision. Absolutely not, Trihexia whispered. Akino, for the first time, remained silent. The figure stepped forward, its bright red eyes fixed on Naruto. Lucy's breath came in ragged gasps as she pressed herself against the cold stone wall, peeking around the corner of the dimly lit corridor. The Ghost Lord's fortress was eerily silent, save for the distant echoes of guards moving about. She had done it. She had managed to slip away unseen. The figure stepped forward, its bright red eyes fixed on Naruto. We're almost there. Lucy found the nearest window and flung it open. The cold night air brushed against her skin, filling her lungs with the scent of freedom. She didn't know how high up she was, but she would find out. There had to be a way down. Just as I was about to leave. Applause, applause, applause. A slow, mocking applause echoed in the stone chamber. Lucy froze, her blood running cold. Impressive, said Jose Porla's soft, arrogant voice. She turned slowly and saw him standing in the archway of the hallway,